morning, Jerry.
Oh,
How are you, sir?
good.
I think that gets us all where we need to be. Anyone else we're waiting on as far as staff? Good morning, Deepak. How are you, sir? Okay. 8:05. So on CST, who is it that said CST? Was that you, Tom? Not Central Standard Time, but so 8:05 would actually be a little
It used to
earlier.
be Central Standard Time until Cole became mayor.
And then we struggle to ever start at 8 o'clock. So, how well do these pick up? Like, do you have to be right on it, or can we be a little further away? About right there. Okay. Well, we'd like to thank the members of the community for coming to our budget workshop. We anticipate to get a lot of work done through this budget workshop, but then if we don't finish, that's okay. We'll have a council meeting next week, and then the week after that, we'll come back and we'll have another budget workshop with council. And we'll just continue to work through this one department at a time, going through it, making sure that we've got all the information to make good decisions so that as we work forward throughout our next year, we can reflect back on all the hard work that we put in here. So we appreciate members of the community for being here this morning, and hope you guys will engage with us. And then we are going to we're going to ask good questions. We're going to listen. We're going to learn, and then we won't make decisions here today. So anything that's said here today is just further evaluation. And then we will have all of our decisions made, we believe, first week in September, somewhere in there, so that staff has an adequate amount of time to make any last-minute changes before we meet our due date. So I would like to open us up with prayer here real quick, and then I'll probably just turn the meeting over to Miss Laura and let her kind of drive for a minute. So if you guys would pray with me. Father God, we thank you for a great day. We thank you for the ability to just come in here and sit at ease and enjoy the civics of this and how we get to volunteer and work for our community. We thank you for the people that you've got in this room and all the talent, all the knowledge and the wisdom that's here. We pray for strength, courage, wisdom, and discernment as we go through this budget book. I ask for just grace and mercy from you on this as we're all just trying to do the best we can with what we have. We would ask that you would guide our conversations, that anything that we would say would wash away like water, and anything that's truth and in line with your word would be something that resonates. And so we ask that you'd have your hand on this meeting, you'd bless our conversation, you'd give us energy today to stay focused and to work as unto you throughout this budget process. It's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen. Amen. Okay, Miss Laura, it's you.
All right, good morning, Mayor and Council. A couple of quick things just as a reminder. So we are broadcasting this budget review session. So as we're here in this room, everything is being live broadcasted. So those that are watching remotely can hear, make sure that you're kind of using the mics as much as possible. If we lose power on them, we will get them swapped out. I think at lunchtime we'll swap them out as well. So we have a very tentative schedule of things to cover today. We wanted to start off, I think, just going straight into executive session. There was a session posted. If you're good with that, Mayor, we could have Brian read us in here in just a second. And then after that, we're going to cover probably one department and then talk property taxes. So we have final numbers and a lot of information to go over related to property taxes. And so that's kind of how we're going to kick off the morning, if that works out okay with you guys.
We'll follow your lead.
Okay, perfect. So with that, do you want to go ahead and have Brian read us in?
If you would, yeah.
Okay, Brian, do you mind reading us in?
Not at all. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act closed session, the Amarillo City Council was announced on August the 9th at 8:08 a.m. Under the following authority, Section 551.072, to discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, sale, or value of real property, that public discussions would not be in the best interest of the city.
Okay. We'll be back shortly. Okay. So we are back from executive session, and I believe, that is my cherry glaze. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. That's a very important thing. I love it. Donut stop, cherry glaze. I don't think you can go wrong. Miss Laura, if you'll take us back in, and,
Sure.
and you're driving here for a minute.
Okay, sounds great. So we are going to start today covering the Civic Center budget. So I think we have Bo Folks here. If you want to just come sit up this way, and we might get Floyd. Do you mind sharing your microphone with? There we go. Yeah, it won't pick up on the broadcasting. Yeah. Okay, so in your books, if you'll turn to page 357, that's going to start us off. Okay, so 357 is kind of the start of our leisure services section, and this is our Civic Center funds. And as we've talked about the last couple of weeks, Civic Center does create revenue. They do operate at a net operating loss annually. And so the net loss is subsidized with hotel occupancy tax dollars. So only those tax dollars that are spent by people staying in our local hotels. So the hotel occupancy tax dollars first go to pay debt service at for Hodgetown, debt service for the parking garage. Then it goes to, a portion goes to the Convention and Visitors Bureau to promote tourism in our community. A portion of it goes to cover the net operating loss at the Civic Center. And then any remaining amounts, if there are any, goes towards any kind of repairs or capital improvements at the Civic Center. So I think I'll let Bo maybe hit a couple of high points, and then, or if we could actually just real briefly talk about the overall subsidy that we're anticipating. So after, and then I'll kind of let Bo kind of walk us through some of this as well. So when we look at our projections for the current year, kind of what has been spent up to this point, what we're projected to spend for the rest of the year, and then the anticipated revenues that we've already collected and we will collect through the end of the year. What we're looking at right now for the Civic Center in total would be a net operating loss of about $1.7 million in the current year. We normally kind of live in the range of about $1.5 million to $2 million in that net operating loss annually. Obviously, the COVID year and the year coming out of it, it was much closer, or actually, I think it was a little above that $2 million mark. But so this year we are right in that range. Now, there are some continued growth that we're seeing in expenditures. We have lost some key shows, I think, into the next year. And what we are anticipating as the budget sits here in your book, what we're looking at is that that net loss into next year is growing by almost $1 million. So we are going to be closer to about a $2.7 million net operating loss over at the Civic Center. And we are squeezing every last bit out of the available hotel occupancy taxes that we're anticipating to collect next year, the piece that comes to the city for that. To cover that subsidy, it looks like we're going to squeeze every single last piece of it. There will not be anything left to cover capital or repairs over at the Civic Center. Fortunately, we do have one large project that is budgeted at, I think it was $615,000, and I'll let Bo kind of go over that, but we're anticipating having the venue district, the Amarillo Potter Events Venue District, they collect a separate 2% hotel occupancy tax that does not come to the city. It only can support items over at the Civic Center and items out at the Tri-State Fairgrounds related to the Amarillo National Center. That was voted on in the late 90s by our citizens to add the 2% hotel occupancy tax and to add these two projects, the north end of the Civic Center and the Amarillo National Center out at the Tri-State Fairgrounds. because of that, that restricted 2% hotel occupancy tax dollars can go to, portions of it go to fund projects out at the Tri-State Fairground and over at the Civic Center. So Bo has proposed a capital project, and if y'all want, you can flip in your books back to page if you'll go to page 829 in your book, so back in the capital section, you'll see there is one project right on the middle of your page. There's a Civic Center section, and there is a project for $615,000 for hockey football improvements. And again, that is anticipated to be funded by the venue district. We'll be taking that to their board later this month, and then once they approve that budget, it'll come back to you all to approve, and it will go to Potter County Commissioners to approve as well. So, Bo, do you want to give us maybe a little insight to that project, and then we can go back and kind of talk about operations as well?
You bet. That project's been on the books for a number of years. It was set up so that we could eventually fund some new hockey dasher wall system for the Coliseum, and also replace football turf or anything else related to sports that's needed. Our Coliseum floor has lasted for about 28 years. With its current ice brine system and so on, and that project is currently on the books to replace, and all three of those projects kind of are married together and are anticipated for this next summer. Of course, for us to look at a project of that scope and magnitude, taking up a very important space in our facility, you've got to plan that far enough ahead of time that not only can you get a good budgeted number for that, but you're not adversely affecting the business activity that can go on in that space. So we do have dates held for next summer of 2024, in which that project is anticipated to take place.
Okay, so with that, sorry to have you flipping back and forth in your books, but back on page 357, walks you through, we have different areas, there are business units for the Civic Center based on kind of how their operations are structured. We do have a new one this year because, as you know, we have constructed the new Santa Fe Pavilion, and we are gearing up for there's already activity that going on in that area, but gearing up for more activity this year. And so the other item you all probably want to flip back and forth with, do you all still have, hopefully, your handout from a couple of weeks ago that had the supplemental requests? Hopefully you have that tucked into your book somewhere. Bo can also kind of walk you through. There's a few items that were requested related to Civic Center, and again, this was just kind of as recommended to balance a budget. Did you find it? Okay. So if you start on page 2 of 7 of that report, kind of in the middle there starts your Civic Center. There's several items kind of replacing, table skirts, usher vests, various things. As city management reviewed this, we recommended just leaving what was requested in, other than cutting back on a couple of adult changing stations in some restrooms. And just kind of seeing how those projects progress. And again, this was just as a recommendation to balance the overall budget for the city. So if you have questions on any of those items, I'm sure Bo could certainly talk through those with you guys as well. There's a few items maybe for the pavilion that Bo may want to cover as well on that. And then, Bo, anything of importance kind of that you're seeing this planning for this upcoming year? Or
well, typically our supplemental non-personnel requests that we do are typically items that are needing replacement, or they could be new purchases of a product or an item that benefits our staff in being able to perform the functions that we have to at the Civic Center. Typically our supplemental request will range anywhere from this is a low-end number here of the $89,000. That's what I've got on my list, the $89,000 figure, up to about $130,000. That's typical request annually. With as many people as we have run through our facilities and use our equipment and use our services year in and year out, stuff wears out. We just have to replace it or upgrade it or update it or try to enhance a service that we can offer. That's what our supplemental request is doing.
Questions from council?
Yeah, is there,
Civic
so I'm
Center.
trying, is there somewhere in the
Anything Civic
budget where this hot tax allocation for the Civic Center is listed out?
So I think on here, let's see here. Okay, so there is a piece here on page 357. You're seeing a portion of it there. The piece that's not included on that is the city has an overall admin fee that is charged to the Civic Center, and that, again, it works. I think we've talked through this about as we charge out to the various enterprise funds, internal service funds, and especially the grant funds, we charge admin fees, and that's for everything from doing the accounting work, payroll work, HR work, purchasing, all those things. Also, a big portion of additional costs that we put in, and it is billed out as it's incurred, is related to facilities doing work over at the Civic Center. And so we come through we estimate it based on prior year's experiences, and but we don't charge it out until it actually occurs. And so that is the biggest piece that you're seeing on page 357 is the true net loss, but then there's admin fees that will be allocated based on actual spend.
Well, I guess what two things I think would be helpful is I'd just like to see the trends on
Sure.
the hot tax to the Civic Center over time.
Okay.
You know, maybe just the last 5 years, what our trend has been, and then, of course, what our forecast is. And then also, is there anywhere in the budget that has, so I know we have a thing where it says how much hot tax revenue that we're getting. Is there somewhere where it just lists out, okay, here's how much hot tax goes to Civic Center, here's how much to Town Debt Service, here's how much to CBB? I mean, is there somewhere to kind of look and see just how that hot tax is distributed?
How it's split up?
Yes, because I know, I'm sure it's probably in the budget individually.
It is individually. Let me get you all at a break. I will print off a report that can kind of show you the breakdown of that. Would that help?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I'm guessing, what we're seeing is, your debt service is consistent. We know what that's going to be, but the Civic Center is the area where we're seeing we're having to pay for more increased costs. If it's outpacing the increase in hot tax, then someone else is having to do with less, which I guess is generally the CDB.
So what we've been able to do up to this point is it's basically constraining how much money can go towards capital or repairs over at the Civic Center. We have kept the allocation to the CVB the same as what we have for historically. So CVB historically and still at this point is getting essentially half of the hot tax that's coming to the city is allocated. Half of it goes, okay, so there's 7% that's collected in total hot taxes. Of that, 3% goes to fund CVB's operating budget for tourism efforts. 0.5%, so the other part of the 3.5 of the 0.5% goes as that CVB can use that to incentivize events that are coming here in Amarillo to help them choose Amarillo as their spot for their tourist efforts. So that could be, if they're staying here and they need to take a bus ride to and from, the facility, they may pay for some of that stuff. So of that, we have kept that historically the same amount. The only difference related to CVB is once we started issuing debt to pay for Hodgetown and for the parking garage, they agreed to pay a portion of what we were funding them for operations to help with the debt service. So it kind of ramped up over the years, and now it's at a flat $1.1 million going forward. Yes.
For some reason, my mind, I think, is
Not working.
Oh,
So if you want to, I've got one more question.
Sure.
Well,
I'll repeat your question.
how many open positions do you currently have?
For the first time, pardon me, in the last 4 years, we are actually fully staffed with 36 full-time employees and 9 part-time.
And my second question is, I see revenues are flat. So we're saying we're getting about 2.8 million this year. We're going to take in 2.8 million next year.
Correct.
But my question is, we were able to operate current revenue with about 1.9 million towards personnel. We got the job done. But now we're about $450,000. We're about $450,000 more. My question is, if revenue is flat, why do we have to have additional expenditures on the personnel services side?
The explanation for that, Councilman, is the fact that we had ran so long with a deficit in the number of employees we had, and we were having to supplement staffing with temp labor throughout just to keep the place clean, get setups done, tear downs and so on. I did approach city management a while back stating that we were not getting any applications whatsoever for the multitude of open positions we had, mainly in our lower level staffing, like our building attendants. And I was tasked with reaching out to other facilities like ours and doing a wage study to find out where we were at in relation to other facilities. And we were grossly underpaying our employees. I was allowed to raise those hourly rates up slightly. That would hopefully encourage applicants to come in and fill out applications to work at our facility. I believe those wage ranges averaged around $2 an hour, and it made all the difference in the world from going to receiving no applications for open positions to now receiving multitudes that we could encourage folks to apply. We were able to fill these positions, and right now we're in the lower 25 percentile of our industry standards for pay, but still it put us in a competitive nature to where we could fill these positions. On the flip side of that coin, I was tasked with trying to raise our revenue projections in which that would cover that additional cost in personnel. Some of the steps that I've taken in that case, we applied an across-the-board 5% rental rate increase on all of our space, even to our nonprofit partners, our arts groups. We also have increased our facility fees on ticketed events to where we're bringing in more box office revenue. Those facility fees are applied to everyone that buys a ticket.
Well, and then when did we add those raises?
Those raises were done probably within the last 5 months.
Okay. Well, and then I guess it's safe to so some of the ways we're keeping the revenue flat is increases.
Correct.
I guess it's safe to say, looks like we're probably going to have fewer events next year than we did this year. I mean, hopefully not, but if the trend is we're probably having fewer events.
We don't anticipate it.
Okay.
We always, every year when I produce my budget, I usually kind of go flat with the numbers that we had last year because we're just such a volatile, ever-changing type of industry. You never know when you're going to get new business in. You never know when somebody's going to lay out a year or decide to do something different as opposed to
Sure. But I guess the thing is the trend probably has been for a variety of reasons.
Correct.
Events are going down for whatever reason. Well, again, I just wanted to ask about that because it's and not saying that we're not doing great things or operating more efficiently or whatever, but I'm just trying to reconcile in my mind, why does it cost us $500,000 more to make the same money?
Right.
Are there ways to, because we're trying to look at any department we can about how to be more efficiently and to be able to do that. So it's kind of said, wow, I'm investing $500,000, but my revenue is flat. It's not, And I understand we have the issue with but I would think part of those raises are in this year's spend. In other words, if it was 5 or 6 months ago, and then I guess somewhere in here, we've been paying for contract services labor to be able to do the cleaning when we couldn't have employees.
Yes, and so that would be showing up on that contractual services line. Yes, and so I think what you're seeing in the revised estimate is understaffing for the majority of the first part of the year, which is creating all of those savings, and then applying those pay changes in the latter part of the year going forward and into next year.
Well, one thing I would just, and then I'll yield, but contractual services is it's going up. I mean, I would just be thinking that if we use a lot of contractual services, now we're going to employees, that contractual services may be something that would be going down in expense if we're not having to pay that again, unless we're adding something in there that's new or different. That's all I've got.
I agree with Councilman.
I don't think you're on there. There you go.
I agree with Councilman Simpson that, in my opinion, if we're going up that much with pay scale and your full crew, I don't know why contractual services wouldn't be way down to at least half of what you're asking for there, because we shouldn't have any more contractual service. We got a full crew.
Yes and no. It's not a one-for-one type exchange. As far as contractual services, when you're talking about temp services, we use a lot of temp services each year. Some of those are related to specific ticketed events, and many of those costs are recouped through settlement with those events, and they're not hitting our budget. The ones that would typically hit this budget will be those in which we have to supplement our staff to do normal turns and business in which we would have to use some temp labor. But yes, that would reduce to a certain degree there with us being fully staffed.
The way I would see this is either we could do away with less staff and go back to the way you were doing it, or cut contractual service. We don't need both. I don't see either we hire people to do a job or we use part-time people, which by using part-time, the city comes way ahead at the end of the day because we don't have to supply all the benefits that go with that. Now, so I would think that if we re-looked at this, that we might look at it in a different way. That's the only thing I'm going to ask you to do. Just look at it, okay? I'm through.
Let me ask, Bo. Are you describing to me an event that, let's say you have 2, 4, maybe even 10 staff positions full, but you need 50 people, and so those contractual services provide the other 40 in addition to the 10, so it's not in lieu of the 10,
Correct.
It's in addition to?
Correct. And if I might explain too, the hourly rates that we're being charged by the temp services now has exceeded the hourly rates in which we pay our employees. So to take a regular full-time staff person off the payroll, you might be saving a little bit on the health insurance and those other charges, but you're paying more now for a temp that has little to no experience in our building with what we do. They don't understand the ins and outs and what they have to do when they come on shift. Whereas with full-time people, they are fully trained and fully understanding as to what needs to be done next, what our procedures are. So
Is it as different as like maybe staffing a store that you have, like say retail, versus hosting an event? Like you're saying you're event heavy, so you ramp up staff and then you ramp them back down, just to take care of that event.
When you do a Broadway show, typically a labor call will be 40 to 50 people for that labor call. Now, all of the charges based on that show for both production labor, part-time production labor, and temp labor that you would use to load that show in, load that show out, that gets charged to that show. The show is paying those fees. That's not hitting our budget. It's when we have to, say, as an example, WRCA each year. Typically, the personnel that we have to provide for production and certain aspects of the WRCA get charged to the WRCA, the settlement, for that. But there's just such an extremely large influx of people over that 4 to 5 days of the rodeo that our regular staff cannot keep up with the normal duties and then clean on a regular basis in between those events to have it prepared from day to day to day. So those are some of those expenses that we take on.
Okay. I appreciate that. I got a few questions for you. Can you give me the projected revenues on the pavilion for this next year?
I believe that I've got that down.
I just didn't see the revenues. I see what I'm looking at in the form of budget, but I'm looking for a separate revenue item. 367?
It's kind of a shot in the dark here. I would like to say that this is a very low expectation with us not having had experience with the outdoor venue like this before. I was a little conservative, but I project, I believe, 18 events in which we're bringing in $61,200 in revenue. There will be some expense there as far as janitorial and operating, professional services. We are finding out that 60,000 square foot space does take some manpower to clean up.
Okay. Yeah, I think maybe I was seeing that 61 and then our 43. I just wasn't, I guess, expecting that low of a projected revenue on the demand that we have for that out there. So you're telling me that's pretty conservative?
I think it's very conservative.
Tell me how comfortable you would be moving to middle of the road projection. Could you project a couple $100,000 over there? Could you project $100,000 over there? What are we looking at?
I would easily say probably between 100 to 150.
Okay. And then let me go back to
And of course, we did not add any personnel requests for the additional space, which is a block away.
Right.
It doesn't sound like far, but now we're covering 500,000 plus square feet of facilities.
With how many people total?
Still 36 people.
36 total.
And of those 36, I might clarify, is about 18 building attendant staff. And
Okay.
they're the ones that do all the setups and cleanup.
Understood. How long on that $615,000 project in the Civic Center floor? How long will that take?
It's all anticipated to be done within a short period of time next summer.
You saying 6-8 weeks turnkey? Do you know?
Probably 8 weeks.
8 weeks. Okay. So shut down in there for 8 weeks, but you've got that time to logistically in between seasons and events.
It looks like it will hit after our 2 Jehovah's Witness conventions next summer that come every year.
Okay.
Which this last summer was the first summer they've been there since before COVID. In addition, we're working very diligently on bringing in another football team that will play during the summer. So,
Okay. Yes, ma'am, you had something.
So a couple of things. I wanted to point out, sorry, and I'm kind of circling us back to what we were talking about just previously, I think, with Councilmember Simpson. If you look on page 363, I wanted to point out something just real quick. This is his Civic Center operations. This is where the bulk of the dollars are being spent operationally. Couple things I wanted to show. If you look at the top, up towards the top of page 363, look at the electricity line item. It's 53,150. That number has been growing tremendously. That's driving costs up. And that's just for the fact that electricity rates are continuing to rise, and we anticipate they will continue to rise into next year. And as fuel increases, I think we've talked about this a little bit, there's a fuel factor, and that drives up those electricity costs as well. The other thing that we were talking about on the temporary labor, if you go down to the professional line item under contractual services, that 62,000, do y'all see that? Mm-hmm. Okay, look at the 2021 actual. Do you see the 330,000? I think that's where he was supplementing staffing shortages a lot, and that would have been last year, okay? So some of that flowed into the new year, and you'll see under the 2022 revised estimate, he's got it flat with budget at 125. I think he's estimating maybe a little bit low. I pulled up actuals through today. We're at about 128,000. So I think that's going to be higher. And then he left it flat for 125 next year. But that's the line item that's fluctuating as he's short on staffing. And you can really see the trend from last year and then it dropping down as he's been filling those positions. So I think hopefully that kind of shows you where those dollars are trending through. And then the other big piece on that page 363, if you go down to other charges under the insurance and bonds line item, that's the insurance expense. You see that?
200,000 more.
Yes, that's correct. It's big. So that's the challenge, I think, from the expense side. So if I could, I gave you all a handout. Did y'all just get a piece of paper that came by? If you want to pull that out real quick, and did we have any extra copies? Do you mind handing Bo one, please? That would be great. So, and I kind of went backwards. So I started with our projections for next year, and then below it, our projections for the current year. So these are our estimated hot collections. So hotel occupancy tax collections, we're estimating just under 9.3 million in hotel occupancy tax collections next year. Of that, we're estimating.
Quick question: is there any way we can put this on the screen so people in the audience can see this as well? Because I think it just gives you a little bit more detail on that. But I don't want to hold you up, but go ahead, and then maybe
yeah.
People can
give me just a second. Let me.
Councilman, I appreciate you getting that up there. That'll help us. Do you want to wait until that's up there?
Yeah.
Because I have another item I could ask you real
quick. Go right ahead, and we'll circle right back to this. Thank you.
Okay, let me.
I think anything. I'm sorry. I mean, anything as we're going through this, not only for the audience here, but for at home. Is there? I mean, I know it's a bit, but as much as we can show on the screen, I think that will help others see what we're seeing as well. So.
Let me go back to one thing real quick that's kind of an overview that'll help us. So I've taken a few texts of just people following along in their budget book. So we had said a loss of 1.7 million. If you go to 357, what you have is you have your total expenses up here at 5 million. You have below that 2.86 total departmental revenues. Am I correct in understanding that 2.86 is everything that's coming in through the pavilion projection, Civic Center, all of it, Globe News, everything's that 2.8 gross
correct.
revenues?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then total covered through general revenues is the question I'm getting of where does that 2.1 million come from?
So that 2.1 million is, and by general revenues, the hotel occupancy tax collections are considered part of our general revenues. That is being covered by, so it's just the formula of taking the 2.866 minus the 5,044,000 there on that page. So that's the net amount. Now, I know I'm going over with you guys here in just a second. It's up on the screen as well. There's an additional amount, and that's the admin piece as well. We have not historically charged a direct line in there because it's a general fund charge to a general fund charge. But because the Civic Center, we have historically covered any net loss. Any of their expenses either have to come from their general operating money or from hotel occupancy taxes. If we don't charge any kind of an admin fee for the work that's done by our facilities department over there, the work done by our accounting department, our purchasing department, payroll, HR, all those things, then those costs that the city's incurring, it would essentially almost be covered through property taxes or sales taxes. So we add on an amount to his expenses here that are those admin fees. And that's what brings you up. If you look on your screen, or if you want to look on your handouts here, if you look down to the line that says Civic Center subsidy, for fiscal year 23-24, we're showing just below 2.7 million. The difference between that and what's on your page 357 is those admin fees and those anticipated facilities cost that will be charged over there. And again, I think it's a little hard because you're not seeing a line item in there. And the reason for that is because Civic Center is part of general fund and all the costs are contained inside the general fund. That is something we could change and show a budgeted line item for that going forward. We just historically have estimated what it will be and then true it up as the actual costs come in.
So what you're saying is from the loss that you're projecting a 1.7 million to the 2.17.
Yes.
That difference is the amount that you're able to bill for admin.
Yes.
It's just not being reflected here. So
That's correct.
and I know it's stated differently. So like we don't necessarily have a total revenue line. We have a requested budget line, So like I think that part is a little confusing. I can get that. I think what they're doing, some of the citizens that are following along, they're taking 2.8 minus 2.1 and trying to net that out as the total loss. What you're saying is
no, the 2.8 plus the 2.1 equals the total expense of that 5 million. So we're going to cover the 2.1 with hotel occupancy taxes, and then we're going to also recoup from hotel occupancy taxes any charges that facilities incurs doing work over at the Civic Center next year, and the overall admin fees. So
the total's the 2.7, not the 2.1. So you're actually taking 2.7 out of hot tax,
Yes.
putting it all over to Civic Center,
Yes.
and your line item 2.1 on this particular budget.
Yes.
But then you've trued it up in the overall budget because it's all general fund.
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay. All right, so that part hopefully is a little bit better for anyone who's trying to understand the math on that. So the 2.7 Civic Center subsidy, give us that now on your hot summary.
Yes.
And if you would, explain a little bit more on the 7% total. So total of all of the 7% is $9.3 million projected.
Yes. That is correct. And then the first thing that we take out is there is an agreement with the convention hotel that the hot taxes are rebated for 20 years back to them, so we're still within that 20-year time period. And I'm looking at Andrew, but I think the constraint is it's 20 years or up to the value of the property. I think we've done rough math or up to the construction value of the property. Yeah, and I think unless hot completely changes, I think we're going to probably go the full 20 years anticipated. So that is what we're anticipating will be rebated back. So you'll see that 929,000. So those out here up on the screen, we're up at the top. We're on the second line of numbers. So the first thing that goes back is the rebate. Then we take 3% out of the 7% and allocate it to CVB. And then 0.5% of the 7% goes to this activity fund. Then the debt service is covered that's the city's portion of the debt service. And that's a whole nother calculation because the way that works is we take the annual debt service on the 3 outstanding debt issuances, 2 for the MPEV, 1 for the parking garage, and we take 1.1 out of it because 1.1 is funded by CVB out of their 3.584 number. They're going to pay back to the city 1.1 for debt service. So when we calculate the city's debt service piece, we take the total debt service minus CVB's portion, minus $350,000 coming from the MPEV lease, minus $250,000 coming from LGC from the parking garage activity, and that nets the $1.8 million.
Okay, if LGC was to have a sale of that retail space over there, is that factored in this number?
No, it is not.
So
That
that
could
amount
change.
would change.
That is correct.
Hypothetically, what would that change?
So hypothetically, I believe, I can pull it up, but I think what the original downtown pro forma had projected was that LGC would be contributing closer to, I think it was about $450,000 annually. And it was to be stair-stepped up, but this is the budget year. They were supposed to be at that amount. So they've been behind for a couple years. We could always certainly request that they pay more than that $450,000, but I would think at a minimum we would want to get that up, and that would shave $200,000 off of that $1.8 million that we're showing right
So
there.
you would add another $200,000
Yes,
to this,
yeah.
Okay.
Or back that down to 1.6.
or take it off,
Yeah,
depending
exactly.
on which one you're looking
Yeah,
at.
however you're doing the math, yes. And that helps that bottom line. So then the next piece is then that Civic Center subsidy we've been talking about at that 2.7. And then you'll see net available for CIP as a negative number. And that's where we have discussed through how we're going to cover portions of that. We've got we also have us fully budgeted for the entire year at full staff. I hope that is achievable. I'm looking at Bo, and it's not that I doubt his leadership skills, but that with 36 positions, it's hard to keep them fully staffed for an entire year. Any savings we achieve will back off that number. We also are going to be seeking other revenue sources to try to bring that to a full zero. So we do not anticipate anything being available for capital from cities' hot collections.
Okay. On the percentages,
Yes,
9.3 minus the hot rebate really leaves you collecting 8.3.
essentially,
You
yes.
take that and you do your percentages based on that for CVB? Or
Yes,
do you do
we do.
so you don't do the percentages on 9.3?
No, we do it net of the rebates because we just basically say that doesn't flow into the calculation because nobody ever gets that money.
Yeah. So you're at 8.3, that's where you're 50%?
So they get, so 50% goes to CVB and the activity fund portion line.
So if you add those two line items together, that's the total of 4.1 or whatever? Yeah, half of the 8.3.
That is correct.
Okay, and then are you showing us that the debt service and the projected subsidy in 23-24 is within budget?
Yes.
And that leaves us $334,000 for CIP.
That actually is $334,000 that we are going to.
You're missing.
Yes, that we will be working to close that gap this year. And we feel certain we can do that. And as you just mentioned, if there's any capability of the LGC to achieve that full debt service payment that was anticipated, that almost balances it out.
So you almost would have a balanced budget if
That
you
is
had
correct.
the LGC, if it were able to hypothetically perform in a sale or a transaction, and then if you took $150,000 to $200,000 worth of revenues off of the pavilion
Yes,
that we've spent,
then we're fully balanced.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep, those are mine. Thank you.
Yes, and then I won't go over it, but it works the exact same way down below. We did have 900,000. That's the current year. That second set of numbers there is the current year projections, and you'll see that we're a little off of what we had anticipated, but we think that is we will settle that either from the capital standpoint because we have some existing grant dollars in capital, or we will have hopefully either some additional revenues. We project those conservatively as we do on expenses. So we think we can definitely close that $200,000 gap in the current year as well. But as you can see, I think bottom line, what I wanted to show on this is, Stephanie, can you scroll up just a little bit for me? Nope, the other way. There we go. So you'll see right there, we had $900,000 in capital for this year that we're covering. And then if you'll scroll back up, Stephanie, we don't have any capital. Actually, we're trying to close a gap prior to even having any capital funding out of hotel occupancy taxes. And again, the biggest piece of that's driving it is that growing Civic Center subsidy. As costs continue to rise, as revenues are projected to stay flat, I do know that there's been at least 1 or 2 shows that are not coming back this next year, and so I know Bo's already got plans, hopefully, on how to replace that, but I think flat is
I think our
optimistic.
our CVB does a good job of tracking economic impact. Do we have an economic impact study on Civic Center alone? Like, let's say Civic Center Pavilion. What's the economic impact versus the amount of money that we're subsidizing this? So, are we getting $5 million in hotel stays and restaurants and et cetera, for this amount of money?
So I think we definitely are getting. A lot of our hotel occupancy tax collections are from events that are at the Civic Center. There's also a certain amount of sales tax that's generated in our community related to these events that are going on at the Civic Center. If you guys will give us a little time, we will regroup with CVB on that. We'll get you some information. I certainly want to get y'all. I'm hearing we want to get some trend information maybe over the last 5 to 10 years, and then we want to get that economic impact information to you all as well. So I've got both of those on our to-do list to follow up with you guys at a future point.
Good. Bo, I'm just looking at, we're looking at revenues, right? I mean, anyway, we can get this up. So I'm looking at the concessions.
Yes, sir.
On, what we brought in and then what's budgeted and that type of deal. So looks like, I guess this year pretty well. We did pretty well.
We've done extremely well this year with our concessions. The contractual basis has a floor of $400,000 due to our facility on our portion of concessions, and as of about a month ago, we were already at $504,000 of concession revenue with 3 months to go. Kind of a slower 3 months, but still.
Okay. So I saw that the sports side of it was a big chunk.
Yes.
Right? They spent a lot more money. So I saw the budgeted for 2022 was $67,000, so which was considered over double what was actually budgeted, right? Yeah. But I see is there a reason for that spike? Because I see in 2023 we're back down to 30. So what was the reason for that huge spike?
Part of that was the loss of the football team.
Okay.
We did not have football this year.
Okay, gotcha.
But like I said, we're working with another league right now on bringing in a new football team for next summer.
Okay, so that's why we're budgeting less. I mean, considerably less. Okay. But overall, I mean, we're still up from 219 to 303.
Yes.
So, okay. Now, that does include the pavilion, right? The extra concessions in the pavilion that.
Yes.
Okay. Because, like I said, we talked about the trailer and that type of deal, so hopefully it's a big hit, and hopefully we've got increased concessions out there as well. Okay. So that was my main deal. I was curious about the sports side of it, on why the spike. Mm-hmm. But yet, so we budgeted 28 and 21, but then we're at 67 and 22. Is that just an anomaly because of the football? That's what it was.
Yeah, football really brings in a lot of revenue in that respect. Even though there's fewer games, but
gotcha. Okay.
Larger crowds.
Yeah, that was my question. Thank you.
Yeah, but just my only question is on your travel. Can you kind of explain what the travel's for? And because I'm looking at it and showing, you only spent $4,000 or $5,000, and then last year was $10,000, and then but we're still asking for $20,000 in travel.
The $20,000 is a general amount utilized for normal travel in a year's time. That will cover one person, generally the GM, making it to the annual convention, industry convention that's held in different cities. That's typically going to be around $5,000. There's other training opportunities, sending other staff members to various regional and national training opportunities as well. So $20,000 is the typical dollar amount. Since COVID, we've really kind of cut back on that. Part of that was forced because some of these activities were not occurring in person. Some of that just has been our staffing level at the time, not being able to release somebody to go to some of these conventions. So that's why I trimmed it back to anticipated 10,000 and then moving it back to the normal dollar amount
Okay.
for this next budget year as far as requests. Does not mean that we will fulfill each one of those opportunities.
Right. That's all I got.
I do have, just so I'm doing the math right, so I see in the 23-24, the Civic Center subsidy is forecast to be $2,657,458. That's about 917. I mean, it's close to me, and it's 917,000 more to subsidize the Civic Center next year than this year is what we're looking at. When I look at the budget, and it's fairly close, when I look at increased expenses, so we're going to increase our expenses $818,000. The revenue's coming down slightly. That difference makes about $826. So there's about $90,000, but it's in the ballpark of it. But I'm just trying to figure what's driving. So I see $450,000 of that difference, of that 917 is personnel. You said about 200. How much of it is just kind of run me the major areas that are costing us $900,000 more to operate the Civic Center next year than this year.
Yeah, and so I think if you go, that page 363 showed a lot of it. You know, we had 215 about for electricity. We had 200,000 in property insurance increase, and then give me just a second. Let me look at one thing.
Typically, it's going to be utilities and IT and insurance.
So, Councilman, you're getting around 500,000, and we're trying to find the other four.
Yeah, well, I see 450 in personnel, and then, we mentioned, well, it's not that. I'm just trying to get, that's 50 in electricity. I'm just trying to kind of get a ballpark of where the other additional expense is. It's like insurance and bonds. Well, that's another 200 there, so that gets us up 450, 650, about 700. I mean, it's pretty.
Yeah, if you go like page 365, there's another 70,000 increase in electricity in that area. All of the pavilion obviously is essentially new for next year. And then I'm just kind of scanning through the pages here. There is, hang on. There's another 42,000 in insurance increase over at the Globe News Center. That would be the same thing for insurance. And then we're anticipating the admin and facility costs going from $389 to $449. So that's about, 60,000 or so, another 60,000 there. So I think the rest of it's kind of piecemealing it. But I think your biggest pieces that are driving it are certainly the utilities and that insurance. And then personnel being filled.
And what we're losing out of that is capital, $1 million
correct.
to make capital improvements, so that's to start with. But if this trend continues, we're going to have tough decisions to make on the operations of the Civic Center, it would seem to me. I mean, we have a certain amount of obligations that we have to pay on debt service and other types of things. We want to fund the CVB at an adequate level because we're not going to increase the hot tax without that.
Yeah.
But I just think it's, if it goes up another $1 million next year or the year after that, I mean, it's and I guess, well, I sympathize. You have an impossible job.
Thank you.
As most, but from our perspective, it's just like, we've got to put the pieces of this puzzle together. And as we've asked other departments, I think the challenge is let's absolutely go back and look. I mean, we don't want to, cut off our nose to spite our face, but I think the challenges that we face is, and particularly for you, I mean, we're lucky that we do have that hot tax, but looking if there's some things that we can start saving now that we can say, wow, there's some savings in the budget, not for next year, but multiple years, without drastically having to, shut the thing down or cut services. But I think anything that we can go back and look at and say, never thought we could do this, but maybe we can figure out a way to do this, because I think that's just, the challenge that we face, and your department is, you're facing, and there's really, you can control personnel costs. I mean, you can't control insurance costs. You can't necessarily control electricity costs in any substantial manner. So I think it's just something I would say, let's kind of look at and see if there are some ways where we could be more efficient on the personnel side, because I think that's the only way that we can maybe close the gap a little bit. So that's my thoughts.
And typically, as I write my budgets each year, like I said, I typically try to budget flat back to last year. We don't know what new events we're going to bring in. We don't know what events we may lose. We don't know many different aspects. But typically, we try to save at least 3% on average of what we have budgeted. So I never anticipate that we will use the full amount budgeted in expense.
Right.
So
you're hedging your bets. I get it. I understand. I understand that. But I'm just saying, I guess that we're at the point where, again, anything that we can go back and look at and just say, let's take a double or triple look at it. How can we, are there any ways that we can be able to look at that? Because I think
some of that will involve reducing some of the replacement stuff that we purchase and things of that nature. We take a look at that each and every year, and try to be realistic with the decisions we make. So,
thank you.
Okay, Bo, I think we got you. Anything else, guys? Appreciate you being here, sir.
You bet.
Thank you. We'll look for those additional trends and another piece of information from you here, emailed, I'm sure, later this week.
Yeah, we can certainly do that, and then we can keep this discussion. As you can see, we've got our work cut out for us. So I think this will need to be a continued conversation with council on how we're evolving. I think we're hitting a challenging point in the road, and so we're going to need y'all's guidance, and just we want to be very transparent with you all with what we're seeing, and so we'll just continue getting information your way and updating you as we progress, and hopefully maybe that pavilion will just take off and pretty much revenue the whole entire facility. That'd be fantastic.
Let me just say, I think from this council you have a commitment that we'll work with you all year long, and all options are on the table. So like we're gonna work through this and continue to look at it. It won't just be a one look and then take it up next year. So we'll gladly partner on it. So thank you for your time.
Great.
Do we have a couple options for what we would move into next?
We absolutely have options. So one thing that I was hoping we could maybe cover, and so was going to see if maybe y'all wanted to take a quick break, because we need to cover property taxes, and so it's going to take it's going to take some time, and you might grab some coffee and clear your heads a little bit so we can crunch some numbers together. Otherwise, if you would prefer, we could always do a couple of other department budgets. It's up to you.
Tell us what all do you have up for today that you'd be hopeful we get through?
Here's my very tentative schedule. So I was hoping to cover, executive session, Civic Center, property taxes. I want to talk a little bit about the TMRS COLA information along with property taxes. Then we're wanting to give an update on library. I'm also hoping then environmental health, building safety, city marshal, mayor and council, city manager, city attorney, engagement and innovation. And if we could squeeze municipal court in there somewhere, that'd be fantastic too. All today, if possible. Not sure if that's realistic. Just it depends on how fast or slow we go on some of these items. Where do we think what? I think we could do lunch, depending on how quickly we go through property taxes and COLA. We could possibly even squeeze library in right before lunch and break about that point. I'm being very optimistic, but I think that could be good.
Okay. So then we're shooting after lunch for environmental health, city marshal, building safety, things of that nature. And then what do you have scheduled for tomorrow?
So tomorrow we are looking to maybe start the day with some items. This is being very optimistic. Absolutely. Kind of starting off with drainage, kind of giving some updates on some questions you all had asked from the last round, along with solid waste. So just some information on both of those. Streets, traffic, and then we are scheduled to have the AEDC group come in at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then I know we have I think a hard stop around 2-ish, I think tomorrow. And so I was also hoping to squeeze in airport as well. And then any of these maybe that we can't, we've got every department on standby. So if we're moving faster than what this schedule allows, we will just be bringing departments in to cover, because we still have several others that we need to cover.
If we could, just to make sure we're utilizing everybody's time efficiently. I think mayor's budget, third floor admin budget,
Yeah.
those we could push
Okay, sure.
if we needed to.
Okay.
We can focus on the departments that we're really utilizing out here. So the court as well, I think we could push.
Okay.
I know that one's going to go pretty quick, so I would be great if you want to work that one in with our judge if we needed to. So.
And that one's on our municipal court clerk side. So it's we've already talked with the judge, and this would be Donna Knight. So it's just kind of the administration side. It would
Okay.
go very quickly. And I know she's going to be out teaching some conferences, I think on some future dates we had talked about. So we were hoping maybe we could squeeze her in
So if we
somewhere.
need to try to squeeze that one in, I definitely want to prioritize EDC and Floyd. It looks like Floyd has quite a bit of things in drainage, streets,
Solid waste, traffic.
Well,
We've
and-
even got some more of Floyd's groups if
Right.
we wanted to kind of, we have some information on water and sewer we were wanting to share with you guys, and a few other things. It's a lot, so.
So let's do this if we can. What do you project on property tax? Can you do that in an hour?
Yes, depending on questions, but I want to,
So probably not.
we'll say an hour to an hour and a half.
So, okay, 10:05 right here. Let's take a 10-minute break. Let's come back here at 10:15. Let's hit this thing hard till around 11:45.
Perfect.
We have some box lunches here. Are we trying to feed everyone? Do we know what we have bringing in? Or?
Have a limited number, enough to cover, Stephanie, I'm looking.
We've got about 25. We've got enough to cover council and staff.
Okay, so we would only take around a 15, 20-minute break, and then we're going to try to eat and talk at the same time, keep ourselves moving fast. We're going to push hard till 5 today, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Or as late as you all want to stay.
I think by 4:30 we'll be about there.
Maybe brain dead
So
at that point.
I would like to prioritize all of Floyd's stuff in the morning.
Okay,
Let's get through
absolutely.
his first. If we need to push EDC back to 11 or whatever, that'd be fine, just based on what you need. And then let's hit all of our other departments that we really need to focus on before we kind of hit City Hall.
Okay,
and,
sure.
And then we'll see if we get to it tomorrow. That's great. And if we
Okay.
don't, then we'll come back after that one 2 weeks from now to do the rest of admin.
Okay, and then we do have some grant funds to cover probably in a couple of weeks, and some other items. So.
I like it. Well, 10-minute break. If you guys will be back in here at 10:15, we'll be rolling at that time. In about 1 minute. All right, according to our CST, Central Standard Time, it's 10:15, otherwise known as 10:20. And so we are going to call ourselves back into this meeting and move forward with Miss Laura Storrs on an overview of property tax and then into a TMRS COLA review.
Okay, so at your spots, you should have gotten a few handouts. It's also up on the screen for those in the audience. We're going to start kind of going through just an outline of property taxes and where we're at, and then we're going to toggle back and forth a little bit between the other two handouts that I have for you guys. And if you'll bear with me, I'm emailing them to Stephanie right now so she can put them up when we get to them as well. So Stephanie, you should have a couple emails headed your way, and I'll let you know when to bring those up. So I think we'll just start with the presentation. So appreciate you all being flexible to let us present on property taxes this week rather than 2 weeks ago. These numbers were still kind of in flux up until actually, we got the final numbers in on Monday, and we had to post some information out on the website on Monday as well. I'll go over all of that here in just a second. I do want to put the reminder/disclaimer out that the property tax notice that's in the front of your budget book and that's posted on the city's website is just a very estimated number. It was prior to us having any certified values, any kind of information on what the voter approval tax rate was going to be. And so that was just a guesstimate of what property tax might look like this year. And so I'm going to give you updated information, and it's come in much different than originally anticipated. And I would say it's much more positive than we originally anticipated. So with that, we are going to start talking about, oh, Stephanie, the clicker's not working.
I was getting your stuff loaded.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. All right. So on the handout here, I've got on this presentation, just wanted to go over some Texas property tax basics. So property taxes are an ad valorem tax. So you'll kind of hear those two words interchangeably. It's revenue based on the value of properties. And this value is determined by the Potter-Randall Appraisal District, which is an outside separate third-party agency that acts independently of the city. Now, the city of Amarillo, as you know, spans 2 counties. So PRAD, the Potter-Randall Appraisal District, determines the values in both of the counties, but they do not determine anything related to the tax rate. That is for the governing entities to set. So let's talk for a second about homestead exemptions. I've gotten a lot of questions about this, and I called Prad to make sure I had this 100% straight, and I got a lot of coaching on it. So I've got some really great information to share with you guys, and I did learn a lot this year as well. Because as you know, there was some changes at the state legislature this year that are affecting the homestead exemptions. So currently the homestead exemption in Amarillo, it actually only applies to the school districts. So it does not apply to the city. It's only the school district portion of the bill, and it's currently at $40,000, but it's looking to increase to $100,000. There are some nuances in that, but I'm not going to go into that because it's not related to our portion of the tax bill. But state law did change this year, and my understanding is it will trigger a vote that has to happen, but they anticipate that obviously will go through, and so it will be raised to $100,000. Now, homestead properties fall under the state of Texas's 10% appraised tax value limit. That means that the appraised tax value can only increase by 10% per year. So that does apply to our portion of the bill, okay, and our portion of the appraised values. So if a resident files for a homestead exemption, they get that $40,000 exemption related to the school district piece of their property tax bill. but they also are capped at not being taxed on more than a 10% growth each year on their appraised value, and that's on the entire property tax bill, okay? So that's the piece that relates to us. So on this next slide here, I wanted to talk about some tax breaks that the city of Amarillo offers its residents. So the first one is we have an $8,600 senior and or disability exemption that is available to citizens over the age of 65 years old or those that are presently qualified as disabled. So a citizen can only use one of those. So you don't get two exemptions if you're over 65 and disabled, if that makes sense. You get one or the other on that. So then we also have the over 65 and or disability tax freeze that holds the total tax dollar amount once a citizen turns 65 or has that qualified disability that they file. What that means, if you're a 65-year-old citizen or you have qualified for a disability and you apply for the exemption, your total tax dollar amount will stay the same or potentially decrease depending on what property values are doing and what each of the entities' adopted tax rates are doing. So it kind of sets the maximum dollar amount. But please also know, if a resident has this exemption and they go add on to their house, you know, let's say they add on an addition, put an addition on their house, that sets a new value. So it's a total value assuming no changes to the property, if that makes sense. So a citizen can apply for these at any point during the tax year, and they can do that with PRAD. Now, the timing of it, capping or putting that freeze in, depends on what time of the year they put it in. And PRAD has all the detailed information about that. So just wanted to share that with you all because I know I've had a lot of questions on what the homestead exemption going up to $100,000, what effect it has on us. Well, it really doesn't have an effect on our portion of the property tax bill. It's only on the school district's portion of the property tax bill. But we always do encourage citizens to go file for that homestead exemption. I think it's an important thing. Because it does also cap that 10% growth each year that they're looking at. And that has applied the last couple of years. So in Texas, we have property tax laws that are truth in taxation laws. So basically it's saying that property owners have the right to know about increases related to their appraised values and the estimated taxes that would result from value changes. So this truth in taxation, this is all state law. It requires taxing units to publish special notices, to hold a public hearing before they adopt a tax rate. Also, the taxing units have to publish a no new revenue and a voter approval tax rate before adopting an actual tax rate. We're going to go over all that here in just a second. We actually have crossed that deadline of publishing the voter approval tax rate and the no new revenue tax rate. It's out on our website right now. But we're going to go over all of that here in just a second. We had to do that by August 7th. Also, if a taxing entity adopts a rate that exceeds the voter approval rate, it triggers a mandatory election. So the voter approval tax rate, and we'll go over a little bit more on that here in a second, is the top end. If a taxing unit votes on a tax rate above that, it triggers an automatic election. However, we have constraints on when elections can be called, and that falls right about the middle of August every single year. So a tax rate would have to be adopted before that. So in 2019, there was the Texas Property Tax Reform and Transparency Act, which we refer to as Senate Bill 2. It put a lot of changes on this truth in taxation laws. It went into effect 1/1 of 20. It renamed, we used to refer to things as rollback rates, and those are now referred to as a voter approval tax rate. It allows a growth in a rate of about 3.5% over the previous year for operations, where prior to 1/1/20, we had the ability to increase 8% year over year. So it heavily brought that number back. It also allows for carry forward of any unused increment between what is adopted on an M&O tax rate and the voter approval M&O tax rate. So you have a top end of a voter approval tax rate. If a taxing entity votes on a tax rate below that, that incremental amount could be used in a future year as amounts above and beyond the 3.5%. So it does, as mentioned, require a mandatory election if an adopted rate exceeds the voter approval rate. However, it does not affect the levy of property taxes for debt service. So any outstanding debt, and we talked about that a few weeks ago, any of the outstanding debt, the majority of those that are being paid with property taxes are related to the voter approval bonds back in 2016. So it was Proposition 1 for streets and Proposition 2 for public safety. There was, I think there's about 5 outstanding debt issuances related to those projects. The tax rate can fluctuate up and down based on the annual debt service requirements related to any outstanding debt, if that makes sense. Questions on any of this? You guys stop me if you have a question. Stop me if I'm putting you to sleep as well.
One question.
Yes, please.
Obviously, this doesn't affect us, but do you know, do people have to reapply for the homestead exemption, or is it automatic?
So my understanding is once you've applied, it stays.
So it'll automatically go up to 100 without doing
You know,
anything?
I don't know what the logistics are going to look like on that. As I mentioned, I think they're still trying to work through what the logistics are going to look like as well. I would assume it would stay automatically, but
The intent is for it to be automatic, but we haven't seen how it's going to work.
exactly.
And that's, is that January 1? Or
I think they're going to have to vote on
Okay,
it
got
in
it.
November,
Yep.
but they anticipate it'll,
got it.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, so a couple other considerations that came out of Senate Bill 2. So one thing it did is it prohibits the adoption of a budget or taking any other action that will have the effect of decreasing the total compensation to which a first responder was entitled to in the preceding fiscal year. Okay? Also, it makes numerous calendar changes to our property tax appraisal, collection, and rate setting process in order to have property tax ratification elections on the November uniform election date. So historically, what we did before Senate Bill 2 is we were doing our summer budget reviews, and we would go through budget approval processes and tax rate adoption processes in September. If there's ever a chance that a governing body is going to adopt a rate higher than the voter approval rate, we have to back all that up by about a month to a month and a half, because the last day to call an election for November is, I think this year it's August 21st, I believe. And so it just backs up the process quite a bit. So we certainly want to be flexible based on where councils are wanting to go each year. So let's talk about the basic elements of a property tax rate. There's 2 pieces. The first piece is the operations and maintenance rate. That pays for your ongoing general fund operations. So remember, we've talked about general fund has all of your public safety in it. It has your streets in it, traffic, libraries, parks and rec, administration, all of those things live inside your general fund operations. One portion of the property tax rate goes to pay for those ongoing operations. Then the other piece, as I just mentioned, is the interest and sinking, and that goes to the payments on the debt for general government improvements. And as mentioned, that's mainly paying for Prop 1 and Prop 2 bonds. We also have some debt outstanding for the Thompson Pool Park that we constructed. We have an old issuance out there that was done for some COs issued, I think it was in 2007, to do a various number of projects. So there's a few debt issuances that this side of the tax rate pays for each year. So you add those 2 things together, and that equals the total city portion of the property tax rate. So now let's talk for a second about the no new revenue rate. So this is a new term that was created through Senate Bill 2. And you'll see there, and I apologize for those in the audience, I know the text is a little bit small and hard to read. So it's a tax rate that would produce the same amount of taxes if applied to the same properties taxed in both years. So it doesn't consider any of the new properties coming on, but it says what tax rate would it take to produce the same revenue in the new year as it did in the prior year. So on that, our no new revenue rate, it's a calculation, and it's all dictated by state law how we calculate it. So our no new tax rate for this upcoming year is 37.598 cents. So it's on the second bullet there on this slide. You'll see that to collect the exact same amount of revenue this upcoming year as the prior year, not considering any of the new properties, that tax rate, that no new revenue tax rate is 37.598 cents, or that is about 2.269 cents below the voter approval tax rate of 39.867 cents. Sorry, and it goes out a lot of decimals because the decimals do make sense, and legally we go out 5 decimal points on these tax rates. So you'll see that there's about a 2.2 cent swing between the no new revenue rate, which is kind of the low end of the tax rate to produce essentially what you got this past year, versus the top end of the tax rate that you all can look at. So really, you normally are living somewhere in between those two rates without going to an election. Okay, so real quick on the next page, this is heavily going into play right now. Actually, it's on the right-hand side of this page. As your appraised values are going up, it creates a seesaw effect, right? So as your appraised values go up, you need less of a tax rate to produce the same revenue on the same properties. So anytime you're seeing growth in appraised values, your no new revenue rate is going to be going down. Okay, does that make sense? And if we happen to see a time where appraised values were going down, you would need a higher tax rate to produce the same revenue. So it's that seesaw effect. So I liked this graph. It kind of helps show the correlation between those two things. So we just talked a little bit about the voter approval tax rate. So what that is, again, it provides a taxing unit with about the same amount of tax it spent the previous year for day-to-day operations, plus an extra 3.5% increase. So again, while the operations and maintenance, remember there's the two pieces of the tax rate, while the operation and maintenance piece calculations capped at the 3.5% plus any unused increment from the past 3 years, the debt service piece can fluctuate up and down as needed for outstanding debt service payments. Once again, if council were to approve a rate above this voter approval tax rate, it automatically has to go to an election in the upcoming November election. So as mentioned a minute ago, for this upcoming year, the voter approval tax rate is 39.867 cents per $100 valuation. So I'm going to pause y'all there for just a second. Stephanie, can I get you to toggle to the tax rate calculation worksheet on the screen? It's the TNT one, I think is how it's listed maybe. And then if you all want to pull out this lovely page here, I promise you I'm not going to go line for line. I just wanted to show you all this Form 50-856. This is posted and updated each year by the State Comptroller's Office. This follows state law. This was created through Senate Bill 2. And as I just kind of went over a very brief, other one, Stephanie, sorry. Perfect. Oh, I sent you the wrong one. Nope, I'm sorry. Hang on just a second. Give me just a second, you guys. I sent you the wrong one, Stephanie. Okay, no problem.
I love the 9-page worksheet.
Yes.
Taxation law.
One of the reasons we're going over all this stuff is you're going to be seeing a lot of this stuff in the newspapers and all that stuff. We wanted to make sure you'd seen it before, you were expecting it, and you knew how to answer questions from the citizens who are going to see it and say, hey, what are y'all doing?
Yeah. Great point, Jared. Okay, so while I'm sending Stephanie the correct one, I apologize. I don't know how much value it's going to be to anyone out in the audience because it is certainly a very small print once we get it up there, but we'll still put it up there for your reference. So on this page, this is how we calculate the no new revenue rate and the voter approval tax rate each year. So as the slide I went over, this very short summarized slide says you basically get 3.5% more for operations each year. It takes a 10-page spreadsheet in order to calculate that number. So it's not as simple as just taking revenue and increasing it by 3.5%. There's a lot of other factors that go into play on it. There's things related to those that are up for, that are going through either like lawsuits right now, they're up for review, annexation or de-annexation. Luckily, we don't have any de-annexation of properties. Those are coming through as well. Changes in TIF values, which is your tax increment financing areas. All of that. Oh, and then also we have sales tax relief in our property tax rate. So that factors in as well. So it's a 10-page calculation to get to two numbers, which is the no new revenue rate, which is essentially your bottom number, and the voter approval tax rate, which is your top number. And so I wanted you all just to have a copy of this. This will be posted out on our website, and actually, Matt, I'll get you to put it at the back of our budget book as well. And so a citizen can look through it if they want. So it is certainly not simple math, but this is something that all the information is provided by the Potter-Randall Appraisal District. And we put it into this spreadsheet along with Randall County, who is our official tax assessor collector. And Randall County is actually the one that has to sign off on these calculations. Now, we spend a lot of time going back and forth to make sure we're on the same page, that our numbers are matching up, but this is the final certified one, okay? So and if you want to really, if you're really bored one day and you want to sit down and go through the whole thing, I would love to do that at some point, but it is a complicated calculation. All right, so Stephanie, can you go ahead and switch back? I can tell Dawn is anxious to sit down and talk about it at some point. Perfect. We'll go back to the presentation now. Okay, so the next slide here is, again, just a reminder, based on truth and taxation laws, there's some things that have to occur. If a taxing entity adopts a rate that exceeds the no new revenue tax rate, but it's below the voter approval rate. So if it's somewhere in between those two numbers, you don't have to have an election or anything, but you've got to do these other things. One thing, you must provide notice to property owners and hold one public hearing. And I handed you guys a calendar. I don't know if y'all still have these, but we had handed out a calendar. It was a 2-page like this. That's to meet this state law. Okay, we have to have public hearings. We have to post notice in the newspaper, on the website, and state law tells us how far in advance we have to do all of that. So I'm going to go over those notices with you here in just a second. So we have to provide notices to property owners, hold one public hearing. We also must provide notice. The notice must specify the proposed tax rate, the no new revenue tax rate, the voter approval tax rate, the date and time of the public hearing, and the taxes imposed on an average resident's homestead. Council may adopt the tax rate at the public hearing. So you can do all that in one council meeting if you would like. If council does not, then the council has to announce the date and time of the vote on the tax rate. That's state law. Now, our charter adds another fun nuance to that. Our charter requires 2 readings of all ordinances. Your budget and your property tax rate are approved annually through an ordinance. So you have to have 2 readings of both of those. So the way we have it scheduled on this calendar here, we are planning to do on September 12th, we're planning to do the first reading of the ordinance for the budget and the property tax rate and conduct a public hearing on the budget. You have to have one public hearing on the budget and one public hearing on the tax rate. So on September 12th, it's a Tuesday, we are planning to do the first reading on both and conduct a public hearing on the budget. Then go a week later on September 19th, we're planning to hold a public hearing on the proposed tax rate and do the second and final readings on the property tax rate and on the budget. So we have to do those pretty tightly between, I think we can't do more than 10 days, those 2 readings 10 days apart. And so we're proposing them to be on a Tuesday and then on a following Tuesday. So that's kind of how we are planned right now. So the other next thing that we are looking to have, the very first thing passed today that we're looking for council to do is this coming Tuesday, which is August 15th. We will have you guys vote on a proposed tax rate. But all that proposed tax rate is the top end. It's a not to exceed. So our recommendation would be to use the voter approval tax rate if this council's not planning to go to an election. And I think we discussed that at the prior budget session, that not looking to do that this year. So what we would recommend, and we'll go over it on Tuesday next week as an agenda item, we'll do a presentation on it. And we'll talk about these dates again so all the public can certainly hear it. But what we would encourage you all to do is to look at adopting or proposing a rate of that 39.867. That was the voter approval tax rate. Let me go back right here. So on this slide, it's got that voter approval tax rate. Because that's legally, if you don't call an election, that's legally the top end anyway. So it would make sense, to get now. Before you adopt the final rate on September 19th, you can adopt any rate below that or up to that. Does that make sense? All right. So, let me go back first. Let me talk for just a second now about some of the notices that you're going to see. If you'll pull out this other packet, there's some dates on the front. Stephanie, the other one I sent you, that's the Word document. Okay. Do what? Yeah, she had it earlier. So there are several notices that we are legally required to post according to state law. So the first page here is kind of my cheat sheet of what we've got to do. So we legally had to file a budget on July 19th, 2023, and we have to post Texas Local Government Code Section 102.005 notice on the front of the budget book. So that's the first page in your budget book. Stephanie, if you'll flip to the next page for me. That's this notice right here. Now, this notice looks different than the one that's in your book because I updated all of these notices using the voter approval tax rate because I just wanted y'all to see essentially the high end of what this could look like. So if we make any changes, what's in the budget, built into the budget right now is a property tax rate of 38.6 cents, I believe. Now, the budgeted numbers for that are already differing from what I put in the budget because we have certified values now, and they came in higher than what we anticipated. So what I've put here as examples in these notices for you all is just the voter approval tax rate. So I was either it was the no new revenue rate or the voter approval tax rate. So I chose just the high end just for y'all to look at as we kind of walk through these examples. And again, these are just draft. So nope, Stephanie, will you stay back where you were? Thank you. All right, so this first notice, it goes, thank you, it goes in the front of the budget book, and if we change the tax rate, or once council decides on what tax rate this will be, this notice will change slightly, and we will swap it out in the proposed budget. So what this shows is that your voter approval tax rate would raise just around $5 million more in property taxes than the prior year, which is about 8.06%. And of that, 1.4 is coming from new properties that are coming on the tax roll. So that new property is continuing to grow each year, so it's certainly bringing in more revenue than we've seen previously. So this is the first notice. Now, one thing that you're going to see, because this number is going to be different than a number I show you here in a second. The way this number is calculated, it doesn't go from estimated budgeted property tax to estimated budgeted property tax. It goes to now, we've pretty much collected all of our property taxes for this year's budget. So we have a new revised number, and we know pretty much what that number is going to come in to be. It's that number versus next year's number is the number we put in this notice here, okay? All right, so if you'll go to the next page, Stephanie. This next one, this was due to be posted by August 7th out on the city's website. So this is out right now on the City of Amarillo website. It's this notice right here. It says notice about 2023 tax rates. It is posted under the public notices section on the city's website. And what this does is it outlines what the current calculated no new revenue tax rate is for next year and what the voter approval tax rate is calculated for next year. These amounts were certified by the Randall County Tax Assessor Collector. So these are final numbers. So that, as I mentioned, the no new revenue tax rate is that 37.598 cents, and the voter approval tax rate is 39.8 0.67 cents. Then as you come down the page in the middle there, you talk about unencumbered fund balances. So essentially what this is anytime we collect more property taxes than what we had anticipated through the budget process, if it's collected to pay for debt service, we don't get to use it on anything but debt service. Okay, so we roll it forward to the next year. What you can see here is we had extremely strong property tax collections in the current year. So we're able to capture about 1.1 million of property tax collections from this year to apply towards next year's debt service. So that means that's less that we have to actually tax on our citizens this next year, okay? If you come down the page, right here are your current outstanding debt service payments that we are making next fiscal year that property taxes will be covering. So you've got several issuances there. As I mentioned, most of those are related to Prop 1 and Prop 2 from the voter approval, the 2016 voter approval bonds. So you can see right here we show the principal amounts and the interest amounts on each of those debt issuances and then the total payments. So as you come down to the bottom of this first page, you'll see that we are looking to pay $12,862,000 in debt service payments next year from property tax collections. So if you turn that over to the back, and Stephanie, if you'll go to the next page for me, then we back out that 1.1 million that we had in extra collections from this year. And so what we'll actually tax our citizens on for debt service payments will come in at $11.7 million. So that's the total debt levy that we're adopting. That number is a set number, okay? This was certified by Randall County and me as well as the designee from the city of Amarillo, and this is posted out on our city website. Are there questions about this? Okay, great. Go to the next one. This next notice here, this notice of public hearing on tax increase, this is going to be published in the newspaper. I am looking around tax rate. Hang on just a second. This is the tax. This will be around the end of August. This is going to be posted in the newspaper and on the city's website. So what I did, and again, this is just a draft, and so I just plugged in and I said a tax rate of 39.867 because that's the highest y'all can go up to anyways. Just for instance, that if you all decide to propose that one, this is what the notice would look like. So that top line there is whatever you all decide the proposed tax rate's going to be. Now it has to be below, it has to be at or below that 39.867 cents. Okay. So the next line is just that no new revenue tax rate we've already gone over. And then the bottom line here is the voter approval tax rate. So then what it does is it starts going through information about what is pertinent to citizens. It talks about kind of what the no new revenue tax rate is, what the voter approval tax rate is, and then it says, and this is if you all decide to propose a rate higher than the no new revenue rate, it means that you are technically increasing property taxes for the 2023 year. So you have to hold a public hearing. There in the middle is where the information about when the public hearing would be. So again, right now we're looking at September 19th at 3 p.m. here in council chambers. And then it goes on to say that it's not greater than the voter approval tax rate, and so you're not required to hold an election. Then down below it shows a citizen how to calculate their property taxes. And then what we do down below is as you all start voting on the property tax rate, we have to list out who voted for and against or was absent from the vote or present and not voting. So you'll start seeing your names on these notices as well. Okay, then the back side of that page is the rest of this notice, all right? So the rest of this notice starts to do a comparison from the current year, the 2022 tax rate, versus the proposed 2023 tax rate. And again, I just put the voter approval tax rate in here for example purposes. So for instance, the current year tax rate is at 40.628 cents. And again, that voter approval tax rate is at 39.876 cents. That is a decrease of 0.761 pennies per $100, or a 1.87% decrease. All right, so then the next line down is your average homestead taxable value. That comes from the appraisal district. They have an average homestead taxable value for Potter and one for Randall. So we average those together to come up with these numbers. So this past year, that average homestead taxable value was $188,105, and it has grown to $199,740,000. And I will tell you that Randall County's average homestead taxable value is higher than Potter County's, and you all probably could have guessed that, but this is an average between the two. So that average homestead taxable value increased $11,635, or 6.19%. Okay, and again, that's all based on what PRAD has done. Okay, you all don't have any influence on that number. Okay, so then the next line down is then the tax on your average homestead. So that is applying that first that first row to the second row. Okay, so the rate times the average taxable amounts. So the tax on an average homestead in 2022 would have been $764.23. Please keep in mind, this is only the city's portion of the property tax bill. Okay, in the current year, the tax on an average homestead was would be set in this scenario $796.30. That's an increase annually of $32.07, or 4.2%. Okay, so then that last line just talks about the total levy on all properties. All right, so the total levy on all properties in 2022 was $63,510,850. Using the voter approval tax rate, again, as our example here, the levy would be $67,034,600. That's an increase of just over $3.5 million, or 5.5%, 5.55%. Okay? All of this, once you guys kind of give us direction on what you're wanting to do on that property tax rate, that will change these numbers based on how you all decide to proceed forward. This gets posted in the newspaper and on the city's website. Okay, yes, question?
I do have something on, how we post on the newspaper and the website. Yes. I mean, can we go beyond that as far as
yes.
Because I know, like myself and a lot of people I know, they may not necessarily read the newspaper anymore or can't get access to it online because they have to have an account. But, I mean, if we could do something different with getting out on social media, making it well known.
Sure. Yes, we could absolutely do that if council would like. This is the minimum requirement. So we could absolutely do in the newspaper and the city website. So we absolutely, Rich, you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll have Jordan get with you, and we can do that through our engagement office and make sure that we're hitting all channels.
Okay, so we can certainly look at doing that on social media as well, or any other sources to get information out. Questions on this?
So, if we were talking in theory here, so at this rate, our tax rate will be going down because we're capped on that. But that's pretty much on the backs of the increased valuation of the homes.
Yes.
So, if there was not that much of an increase on the valuation, does that allow for a higher tax rate?
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, those two kind of offset each other. Yep. Great question. Yes.
To clarify a few things, so I think I want to come back to the impact on SB2 maybe here at the end of the question so that we don't get off track. But
sure.
August 15th, is that required by law? You've got that on next Tuesday's agenda? Is that that wouldn't be August 15th. So you have...
Yes, it is August 15th.
Is it August 15th? It
yes.
is August 15th. So why have that on?
So you have to propose a top end before you can start voting on the first and second reading on the ordinances. You have to do the top end first. So there's really 3 votes that have to occur related to the property tax rate.
I'm scaling that back because there's actually 4, but the third and fourth are done at the same meeting. So you have to do a top end. Then you come in and you actually vote on the ordinance of whatever the number is you want. And then you can even change it between first and second reading on the ordinances if you would like. The reason we did August 15th is because we had originally backed everything up to allow time in case council wanted to call an election. That's where we rearranged the whole month of August. August 15th is the last scheduled meeting we have in August. It's actually the last scheduled meeting we have until September 12th. And so without calling a special meeting, we were trying to align it with just the regular council meeting. So you have to start doing first reading on the 12th and second reading by the 19th. I mean, you could push those back. It just gets, if anything goes wrong, you have to have it done before September 30th. So go ahead. Yes.
So not a legal requirement to hit next
No.
Tuesday.
No.
Does council have any objection to putting that number up there next Tuesday without us fully going through the budget and being able to propose different ideas?
And as a reminder, that is the top end number, and
Right.
we would recommend voter approval tax rate because that would legally be the top end anyways.
So, but
Feedback.
approving it does not obligate us. It
No.
just gives us permission.
To not, to go up to as high of that number. You cannot adopt a rate above whatever number you approve on Tuesday. Yeah, it's a not to exceed.
Legally,
rate.
we're held to that anyway because we're going to be past our voter approval
That's
time.
correct. That's correct.
So it's more of a formality, but I was
It
just
is.
curious
Yeah.
if we had any issues on it. Are we good with putting it on there? Okay.
Are we with that? Excellent. Okay. Wait, you will be seeing that on Tuesday, then we'll start going through some of this.
Okay.
Tuesdays will be probably the lightest conversation we have because it's just basically setting the framework of what's to come later on and that you're setting the top end, and this is legally the top end anyways. So
Correct, yeah. Could come down, but that would be the maximum.
that would be the maximum.
Okay, if we can communicate that well to our
Sure.
public.
Absolutely.
And then I want you to clarify, the no new revenue prevents us from holding the tax at a set rate without a future increase potential grab of 3.5%. How many years does that continue, or is it unlimited?
It's for 3 years. You can go back and capture the increment for 3 years. Now, I've heard that there's some tweaks to it in the most recent state legislative session. From my early indications, I don't know how much it's just kind of impacting the way you calculate it, but it's a 3-year look back period that you could capture that increment.
So give me that in the term of the total percentage, assuming you had a council that said, hey, we were going to hold taxes without capturing that 3.5% for 3 years. So that would be 10.5% over 3 years.
Yes.
Does that equate to 14% for a future council in one tax hike if we don't continue to take them along the way?
It's, I guess, roughly speaking, yes, but it doesn't quite translate to that because your 3.5% is going through a massive calculation, and that number's varying from 1 year to the next. So based on information in here, we saw, just for frame of reference, in this year, we saw about $750,000 to $1 million in growth, capturing the full 3.5% and the new properties. That was from last year into the year we are in now.
Mm-hmm.
Doing the same going from this year into next year, it's closer to about $4.9 million.
Okay.
It swings based on valuations. It swings based on how sales tax is doing. It swings based on how many properties are under review. It swings based on how many are subject to the tax freeze. It swings based on what your tax increment reinvestment zones are doing. But roughly speaking, I think you could say, yeah, it'd be 3.5, 3.5, and 3.5, and then they would get the upcoming 3.5 plus all of those.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that as we look, if we made decisions this year and into next year, and we had different council or different directives, different needs, like you would have a large tax increase hit you in 1 year
Yes.
versus taking it over the,
That is correct, yes. So this, essentially what SB 2 is almost forcing entities to do small incremental tax increases without going to the public. If they want to do anything big, you have to go to the public. But if you save all those up, yes, essentially it could be a big, there would be the option for a big tax increase all in 1 year.
Couple more real quick. The existing debt calculation with that existing like CO and whatever's on there that's rolling off or gets refunded, refinanced, so to speak. Your calculation lowers that number and takes that $1.4 million out?
Yes.
That's required by law.
Yes. So that 1.4 million was collections from this year that we're in right now on the 2022 tax rate. It was extra collections that we brought in on the levy, and so we can't spend it on anything but the outstanding debt. So it's sitting there essentially in reserves, and so we will apply it to next year's payments instead, which lowers the amount we actually have to tax people for next year.
Okay, so just clarifying the way in which you have a tax rate that's already existing. So you're already making those payments, and you could borrow against that in future for additional projects. You're saying that calculation limits that because then that nets that amount out to pay down that total debt service.
So council has certain tools available to them if they would like to issue debt at any point in time. And I know we've talked about some of those. If council decides to exercise one of those tools, let's say issue some COs or something, some certificates of obligation, that comes into the next year's calculation as long as it's been approved, then it goes into the next year's calculation and your tax rate adjusts up or down. So if you happen to have extra collections from a prior year, it would first go towards those outstanding issuances that they were collected against, and then the tax rate would fluctuate based on any additional amounts needed for those existing issuances plus the new issuance.
So
Does that make sense? No. Anything you've collected previously has to continue to pay against the debt it was collected against.
Within that tax rate, without that tax rate being changed.
Yes, that is correct.
And I don't know if I'm speaking to your question or not, but the unencumbered funds, that 1.14 million, could not be applied to new debt. Say, for example, we wanted to do a drainage project or something like that.
That's correct.
So that will go to offset our debt levy for the coming year. And then if we wanted to issue debt for one of those future programs, for a future project, the next year's unencumbered funds could be used for that debt, which would then reduce the tax increase that was projected when the debt was authorized by council.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, so that's something to keep a good track of. Let me shift real quick to COLA impact of SB2. So can you go back to let me read it so I get it right. Because if I say this wrong, it's a problem. What I'm looking for, and you can probably help me find it, prohibits the adoption, a budget, or taking any other action that has the effect of decreasing the total compensation to which a first responder was entitled in the preceding fiscal year.
Yes.
So bring COLA into that.
So COLA is, first of all, this state law changed effective 1/1/20. The city previously had a COLA in place that we opted out of beginning in 2011. So that happened prior to this state law changing. We would have to probably get some legal interpretation on that as far as if the COLA option applies to Senate Bill 2's definition of total compensation for first responders.
That would be a good one to understand, because if we are going to look at SB2 and COLA impacting SB2, or that COLA is subject to SB2, now what that means is that it would prevent any future council from adopting anything less than what it would cost to compensate all our first responders plus the COLA portion of that. Or they're going to split that out. COLA is going to be treated separate, And then that would mean that we would be at a general election voting just on COLA again, not on first responders comp.
So, and I think what we'll need to work with our attorneys on is, because the COLA applies to a retiree, and retirees are no longer active first responders. And so if there's any distinction between active and retiree.
You can't stop doing it if you want.
Yeah, I think we would get a lot of benefit out of getting a legal interpretation on that, so that we know with a solid foundation underneath us that moving forward, whatever we're putting back into that budget stays in that budget and isn't up for an election, as it pertains to just, which I'm going to generalize 50%, of our first responders. So our total budget, 50%, could be affected in the general fund. So, okay, if we could get that interpretation, I think that'd be helpful. Those are my questions. I don't know if that brought anything else up that you guys want to jump on.
Brian, do you have everything you need on that?
I do, thank you.
Okay.
I do want to, a couple of things is.
Oh, you got to push your button.
As we're getting this information out, a couple of things, I think going back to I think it's nice to remind people that when they get their tax bill, we're not the biggest part.
We're actually going to cover that in just a second.
That's good. Great. So I think reinforcing that. And then also, we're fortunate that we live in a place where our primary source of revenue is sales tax. And that's actually a good thing. But just in budgeting philosophy, I just want to talk through, let's say, for example, man, we're going on sales tax. It's on fire. It's paying for what we need. It's giving us all this money. And we say, you know what, we're going to provide property tax relief. We're just going to take no new tax value out of property taxes. And let's say we do that for 3 years, and then at the end of that third year, we've theoretically saved property tax owners all this money because we're getting it from another source, which is great. Or maybe we only take half of that, or we don't take the 3.5% every year. I guess theoretically, as the downside is, if you take that approach where you are trying to minimize property taxes, which I think we are, if you come to a point where other revenue sources are grossly underperforming, your ability to make that up somewhere else, property taxes, because you've not taken that increased value each year that you're allowed without voters, not that we don't want to do it, but the potential downfall of that is that if we do get in a pickle, we have kept our property taxes low, and if we need to make it up, you're just getting that 3.5% off of a lower number that could be problematic. That during the heyday, if you keep property taxes down, which I think we all want to do, but the unintended consequences could be if it comes to a point where, boy, it would have been nice if we had raised those at that point because we would be working with a larger number. In some communities, they've raised their property taxes for quite a few years, particularly when they had the 8%.
Absolutely,
and,
yes.
They can now raise it 3.5% or whatever it is, and they're making a good chunk of money because it's their primary source of income. It's sales tax. But I don't know. It's just kind of my thinking of, we want to keep – are there any unintended consequences that could happen if you just say, wow, we want to keep our property taxes as low as possible?
And I think that's a very good point, and I'm going to venture out and share some – challenging news that Andrew shared with us just a second ago. So we just received our sales tax numbers for August, and we're down 22.53% year over year. So I think that plays directly into the conversation that you're talking about, that property taxes is the largest revenue source that the city has more control over, we will say. What?
Rich, if you give the microphone to Andrew. Andrew needs to give some context on the sales tax reduction. We didn't have all of a sudden a dramatic reduction in sales.
So each month there's usually an audit collections line on our report that we're either to the good 50 to 100,000 or to the negative 50 to 100,000. Just fluctuates as comptroller does audits. We had a negative audit collection of 1.9 million. So
that's probably a big chunk.
That's
of
a
the
big
decrease.
change. Sometimes those go years back, and the comptroller, maybe the business wasn't operating here, and we were getting credit for it. So in a few weeks, we'll get our confidential data and be able to dig into what exactly caused that. But just what we received today is just that number.
Yeah.
That's for what period?
For August, so 2 months back. So that would be June sales.
Okay.
And I think the point I was just adding in there is we really don't have any direct influence over that number. So, yeah, there can be an audit adjustment that comes in, and there you go, $2 million.
What's the percentage difference in sales, not collections, for that month?
Okay, so total period collections were 7.5 million compared to August 2022 was 9.8 million. So sales did come down, but we just had a large audit on top of that.
So roughly 20%. Okay. Yeah. So not just a collection issue, a decrease in sales tax revenues is what you're expecting on that.
Yep. And we'll be able to dig into all that, see what industries fluctuations we have based on the data. It takes 2 to 3 weeks before we get that data to really run those numbers.
Okay.
So, sorry to dampen the mood in here, but just wanted y'all to be aware, because that's the reality of what we live with sales tax being our number one revenue source. And so I think to Councilmember Simpson's point is property taxes are really the mechanism that you all have the most control over. So you can make strategic decisions, whether that looks like small incremental increases or saving up for a large increase at a future point in time. The downside could be, you set a property tax rate once a year and you're set with that number for a full budget cycle, and so none of us have a perfect crystal ball on where we're headed, but when we are so dependent on sales tax, we just have to be cognizant of the fluctuations that we do see at times from a sales tax point. Sorry, Jared. Okay, other questions? We still have a lot more to cover in property taxes, but okay, so on your, I do think Councilmember Simpson brought up a really good point that we're going to go over here in just a second, but let's finish going through these public notices. Stephanie, if you'll go to the next page. We have a notice of a public hearing on the 2023-2024 budget. This will be posted around August 22nd, so it's pretty quick. This one's coming up pretty quick. And what it is it tells the public that we're going to hold a public hearing related to the budget, and that is scheduled for September 12th at 3 p.m. here in City Hall Council Chambers. And it talks about how the budget will raise more property taxes than the prior year's budget. And again, this was just with the voter approval tax rate built in of just over $5 million, or the 8.06%. And of that amount, 1.4 comes from tax revenue from new property. So if council decides to propose a rate lower than that, those numbers will change. Those numbers would go down. This is the high end, so it would go down from here. And then that just allows citizens to know that y'all are going to be talking about this, and you want citizens to come and weigh in and tell you what they think about the budget. So that will be posted in the newspaper and on the city's website, and we can also push that out through social media and other avenues. Questions on that one? Okay, turn to the next one. This one is notice of tax rate increase. This is a fun one to explain. This gets posted after you actually adopt your budget and your tax rate. This will only show up on the city's website, and so we're anticipating this will get posted around on September 19th once you take your final action. So again, this is just an example if you were to approve the voter approval tax rate. So what this says is the city of Amarillo adopted a tax rate that will raise more taxes for maintenance and operations than last year's tax rate. The tax rate will effectively be raised by 6.03%. Okay, where did we get the 6.03? That is the difference between the no new revenue rate and whatever tax rate y'all are looking to, or you adopt. Right now, I've got your voter approval tax rate in. So there's 6% between those two numbers, okay, on the maintenance and operations piece of it. Remember, there's two pieces of that rate. So if you just look at the no new revenue rate and the total tax rate, it's going to be different. You got to look at the breakdown of the pieces. And it will raise taxes for maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately $0. So that makes sense, right? So we have a current year tax rate of 40 point, I can't remember off the top of my head, I'm sorry, 40 cents and some change. And the highest you can go with the voter approval tax rate is 39 and some change. So the M&O piece of that rate actually is going down, but the appraised values have gone up. So you're going to get more revenue with a lower tax rate. What this notice requires is us to compare a $100,000 home to a $100,000 home. Well, a $100,000 home on a 40-cent tax rate to a $100,000 home on a 39-cent tax rate is actually a decrease. So it's a $0 increase on a $100,000 home, okay? And Brian and I had to look this one up because this occurred last year, and I had it in here. I worded it as a decrease originally in my first version of this notice, and he said, no, the state law requires you to talk only about the increase. You can't change their wording. You have to use their wording. So it's a $0 increase. It's actually a decrease, but you have to show it as a $0 increase.
Hey, Laura, do you
Yes.
know offhand what percentage did the value of property go up in Potter and Randall that we're basing that off of?
So it was roughly, let me pull that up real quick. I think it was roughly just under 11% in total, and that's residential and commercial.
Okay. Okay. Thank
Roughly,
you.
yes.
This required form does not allow us to include, it gives you a value for the home that doesn't change from year to year. So what we're not seeing is appreciation. This form doesn't allow it. So we have to do, a lot of the forms we use that are required, and I'm not criticizing the state, they just put every city into that same formula box, so everyone's going to be using the same forms, and it makes it look a little confusing, a lot.
So I was going to say, because it's going to be different than what you're seeing on another one. So what
Yeah,
page are you on?
Just to clarify, so you had a total average increase of 11% on value.
Yes.
But we have an average homestead taxable value increase of 6.19.
Yes.
So can you educate me on what the two differences are and why they calculate that way?
Yes. So the difference is your commercial properties and your properties that do not, your residential properties that do not have a homestead exemption.
So commercial could have gone up 13%,
Absolutely.
residential went up 6%, the average of that's 11% or whatever.
Could be, absolutely. And the other thing to keep in mind on your residential properties that don't have the homestead exemption, so a good example on that might be if someone owns like rental homes, you can't file a homestead exemption on it, and so you don't get the 10% cap year over year either. So those are going to grow at a different rate than your homestead capped residential homes. Okay? These are great questions, you guys, and I want to help y'all understand this, because on the surface, when you read these numbers, you're like, no, this is wrong. This doesn't tie to that, to that, to that. Well, we're talking about different items on almost every single one of these notices, and it is very confusing. So I appreciate all the questions. And as these start posting out, and if you guys get questions from citizens, please call me or email me or refer them to me, and I can walk you all through it as well, or them through it as well. Okay, so clear as mud on this one. All right, so then we'll go over one more notice. Stephanie, if you'll go to the last page there. The last page of your, I'm sorry, I can't see over there. Andrew's going. This is the last notice. This is Texas Local Government Code Section 102.007. This will go in the front of your approved budget book. Okay, so this one posts on the city's website and in the front of the approved budget book right after you take your final vote on September 19th. It once again goes over that same verbiage of it's going to create more revenue than the prior year. The amount's a little over $5 million or whatever y'all approve your rate at. We'll put the number in, and then the percentage increase and how much of that is related to new property. Then we have to say on this notice who voted for the tax rate, against the tax rate, who was absent, or who was there and not voting. And then down below, we do a 2-year comparison of the property tax rate. So there's the current year property tax rate of 40.628 cents versus, and again, in these examples, I use the voter approval tax rate of 39.867 cents. Then you've got your no new revenue rate. You'll notice, look at your no new revenue rate. Last year, it's almost exactly what your voter approval rate is this year. So your no new revenue rate went down a couple of pennies from where it was last year. You have a no new revenue maintenance and operations tax rate. You got your voter approval tax rate. and you've got your debt tax rate. Then you come down the page, and you see the outstanding debt and what we paid each year. Next year, it has your debt, and it shows your principal and your interest payments for next year that's coming out of your tax levy. And then there's that 1.1 million at the bottom there that we back out from what we've already collected. Questions on this one? Okay, now that your heads are hurting, we'll go back to the PowerPoint presentation. So those are all the legal required notices that we have to post related to the property tax and budget.
I've got one question on the last page.
Yeah, please.
So we can make our heads.
Sure.
So last year's voter approval rate was 49 cents?
Yes. And again, we talked a little bit about that a couple weeks ago. The reason for that is council had taken action and approved an ordinance to authorize the issuance of debt related to the Civic Center. And so that was built into the voter approval tax rate, but council chose to go with a much lower tax rate. But it was only on the debt service side, so there's no increment. I followed your train of thought. It would be fantastic if we could capture some of that. Great question. Very good question. Anything else? All right, so if you go back into the presentation, we're going to start on slide 12 and back to Councilmember Simpson's point. As you all are aware, the city of Amarillo is only one of several pieces of a property tax bill. As a reminder, the city of Amarillo, again, splits two counties, so there's Potter and Randall County. There's also 5 different school districts that are inside the city of Amarillo city limits, and there's 2 water districts, and then there's also Amarillo College. So we have a wide range of property tax bills that our citizens receive. I have on the screen 2 examples for you all. These are 2 very common examples, but I can get you the others if you would like. But what we want to just show on this is the current year tax rates for all the taxing entities, plus the city of Amarillo's voter approval tax rate for next year. With that in mind, the first one here on page 12 is Amarillo ISD Randall County tax bill. So with that, you'll see that the city of Amarillo in the bottom right-hand side there is just under 19% of the bill. So I do know a lot of citizens that I talk to think that the entire property tax bill comes to the city of Amarillo. So I think graphics like this are important for relaying the information that we only have the ability to affect about 20% of that tax bill. Okay, the rest of it goes to these other entities. So you can see the school districts right about half of the property tax bill. Amarillo College is just over 10% of the tax bill. The water district is just a tiny less, than 1% of the tax bill. And then the county, in this case, is right about 20% of the tax bill. And again, this is their current 2022 tax rates because we don't know what they've all voted on for next year. Their current 2022 tax rates with the city of Amarillo's voter approval tax rate inlaid for next year. So the next page is the same example, except for it's Amarillo ISD in Potter County. So on this one, we're a little bit less of a percentage at just under 17% of the tax bill. You'll see the counties at about 27% of the tax bill. Water district still less than 1%. Amarillo College is about a little over 9% of the tax bill, and then AISD school district would be about just under 46% of the property tax bill. So questions on this? Yes.
So independent school district is a set amount, correct? That's set by the state.
So my understanding is that the state education Board of Education. Thank you. Yes, I believe they set their rates for them. So they have to go through similar calculations that we do on their property tax rate. But my understanding is I think the state board allocates a rate to them.
Is Amarillo College voted on by the AC Board of Regents every year, just like ours?
Yes.
So that's not a state board that sets that rate. But let's say CISD, AISD, they're not voting on their tax rate. They're voting on their budget, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yes. And they vote on theirs much earlier in the year because they have a different fiscal year. I think it begins either June 1 or July 1. And so they're voting on their budget way ahead of even having the certified values to calculate a property tax rate. So
our voter-approved tax rate,
yes,
that affects all these entities, correct? Or just us?
just us.
Just us.
Just
Okay, because they'll
us,
have
yes.
their own.
They have their own, yes.
Okay. All right.
So the counties are very similar to the city. There's work where they have a voter approval tax rate. They can only go up about 3.5% more from an operations standpoint. The debt side can fluctuate, all right? My understanding is Amarillo College has a little bit different rules than the county and the city does. And then, as mentioned, the school districts have kind of a whole nother set of rules. And then the water districts, I'm not overly sure how those go, but they're set. So what we saw, like this past year, going from 2021 to 2022, almost all the entities went down on their property tax rate. We did too. We went from 44 cents down to 40 cents, okay? And even going with the maximum rate, we're going down next year, okay? I would imagine the county will be under the same, both counties will be under the same constraints as us. I would imagine the school district possibly as well. I don't know about Amarillo College. And again, we won't know this stuff until they go through and adopt all of their rates.
Okay, so, and again, I know we're kind of getting in the weeds a little bit, but would it be fair to expect that AISDs, they will be, even if they take a reduction, we're still going to see that revenue increase if they choose to take like our voter approved rate. We'll
Yes.
see the revenues increase because the taxable value of all of our properties went up so much.
That is correct. They have the similar taxable values that we do. Their boundaries are different. Theirs are going to be absolutely contained. AISD is contained within the city limits, but CISD goes out into the county a little bit too.
So as we discussed the bathrooms and the parks and all those issues, I mean, that's something to look at as well. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And I will say, it's very fascinating to watch these tax bills change over time, but it always stays about the same. I would say the city stays very consistently between about 15 to 18%, 19% on the high end of the total property tax bill. And that's any school district, any county makeup, it's very similar no matter what part of town you live in. It's the other pieces that change a little bit more. But the city ranges right between 15 to, say, 18, 19% of the property tax bill. Okay? Questions on that? Other questions on that? Okay, if not, let's look at a trend here real quick. So we did a 10-year trend of your ad valorem tax rate. So if you go back to 2014, 2015, the city was at a 34.5 tax rate. So you can see how it kind of stayed flat for a few years. Then in 18-19 to the 19-20 year, you start seeing some larger increases. That was as the voter approval bonds from 2016 started being issued. That tax rate started increasing. Stayed fairly flat into the 2020-2021 year, and then it shot up for the 21-22 year. That was with the final debt issuances of those voter approval tax rate bonds coming on in that year. We went up to 44 cents, bless you. Then you can see last year we went from 44 cents down to 40 cents. That was with the implementation of Senate Bill 2 and those constraints that were on. And now you can see, again, this just is a voter approval tax rate. It would be trending down again, even taking the maximum amount. Okay? All right, so the next slide here is just a little more information showing the different components of how it's fluctuated over time. So the green section on this bar is related to the property tax rate that funds the operations of the general fund, okay? The blue section is what's paying for debt. So you can see how it started growing in about 18-19 as some debt issuances came on, and then it grew even more in the 21-22 year and has stayed kind of steady the last few years. Right? And again, this is also with the voter approval tax rate on there. If you'll go to the next slide, it shows the same information but split in percentages. So what you can see is back in the 14-15 year, about 92.5% of our tax rate went to fund general fund operations, and about 7.5% was paying for debt. And then you fast forward that all the way till next year, the voter approval tax rate would be about 19% towards debt and about 81% towards operations. So that's just how it's changed kind of over time. Questions on that?
What's a good, healthy, like best practices, debt to M&O ratio?
So I know Jared, I'm going to let Jared talk to that a little bit because he's seen a lot from some different cities. I want to say a rule of thumb is somewhere around 80-20 or 70-30 is probably still a very healthy one.
Typically, most cities are going to target 25 to 40% debt ratio. So we're very, very have a very low debt burden relative to every other city except for one. So I mean, certainly among our peer comparators, I've seen debt ratios as high as 60%, and I know higher ones exist.
Okay, so good to know.
Okay, if you'll go to the next page. This one here is kind of breaking down the components of the tax rate. And again, this is comparing the voter approval tax rate to the current approved tax rate. So you'll see in that first row there, that's the operating and maintenance portion of the tax rate. So the current approved tax rate for O&M is 33.079 cents. So taking using the voter approval tax rate, the O&M rate would actually decrease to 32.116 cents. But with that, we would be able to achieve about 4.9 million more in property tax revenue. So it's just, and all of that is related to the growth in the appraised value. So even with the rate going down, there would be the ability to capture up to about 4.9 million. Yes, sir.
1.5 of it to new growth, not.
Yes, that is correct.
Value,
that's just new properties coming
so
on.
around
Absolutely.
3.5%.
Yes. Yeah, that is correct.
3.5
million. Yes. And I just want to put a disclaimer in your budget book, in your balanced budget as it is filed right now, we only built $1 million in growth. So what you're looking at, if you want to go up to, I guess what the maximum you could look at is putting another 3.9 million into your budget somehow. Okay, so that's kind of that delta that we might want to keep kind of on the side as a discussion topic. So you could you potentially could have up to an additional 3.9 million to do any kind of changes or enhancements in your budget, service level changes, whatever that may look like. You have the capability of that because what's built in right now is, as is proposed, is just $1 million increase. Yes, sir.
I guess I'm not really tracking down at the bottom where it's talking about the $1 per month decrease, but a $3 per month increase.
Yes, great question. So if you want to turn to the next slide real quick. So on this slide, and this was also on one of those tax notices, this is a great way to see how things have been trending. This is all related to your appraised values. The very top one there is kind of your gross taxable value. We went from $16.6 billion to $18.4 billion. That's a big growth, right? That's where you're seeing about the 11% that we talked about earlier, Mayor. Then we also have a TIF captured value. So that is what's in your tax increment reinvestment zone 1, 2, and now 3. Last year, there was about $163 million in that captured value, and that's growing to $191.4 million. Then you have taxable values on your homesteads with your tax ceilings. Okay, so that's that over 65 or disability exemption. So those values were $2.7 billion last year, and that's growing to about $3.1 billion this year. All right. So then your net taxable value went from about $13.7 billion to $15.1 billion. So again, large growth there. The next one is that taxable value on your new property. Last year you had about 182.2 million of new property. This year you have 354.3 million. So you can see that large growth in those values coming on. And then Councilmember Kraft, to your question, the average residence homestead appraised value last year was $188,000. This year it's $199,000, almost $200,000. So if you flip back to the page before, a tax rate of 40 cents versus a tax rate, I'm just using round numbers, 40 cents this year to 39 cents voter approval tax rate next year. On a $100,000 home, that's going to create a decrease, right? Because the value stayed the same. Rate went from 40 cents down to 39 cents. You do the math, and that translates to a $1 per month decrease. So if somebody didn't have a value change, they would actually see a decrease on their property tax bill, even if this voter approval tax rate was approved on the city's portion of the tax rate bill. But on the average home, an average home went from $188,000 last year to $199,000 this year, even with the tax rate on the city's piece going from 40 cents to 39 cents, there still would be about a $3 per month increase on those average homes because the value went up enough. Does that make sense? And when you're calculating a property tax bill, so let's talk about $100,000. So what you do is you take the value, which is $100,000, times the tax rate. So let's say the voter approval tax rate of 39.876, and then you divide it by $100 because the tax rate is per $100 of valuation, okay? So it's the rate times the value divided by 100, and that's how much the annual amount due would be. And then if you divide it by 12, you can get a monthly amount. Does that help? Mm-hmm. Okay, great. That was a really good question.
Yeah, I was just curious because, you know, like when you think of it, people are like, well, the tax rate's going down, it's going to be cheaper, but in reality.
Yep. Because I would say obviously your average resident is going to see growth. You could have had a commercial property that didn't see any kind of growth. You could actually have seen certain commercial properties go down, possibly. I mean, I don't know. We don't see every single valuation. We just kind of see the total numbers. So back on this slide, on slide 17. So again, looking at that top line on your operation and maintenance one, $1 million is built into your budget. So there's about 3.9 that you all could discuss potentially through your budget process. The next line down is your interest and sinking. So that pays your debt service. So the rate in the current year is 7.549 cents. The rate is actually going to increase next year to 7.751 cents. That is a 2.02 cent increase. That's going to produce about $200,000. It's actually about $155,000, but we'll just say $200,000. The reason for that is we did an additional debt issuance last year. The prior council did. They did some tax notes, and a portion of that, about $4 million of that tax note, is going to fund our new financial software, our ERP system that's being implemented now, and that will be paid out over a 7-year period. And so we are collecting about $200,000 more to cover a portion of that. So with that, then your total tax rate went from 40.628 cents down to 39.867 cents for your voter approval tax rate, which is a 0.761 cent decrease. Okay, and then down there at the bottom again, it's a $1 per month decrease on a $100,000 home if it stayed $100,000 both years, and it's a $3 per month increase on an average home, looking at the comparison of those two rates. Questions on this? All right. Next page was the certified values. We already went through that, so you can go ahead and turn to page 19. And let's talk real quick about the impact of your frozen taxes. So as mentioned at the very start, we have that 65 age and up tax freeze, or anyone that has a qualified disability. So the amount of the levy that is lost related to that is $4.5 million, which translates to just under 3 pennies on your tax rate that is lost related to those frozen taxes. And again, it's just for awareness purposes. The next one here is and it's very small. And the reason we make it so small is because we want to go back to the first year, basically, that this started impacting the tax rate. So you'll see back in 2009-10 was the first year that this was implemented, and it was about $600,000 a year, or half a penny, that it was impacted. And fast forward to the very far right end of this graph, that now is about $4.5 million on the levy, and it's just under 3 cents on your tax rate, right? Okay, so on the next page, this is where we just do a little bit of comparison between us and similar sized cities just for awareness purposes. Please keep in mind, though, this is only looking at the city portion of the tax bill to these other cities, their city portion of the tax bill. It is not taking into account the total tax bill here versus the total tax bill there. This is just city to city rate. So on this page, on slide 21, you'll see Amarillo is right in the middle. And again, we just use the voter approval tax rate of the 39.867 cents. And then to the left are the 8 next smaller cities in population than the city of Amarillo. To the right are the next 8 larger cities in Texas based on population. What you'll see on the bar part of it is their 2022 tax rates, okay? So again, they're under the same constraints as us, so those may potentially come down slightly into the next year. But that's their 2022 tax rate versus the city of Amarillo's voter approval tax rate, so the top end for next year. Then you see this blue line that's kind of squiggling through the chart. That's the population. That's just kind of outlining the population. And you'll see Plano is the largest city over there with just over, probably just under 300,000 in population. So you'll see the city of Amarillo's 39.867 voter approval tax rate is the second lowest out of these. Midland actually has a lower one. They're at 37.948 cents. So then we look at this kind of a couple of ways. Oh, I'm sorry. And then the average, so there's this gray line that kind of runs across horizontally there. The average of these 17 cities, including us, is 58.171 cents. So the next page here just sorts it a little bit differently, where it's in order by tax rate, okay? So you'll see the population line's a little all over the place, but this is just sorting these cities by the lowest tax rate to the highest tax rate. So Midland has the lowest at 37.948 cents. Garland has the highest at 76.96 cents. Again, that average is staying the same, but you can see Amarillo's right there, second to last on the tax rate size. And then this last graph here, all this does is it takes the taxable values of each of these communities, it multiplies it times their tax rate, and then it divides it by their population. Okay, so what that number is trying to depict is the tax revenue that each of these communities gets per capita. Okay, so the tax revenue per capita on these, you will see that Amarillo is the second to the right there. So what that means is we get about with this voter approval tax rate, we would get about $299 per citizen. Okay, where Brownsville would get about $289 per citizen. Then Midland, if you'll remember, Midland had a lower tax rate than us, but they have higher taxable values. So they actually get about $482 per citizen. The average of all these communities is about $523 per citizen. Okay, so it just kind of gives you, we are different than the rest of Texas, and we recognize that, but we also are a similar size to other communities, and so we always want to kind of look at how we fall in here. Our sister city down to the south, Lubbock, is on these graphs as well, and you can see that certainly they have a higher tax rate than us, and they do have higher taxable values than us, so their per capita number is larger than ours at the $444 as well. Questions?
Do you have, so this chart gets to what people say. We have a very low tax rate. Some people think that's a great thing. People think it's a detriment. But I guess my question would be, I think what I would like to see is, let's look at sales tax for these same communities and what it's generating per capita. I think that would probably, yes, we have a low tax rate, but, when we're looking at our revenue sources, I would just be interested in comparing apples to apples just to see where sales tax ranks and this, so you can kind of get a comparison. A property tax rate, whether it's low or high is, somebody's opinion, but we've taken a strategy where we're looking at getting more of our money out of the sales tax. And so, if we're, that's a good thing. I would just be interested in, at some point, being able to kind of look and see maybe how these same communities, the revenue per capita, and where we stand on that.
Sure. Yeah, we can certainly put that information together for you.
I think, Councilman Simpson, if you wanted to get a better comprehension on all of it, it would be helpful to have sales tax along with hot tax, if they all charge it, if they all have it, if they don't. Also, total tax value. So if our total tax bill is $2.50, where do we reside in that same chart on the total? And then community college is a good chunk of what our citizens are paying for here. I'm not sure if every city there to our left and right has that. So there would be a change that we would need to, because we value Amarillo College and we see the benefit for our community in drawing in new industry and having good employees and a labor force. And so maybe we're growing better because of that, and we're not counting the value in our total scenario. So you're just looking at one chart, and there's probably 5 or 6 that you could overlay that would actually give you a better.
How do our revenue sources compare to other cities'
better comprehension?
Because the truth is, with Senate Bill 2, this is probably not going to change from here on out.
That is correct, because
it's
we're
not
all.
like somebody, everybody is now limited, where some of these communities may have been doing just under the rollback for many years. It got them to where they go, but this is, this chart is probably not, unless for some reason you go to the voters on a regular occasion, but just under the normal circumstances, our rating in this probably not going to change a whole lot.
No, and if you go, and I don't want to say for sure, but if you go back to slide 22, but if you look at Garland, so Garland's at almost 77 cents. So almost double where we're at. I would imagine that they did capture more of that 8% in several of those years, but they were growing. And so I think they were trying to add probably infrastructure and address a lot of things. Andrew, I don't know if you want to weigh in on any of it, but.
No, I was going to add on to the sales tax comparison. We'll also give you the breakdown of that 2%, because like Lubbock, for example, the county gets a half cent. So that might be why they have a higher tax rate, because they're not getting as much sales tax collections. So we'll show you that breakdown.
That's a good point too. Yeah. And there's a lot of different ways to look at this, and it gets a little bit challenging because there's other communities that are like us that split over counties, and so there's very different versions of their property tax bill. So what we'll try to do is just capture an example of each one out of the communities and see what we can come up with. So I'll probably brainstorm with Andrew a little bit on how best to do some of that. So yeah, we'll work on getting you guys some more information to do some more comparisons. Do y'all like doing the 8 larger and 8 smaller? It's kind of hard, because if you go much bigger than 8, we start getting in some really big cities, and it's hard. It's just a little bit more challenging to compare ourselves to them. The other tricky thing is a lot of these communities fall in kind of metroplex areas, and sometimes are not even providing the same services that we provide out of our general fund, because they can almost share services and share resources, because they are in smaller spaces, and they have sister cities right there in the areas they can share resources a lot of times, where we are kind of out here on an island, and so we're very self-supporting and independent, similar to Lubbock. Lubbock's the same way. They're kind of on an island as well. So those are all things just to keep in mind as we're comparing ourselves ever to another city in Texas. So questions on that? All right. So, Mayor, I missed our 11:45 by, I think, about 6 or 7 minutes, but
Not bad.
that wraps up property taxes. We probably need to talk about TMRS COLA a little bit more at some point, but we can certainly.
Do we want to break and eat? Do you want to take 5 more minutes and go into COLA at all? Do you want to put COLA back on at a different time?
I think we can actually, I think I could plant some information with you all in a very short amount of time, probably in 5 or 10 minutes, and we could come back and discuss it later, or say, hey, we're going to pause on this, digest some more over the next year, and then come back later. So I could certainly give you some early numbers if you're good with that.
Yes, give us just kind of a high-level summary of what the options are going to be, and then let's break for lunch. And
Okay.
we'll take 15 minutes to just kind of eat a little bit, and then we'll jump right back in. So if the conversation needs to stop and catch back up while we finish lunch, we could do that. Otherwise, we'll move from there to next item.
Okay, that sounds great. All right, so I had TMRS rerun the numbers. So they do, they update their valuations of all of their cities once a year right in the summer. So I've got the updated numbers now. And they changed a little bit from this past year, but not a massive amount, I'll say. So to do the 30% COLA, without the catch-up feature, so utilizing state law change, it would be still around that $3 million mark. So it's about $3.5 million in total for the city. Of that, the general fund's going to have between, I'd say, $2.5 to $3 million, which is, I would imagine, going to be your largest hurdle to overcome is your general fund. Okay. So then to look at a 50% COLA. For the total city to adopt a 50% COLA, it's right around $9 million. Of that, about $7 million is related to the general fund. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong line. Bear with me. I'm sorry. Let me restate that. $6.1 million is needed for the whole city for the 50% COLA, and of that, $4.5 to $5 million is your general fund. I'm sorry. Y'all were like, your number jumped way up. Okay. And I'll go back over these one more time at the end. Then the 70% COLA. That's the COLA we had originally prior to 2011. We need about $8.9 million for the whole city. Okay. Of that, general funds piece is right at around $7 million. So it hasn't moved much from what we talked about before. So it's essentially 30% for general funds, $3 million, $5 million for 50%, $7 million for 70%.
So if I can, take that 30, 50, what was the last one, 70?
70, yes.
Take that and apply that to a percentage on this particular tax year's budget. Mm-hmm. And tell me what the 3.5% would cover and how much over that we would be.
Yes.
And let's just have a brief understanding of what we're saying in the way of, does SB 2 apply to this? And if so, then are we calling an election from here on every year to vote on our tax rate? And then if we put ourselves in the COLA, is this election being called on existing services and reductions?
Okay. So we'll have to get, again, a legal opinion on, for sure, the effects of SB 2. So we'll come back to you guys for sure on that. On this page here in your property tax presentation, as I mentioned, year-over-year growth in operating and maintenance area is $4.9 million. So that's what we're capturing with that 3.5% growth this year. So of that, again, we've already got $1 million built into your budget as is. So let's just say $3.9 million right now. $3.9 million would cover the 30% COLA now. It would be a little shy of the 50% COLA and very shy of the 70% COLA. So one thing that we could talk about is if this council wanted to achieve this COLA, you absolutely could as is with a 30%, I think, right now. The others would be a stretch, or you couldn't even get there this year without calling an election. An option that this council might want to look at is if you went ahead and captured the full voter approval tax rate, you're going to have an extra $4.9 million. If you build all of that into one-time spending, so let's say you wanted to go do some, I'm just going to pick something, some street projects. Okay, you wanted to go work on some streets. That's one-time spending. And again, I know we talk about one-time spending as kind of a loose term, but let's say we wanted to go work on some street projects and authorize some of that funding to go towards that. Then next year, you already have that built into the tax rate, but you only built it into one-time spending, so you could capture it as ongoing funding to fund a COLA plus whatever your 3.5% is next year. There's a great chance you might even be able to achieve the 70%, but you should be able to, at a minimum, be able to achieve the 50% COLA at that point in time.
Just an opinion, this is a great idea from Laura, and it would give you the ability to do the COLA. You never have to do a voter approval tax rate election because you're never increasing beyond what's allowed in SB2, and it would in perpetuity fund that COLA for our retirees going forward. Something to think about.
Because we've seen such growth in what revenue we can capture this year with the new properties coming on. Now, I'm not guaranteed. I would actually say I don't want you to plan on seeing this much revenue coming in next year through a voter approval tax rate as well. I would love it if that happens. But again, I think, it's probably somewhere between $1 million and the, almost 5 million. You're going to be somewhere in there. It's very hard. As I mentioned, 10-page calculation that goes to that number. It's very hard to predict that number, but you're probably somewhere in between $1 million and 5 million next year in extra ongoing revenue that you're going to get. So you could potentially, if you wanted to wait and see what that number is before you move forward with one option or another, you could hold and knock out some capital projects or whatever that looks like from you wouldn't want to build it into your budget as ongoing expenditures, because then you couldn't touch it next year unless you eliminated those ongoing expenditures. So you could do some one-time projects this year, wait and see how much more the 3.5 is going to produce for you next year, and you potentially could have all three options. And then that number just continues to grow upon itself year over year. You just keep in mind, you always do have growing expenses related to other inflationary items. Your utilities are always growing. Fuel's already growing. But for sure in this budget, we've got some wiggle room of about $4 million that we could do some capital one-time spending and discuss further next year.
Other options you have is the window to be able to enter into or modify your COLA contributions is this budget and the following two budgets. You also have the ability, I believe, with this funding to go to 50% now. Is that correct, Laura? Yeah. It's real close. I think you can go to 50% now. You still have the option in the next two budgets, if 70% of COLA, if 70% of CPI is the increase to retiree income that you want to target, you can increase from the 50 to the 70 in one of those subsequent 2 years. So you could do 50 now and go up to, you legally can increase your contribution, but you can't reduce your contribution per our most recent law.
That's my best understanding, but I would want an attorney.
Yeah, we'll get the legal input, but that's a way to look at it.
Can I jump in real quick? Okay, so I think what we're projecting is a good scenario of taxable values that are either increasing or hold. What I'm curious of for future councils is taxable value decrease, rate increase, so the opposite seesaw effect that you're seeing. We put a 50% COLA in because we have it, and then is that ever up on the SB2 3.5%, or does that 3.5% now only affect your total budget in the way of which, like the ruling that you, at least to the first responder, that ruling, but hopefully to all, COLA beneficiaries, that thing could never be dropped out without a council saying we're going to remove COLA and get out of it, and of which they could never get back in, is what I understand. This is a one-time opportunity.
It is financially prohibitive to ever get back in. We'll say that. Okay. So to your question, so if you at this year, next year, whenever, put the COLA in and you're doing it within your property tax rate, okay? That is the one revenue that you have the most influence on, okay? Senate Bill 2 allows you to grow that 3.5% year over year from a revenue standpoint. So even if values were to drop, you or future councils would have the ability to increase the rate enough to still capture 3.5% growth in revenue year over year. So I think, to your point, if you build in the COLA within your property tax rate, pending any unforeseen large change from TMRS's standpoint, which is one of the reasons we had to drop the COLA back in 2011, they did a full restructure of their plan, and it became cost prohibitive for us to stay in it. Pending them ever doing something like that again, you should be able to continue on your COLA within yours or future council's abilities to affect a property tax rate without going to an election. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
SB2 gives you the ability to do that. SB2 allows you to maintain those types of commitments in an environment of increasing property values and decreasing property values. So SB2 would not restrict the ability of the city to continue in COLA adjustments if we were to establish the contribution now.
Or next year.
Or next year or the following year,
Yeah.
during this window.
Oh, and keep in mind, so this council, as it stands, your term follows this budget and the next budget. But TMRS COLA can be adopted this budget, next budget, or potentially the following budget, just for frame of reference. Okay. But a new council term would start prior to that third budget.
So a couple of things, just to clarify, so everybody knows, especially me, this is cost of living adjustment for all city retirees.
It is a cost of living retirement for all city employees that are in the TMRS retirement, which is all your civilians and all of your police officers.
Okay. And then
everyone but fire.
Okay.
Fire has their own pension plan.
And then second question would be, so when everybody's property values went up a couple years ago, some people may have seen 30% increases, maybe even more, but there was a limit on how much that was taxable,
Yes.
only a maximum of 10% a year.
Yes.
So how much, theoretically, I'm thinking that's probably why we're seeing another increase this year.
It is. It's part of it.
Not because a recent assessment, but it allows us to, the taxable value to increase 10%
Each
every year.
Yep,
And
that's correct.
do we feel like that's going to happen again next year? I mean, is it likely we would be seeing this amount of increase next year? And also, when is that going to start to run down? In other words, when are we going to start to be catching up with that?
And either normalizing or leveling out or
if property values decline. But
Yeah,
I'm just
or
saying
decline,
if
yeah.
they maintain their current values, we've had a couple of years where everybody is paying the maximum amount, or it's increasing the 10%, which is probably helping us get more revenue. But do we think that's going to last for another year or two, or is it hard to tell?
I don't know that I have the answer to that. I could certainly ask our appraisal district if they have any input on that as well. I think the other thing that plays into this is the new properties coming on. We saw a huge increase this year. Last year was a great increase, but we saw another even bigger increase this year. Do we anticipate that the next year? I think building is still strong. I think residential permits are starting to slow down a little bit. I think commercial is still strong at this point, but what that looks like on into the next year, because that's a big piece of it as well. I mean, that was $1.5 million of our increase this year was just from new property alone. And again, I don't know that there's a perfect way to foresee what that is, but I can certainly ask smarter people than me, like economists,
I don't know
what they see coming.
Probably in the end, it doesn't make much difference because either your appraisal goes up or your property tax rate will go
Exactly.
up. We're still
Council
we're
still
capped
have
at
the
that
ability.
3.5%,
You're exactly right
so.
on that. Yeah. So, but it is something to be aware of, because I don't know that we'll continue to see this growth. I don't think there's any way we'll achieve this kind of large growth every single year for the next, say, 10 years. I mean, we might, but I don't know that we will. But councils do, as to your point, have the ability to still continue to capture the same amount of revenue plus 3.5% increase, whether it's through the rate or it's through those appraised values. Any other questions on that or any thoughts on that from council?
Just speaking on the COLA stuff, I mean, that's something I feel is very important for, city employees and retirees, and my question would be is, I think Jared may hit on it. So if we were to opt in, whether it's a 30 or 50%, if that's what we decided to do at all, within these next two budgets, we would have the opportunity, if the funds were there, to increase that up to the CPI or 70%, correct?
I'm going to triple check that. I think that's our understanding of it, but
Yeah, we'll verify for you. My understanding of that rule, of that law, is they wrote it specifically to prevent a city from reducing their contribution, but did not prohibit a city from increasing their contribution. So we will, under this rule, and again, we're going to verify. I'll let Carter and Andrew take the lead on that.
I'll talk to
TMRS. But they just wanted to make sure that opening this door didn't allow a city to reduce their contribution. And Cleat was the one that was driving that bus with the legislature on making sure that they couldn't reduce, but they could increase. So you could jump in at 50 and then go to 70 in next year if you wanted. Leaving it beyond that might leave it beyond y'all's decision if you chose not to run in 2025, but you have some choices.
Good enough.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's pretty productive. 12:10. Let's come back at 12:30. Feel free to eat as we continue. If you don't finish, take a break. 12:30, we'll kick back off here and push all the way till 5. Thank you, guys. behind schedule. We've got everybody back in here. We are waiting for a few other staff members to come back, but in the meantime, Ms. City Secretary had an announcement that we wanted to put out just to our public for some things that weren't posted for tomorrow and that we're currently working on.
Thank you, Mayor. And to clarify, everything is posted for tomorrow. Everybody watching from home and in here, we have some agendas that, while they're posted, are not showing up on that main page of the public portal. That includes the work session agenda for council and the notices of possible quorum for the Parks and Recreation Board, the Amarillo Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors, and the Animal Management and Welfare Board. So this is an issue that we put a ticket in for our software provider.
Oh, restart. We weren't live on TV.
Oh, were we not? Okay, let me restart real quick.
I think we were. There's like a 30-second delay, but either way, whatever you'd like.
So again, those 4 agendas you will not see on the main board portal, but if you go up to the top right on the board portal and you type them in, their names, and you search, those agendas are posted and out there. And so we are okay as far as Texas Open Meetings Act goes. That's a technical glitch, and our software provider is aware and is working on it, and so they're going to update us as soon as that is fixed. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. City Secretary, for the clarification. Everything is posted. It's just not coming up on our website, but we're working on that. It'll be there. And then we're just trying to make sure our community knows what we're doing tomorrow in advance in case you want to attend and participate. So, Ms. Storrs, am I good to move forward with Rich on
Yes.
libraries? Do you have anything that you need to cover before we jump into that one?
No, I don't think so. I think there's a handout, and let me find the page in your books just in case you want to reference it, and then we'll go from there.
370 something?
373.
373.
Yeah.
Rich,
Start
take us through it, bud.
You got it. The first 2 pages are actually just due diligence. That's what what a larger cut would impact. That's service hours impacted programs. But we got to look at that, and with clear direction on what council's trying to accomplish, we actually took a step back. I put on my GameStop hat. We've tried to look at the operation as a retail operation and looked at where are there efficiencies we can get without impacting programs. Started calling through all of the data. The first thing that I had the IT team do is actually get into the people counter. If you remember, we had like 512,000 visitors last year. But what I wanted to see is where are they and the times. We had to get into the back end of the system, but we were able to get a breakdown of the times. And I don't know, we may want to put the proposed up so you can kind of see. And what we found was a very clear trend. Of those 512,000 visitors, we get almost none of them after 7:30. I broke down that data, and then just to be sure that our data was clean, I actually put that data in front of several librarians, to make sure, okay, this is what we're seeing from the data perspective. Is this true? And they confirmed we have almost no traffic after 7:30. So we're looking at making some schedule changes, and I'm going to have Amanda go through this, but I want council to understand this isn't written in stone. There's flexibility here. So as we look to implement some of these things, if we find out, okay, we got it wrong at this branch and we have a lot of traffic there, we can do some moving around. But just by being more efficient with the way we staff, we found some other small gains in the way we're accounting. And then the library is starting to apply more of a flex schedule. And what I mean by that is, think about a GameStop. An employee may have a home store, but if you need coverage at another store, you flex employees around. So doing those 3 things immediately shows us a savings of about $201,000 on our budget next year. That's less than we asked for last year, so we're actually showing a budget decrease. Now, before I hand it to Amanda, there's a couple of other areas I want to dig into. I don't have data on that today, but I think there's more value to be had. We talked about libraries moving about 1.749 million materials in circulation. But if you simplify that, what that really is inventory. So every year we're pushing out let's say 1.75 pieces of inventory. But we're also getting those back. cleaning them, processing them, putting them back on the shelf. So in reality, we're moving 3.5 million pieces of inventory. I think there's efficiencies to be gained there. Even if they're modest, if you take a modest efficiency and multiply that times 3.5 million, I think there's great gains that we can make by looking at our processes for driving inventory. I'm missing some data there, so I really want to take the next few months and walk through, okay, not only how do we process inventory in and out, but how do we move it between branches? In an HLC, how are we moving materials really across our region when we're sharing, and see if we can get more gains there. And then the second thing I really want to take a look at is our grants. We now have a grant writer. There's an opportunity there to actually move some of these programs and even staffing over to grant funding and off a general fund. So in the long run, we could actually increase our programming while driving down our cost on the taxpayer. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to you, Amanda, to talk through kind of our first stab at scheduling. And as I said, as you're listening to this, bear in mind there's flexibility. We can move where our residents need us to move.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Do I have the mic? Sure. Do I have the mic close enough?
I think so.
Okay. So what we're going to propose actually will increase access to the libraries at our smaller branches, east, north, and northwest, and it will make the operation consistent across all 5 libraries. So what we're looking to do is Monday through Thursday, all 5 libraries would be open 9 a.m. to 7:30 p.m., and then Friday and Saturday and Sunday we would keep our current schedule, which is 9 to 6 on Friday and Saturday and 2 to 6 on Sunday. So that would be 64 hours in total, which meets the minimum that we have to for our accreditation to remain with the state library. And it would allow us to decrease by 4.5 FTEs. That would be 3 full-time and 3 part-time positions. 4 of those are currently vacant, so it would necessitate only 2 layoffs of current staff. Is that all you wanted me to go over?
I think that's really it. It's really just that simple. So we found a little efficiency. I think, as I said, I think there's more there. I think we'll do some digging this year, particularly on, like I said, the inventory processes and on grants, and see if we can't drive that number make us even more efficient in our libraries.
It will decrease hours at downtown and southwest by 6, but it will increase hours at the 3 smaller branches by 6. It'll make it easier for the public to understand because the libraries are open across the board the same number of hours throughout the week. And also, over the years we've heard over and over again, I wish my branch were open the same number of hours that downtown and southwest are. So this would give them equity of service across the board.
It will. And to be clear, it's 6 positions, but 3 of those are part-time. So,
okay. So Amanda, if we're at the 64 hours, which would meet our accreditation, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
If there's a closure for some reason, does that put that in jeopardy? I mean, because if we're right on the line, does that put that on jeopardy?
They just want to look across the year as an average, like if we close for a holiday or something like that, they totally understand that. It's just in general, are you offering those service hours throughout the 12 months?
Okay.
And then on this, the Monday through Sunday, those hours, that's for every branch?
Correct.
Okay.
yeah, and this has 0 program impact.
So my question would be on that layoff. I mean, is it necessarily a layoff, or would we be trying to get those employees to a different department?
We'll be working with HR on the best solution for the 2 employees impacted. One of them is eligible to retire, so that is an option for her.
Questions on this side? Go ahead, sir.
I was just going to say, on the sheet it shows a $201,000 savings. That's off of actuals this year. Off of the budget request, it's $321,000 less than what was initially requested. So I wanted to make sure and point that out.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So we had a request of 4.4 roughly, right, Amanda?
No, actually,
down
that's a little
4.2?
confusing. It's 4.4, but they also have a revenue line through late fees. So it was actually 4.2. So this actually drops us to 4 flat.
Okay, so it is 201. Sorry.
So we'd have a net savings on your budget of $200,000.
That's my understanding.
Right.
Okay, so we would have that inefficiencies, meaning we're not. Let me define the statement closure. What Councilman Tips was talking about was being closed on a holiday, not anything in the way of a closure to a branch or the library in whole. So keeping all of our branches fully open, streamlining some of our efficiencies, having a little bit more normalcy on hours. So depending on which branch you're at, they're more uniform. And then in the way of staffing, is this currently what you're working with? You have 70 employees current, is that right?
77.
Well, you have 77 on the request. How many do you have current?
Oh, no.
With your vacancies?
We have currently 77, but this would take us down to the range of 71. It gets a little fuzzy because HLC reimburses the city for part of my salary, but it would be around 70, 71.
Okay. And then the one that was a counselor position, is that still being proposed with Riddlesberger's department?
That's actually still in the head count, but we did find some accounting errors there that was getting accounted inappropriately. So
Yeah, so we fixed that, or we're in the process of fixing it. We'll make sure that comes out as well. And that's where community development covers, I think, 75% of one of the positions in Amanda's budget.
Question? Nothing else? Okay. Anything else on you guys?
I would just like to say we appreciate you digging in. I mean, can you go to every department and look at efficiencies, Rich? We'd appreciate that.
Happy to.
No, seriously, that's a big deal. I mean, I know it's a big ask. We listened to the citizens that have, reached out and let us know, which we've been very well educated on what you provide, at the libraries, and we're grateful. I think it's a whole lot more than what we initially thought, but to come up with these efficiencies is phenomenal, I think, in my opinion. And if every department could do this, it would be really good, but we appreciate that.
I would echo that as well and just say, for all the people who took time to send in their comments, thank you for doing that.
Yes.
It's always good to get feedback. And like I said, you can tell people are very passionate about that service and what we provide. So thanks for being able to look at this and try to help us any way you can, just like we're asking everybody else. And thanks for those who took the time to share their comments with us as well.
Yeah, Amanda, thank you. In the overall budget, it's a small amount of money, but in your budget, it's a large amount of money. And what we're asking you to do is to manage well. And so when you have a budget that's somewhat tighter or fixed, I mean, you have to be sure you're managing those hours and still meeting all those needs, and then fluctuating with whatever else comes up. And so we understand that with your department. We think you do a really good job within your department. We know a lot more than we did before, and we came at this, from a point of we want to learn. Because I think originally some of the opinions were we're a resource building. We warehouse books. We had that 20 or 30 year ago library mentality. What you really do is you run a lot of services and programs, and you meet a lot of specific needs within the community. And then the core of the community that utilizes those services rely more heavily upon them than what the perception is, I believe. Meaning, I think some of the things that you do are of greater importance than what they look like from the outside looking in. So we appreciate what you do for the city. We also appreciate you letting us question your budget and not taking that the wrong way, because we're not questioning you as much as we're just looking for efficiencies along the way. And we hope to be doing this across the board, because a little bit everywhere adds up to a lot. So thanks for taking the time this morning, and I think we may have what we need. And Rich, do you feel like you've got direction on it?
I feel like we do. I think we're good to go. And as I said, I think there's a pathway where we can even increase the services we're doing, but get that off of the back of property tax.
Great. Thank you, ma'am. Have a great day. Okay, Ms. Laura Storrs, who do you have next?
All right, so up next we're going to bring up Anthony Spaniel with Environmental Health, and
We have a handout that we'll pass out to everyone as well. Okay, and with, hang on just a second, let me find them in the book real quick. I have to go to my reference page. Page 633 in your books. And while we're turning there, I just got confirmation back from TMRS that yes, council does have the ability to opt into a lower COLA this year and then to increase it to a higher COLA next year, the way state law is written. So Jared had that right on. Good job, Jared. Okay, did everybody get a handout? We all good? Okay, so page 633 is your environmental health budget. You've got your summary there, but I'm just going to go ahead and pass it over to Anthony to talk a little bit about kind of the guidance we've had for environmental health over the past couple of years, and which has helped shape some of the proposal that he's bringing forward to this council, and then kind of go from there for questions or feedback from this group. And in conjunction with that, I believe there's supplemental. Yes, there's also some supplemental that you might want to refer to on page 5 of 7 on your handout that looks like this. It has your supplemental requests. Page 5 of 7, kind of towards the bottom, you'll see environmental health has several items in there, and they're all offset by revenue as well. So, Anthony, do you want to kind of walk us through?
Sure. So, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I want to take just a quick second to introduce some of my key staff and kind of tell you what environmental health is all about. So, I got Mr. John Gates here beside me, just past his 35th year with the city. Very excited to have him on our team and be a part of the city as a whole. I got a couple of my key staff members in the back, Mr. Zachary Badrow, Caitlin Pierce, and Lorenzo Akins. They are all instrumental in what we do here today, and I just wanted to introduce them to you guys. This is some of our best of the best we have, so I appreciate that opportunity. Just wanted to share, so environmental health, we run 7 regulatory environmental programs, public health programs within the Amarillo Area Public Health District, which is everything in Potter and Randall County. It's 8 jurisdictions: Amarillo, Canyon, Potter, Randall, Tanglewood, Timber Creek, Bishop Hills, and Palisades. Our mission is basically to eliminate or reduce food, water, and vector-borne illnesses. So we do that through the programs we run, and we have an emphasis on education and community partnerships. So we do that really well. I've been with the city just a little shy of 13 years, and I can tell you it's changed drastically in that 13 years. We've got really good relationships out in the community, and I hope to continue that for a long time. I want to talk about some of our things we're able to accomplish this fiscal year, some of the challenges we face, and some of our goals for next year. As you know, this has been a last couple of years of some weird times, especially flooding, mosquitoes, sheltering, recovery efforts. We've been instrumental in all that. My staff has. One of the really cool things that I want to kind of highlight here is mosquitoes. Haven't really seen them much this year, and that's due to the hard work of my staff, hundreds and hundreds of hours of abatement and treatment. And the fly population has been down quite a bit as well, and that's the same. So Mr. Badrow in the back manages that program for the city. Our yearly goal is about 2,500 acres treated, and we'll probably push 8,000 this year, 8,000 acres treated. We were able to successfully start an internship program with Amarillo College. So we had 6 interns for the first time, trying to start people off in environmental health real young, so we can hopefully kind of generate local talent here. And I'm pretty excited about that. Zach also had an instrument role in that. Last year, we were able to investigate and find the source of a large foodborne illness outbreak. Over 100 people with salmonella. Some of the challenges we face are Funding preemptions from the state, you'll see in the Senate Bill 577, we'll talk about that here in a little bit. We had some funding preemptions this year that will basically eliminate one of our programs and cut several, almost $200,000 out of our budget this year, basically. Inflation's been a big challenge for us. Cost of providing services, cost of goods have just gone through the roof. And we're trying to offset some of those things. And then some of our goals for next year, like Laura mentioned, one of the directions we've been given from previous councils is cost recovery, and we'll talk about that. Our goal is to provide services at zero impact to the general fund. That's the goal. We got really close to that about 3-4 years ago, maintained it for a couple years, and then it's just kind of gone off the rails just a tad due to inflation, due to funding preemptions from the state. I gave you guys a handout. I wanted to start by showing a 10-year kind of growth in our programs. We track data pretty closely in environmental health, which is I like to be able to show that to everyone. Our largest programs, our food hygiene program, we have just had a tremendous amount of growth. It is over 60% of our budget is just that food hygiene program. It's a regulation of food establishments within the jurisdiction. When I started back in 2011, I think we had 600 licensed facilities. We're just shy of 2,000 today, and it just continues to grow at a very, very rapid pace. So one of the challenges we face and have faced for a long time is matching that growth in our program with industry growth. On-site sewage facilities is our second largest program. That's one we operate entirely out in the county. We do have some in the city, but very, very little, almost entirely out in the county. And that's tied to construction. So that's grown tremendously as well. It's kind of slowing a little bit due to inflation and cost of loaning money, but for the most part, it's, again, all-time highs. Let's see. So in this year's budget, we are proposing some supplemental. We're proposing to have a fee adjustment, as a fee adjustment that will bring our budget to a cost neutral. I think it's like $59 variance. You can kind of help me. What else?
Sounded like somebody was breaking the door down. So I think what the overall where we're headed with this, or where we've been heading with this, is, as Anthony mentioned, historically there was a subsidy being provided to his department that was coming from either property taxes or sales taxes. That has been changed over the past several years to come to more of a full cost recovery point. We do have, as he mentioned, he's got service inside the city limits and outside the city limits. He's provided some of that information. But again, what he's proposing is remaining at a full cost recovery and not having any subsidy from the general fund as far as sales tax or property taxes are concerned, and wanting to make sure that that's still a direction I think that council wants to go. And also kind of, I think, as Anthony mentioned, there's many ways to kind of work through the structure of his revenue schedule, or I guess his fee schedule would be the better way to say it. However, this is a model that they've been utilizing for a while now, with year-over-year increases related to inflation or other factors coming in. And so just, again, making sure that maybe that's the same direction council's wanting to go. And then the vector one, I guess, is the other, yeah.
I apologize. Yeah, so we're also proposing a 40 cents per month utility bill. It'll be on 40 cents a bill per month on utility bills to cost recover our vector control program. That is our mosquito control program within the city. Yeah, I apologize. So we are proposing to add 40 cents a month per water bill within the limits of Amarillo to cost recover our mosquito control program. It's a program that we already provide and have provided to the city of Amarillo only for quite a long time. What this will do is it will generate the revenue necessary to offset the costs we are already accruing. Okay, beforehand, those costs are being basically paid for through our permitting costs. So we have a cost recover method, and we have about a $346,000 operational expense for a vector control program. If we don't have a dedicated funding stream for that, at a cost recover standpoint, we'll have to put that on our other permits. So it's just a way to separate those out and fund it in a very specific way.
And this is a normal thing that most cities do. I know City of Canyon does this. What, do you know what their rate is?
Their rate's $1.25, 12 months out of the year. So we're proposing a 40-cent to cost recover that program.
And this also just ensures, I think this year you all, as he already mentioned, but you all are very aware, they had to get in front of mosquitoes this year. The flood waters created a problem, and so they were working pretty much 24/7 for quite a while, trying to stay in front of this. The cost of those chemicals continues to rise, and I think what he's looking to do is kind of find a sustainable way to make sure this program is properly funded each year to ensure that they can combat the mosquitoes in the area, to make sure the City of Amarillo citizens are protected year over year, and that it's properly funded and not ever having to be constrained by how other revenue sources are fluctuating. And again, it seems almost strange to propose a 40 cents per month per water bill amount, but we didn't want to over recover. We were trying to get a good number in place that would keep a solid program, cover the cost of chemicals, the cost of personnel and vehicles to properly administer that program here in the City of Amarillo. And over the number of water bill customers that we have, it translated to about 40 cents per month. Some cities do it for only like 6 months out of the year and then turn it off for 6 months out of the year on the water bill, but that's a lot of tweaking of bills. So we thought, let's just leave it at a lower rate and try to do it the entire year. And again, anytime we change something on a utility bill, certainly know that can cause concerns by citizens, but hope that this would be a well-received program, especially with a year like this where they had, and I know they went over budget to a certain extent in those line items, trying to stay in front of the mosquito problem this year, but we want to make sure that that's properly funded going forward. So that's a new fee that would certainly want to get some weigh-in from council on. Yes? What's the total revenue from that?
346,622, I believe.
346,000. Yeah.
Now, is mosquito control? I mean, obviously this year was crazy, and we were helping the counties, and we were doing that kind of thing. Typically, I mean, prior to this, hopefully we continue to get rain. But when we don't get rain, I'm guessing it's much less needed. Y'all probably treat the waterways and that type of deal every year, but how much does it fluctuate? I mean, I know this year's kind of off the charts because of the rain, but typically, like the last 3 years when we got no rain,
right,
I would think it'd be way less because mosquitoes are not a problem.
So we track that in terms of acres treated. On a typical year, 2,500, 3,000 acres treated in the city limits. That's with limited rain, right? This year with an astronomical amount of rain, 8,000 to 10,000 acres treated is probably around where we're going to be at. Every year, even dry years, we typically, just in our chemical alone budget, will be $20,000. With the cost of chemicals going through the roof, I mean, they've 200% increases in some of those. Wow. We're going to spend a lot more of that in a typical year.
Right.
But we still have all of our people, and we still have our equipment that is being paid for regardless. Like, we still have all that equipment. We can't plus that up and plus that down depending upon rain. We buy those assets, keep those assets, maintain those assets.
So y'all treat, I would guess, the parks, that type of deal, because of the watering and because that provides a breeding ground for the mosquitoes. So y'all treat, no matter what, even if we're in a low rain year, you're still treating those areas that are being watered by sprinklers? Or
Sure. We treat parks, we treat waterways. We do treat some private property when it's uninhibited. We do work with property owners that have either a business or a homestead on there where they're also creating habitats for mosquito growth. There's a lot of areas that get impacted by that program that you necessarily wouldn't think of. Yeah. A lot of residential areas grow their own mosquitoes based upon overwatering or pots or dog bowls or tires. Sure. We treat we treat tire piles, we treat all kinds of things.
So does the chemical have a shelf life? I mean, I'm guessing it probably does, but
All chemical typically has a shelf life, but, you know, you can still use it. Like, so if we overstock chemical, you know, it'll lose efficacy along the way, but it's not going to have an expiration date.
okay. Okay, great.
We're still going to use that stuff.
Y'all tried looking at like grants, or is there anything else out there other than adding something onto somebody's water bill?
That's a great question. So we have actually looked at grants through the Normandy Group. So there is, the federal government gives grant dollars related to vector control to one entity, and that's the state of Texas. They don't give them to local entities. They only give them to the state of Texas. The state of Texas, in turn, gets to decide who gets that money, okay? And they only give it to, I think my understanding was, places that have absolutely, I'm going to say that wrong. They only give it to select number of people, okay? We did reach out to the state on several occasions looking for, hey, you know, we're a growing population. Can we get any assistance here? Crickets. Like, they're not interested in Amarillo in the least bit when it comes to providing funding.
There's like nothing through public health or
And that's it. So in terms of environmental health grants, there's very little out there. There's a lot of public health dollars related to different things, but environmental health specific, very low federal grant money, and it's all specifically related to our food hygiene program, which we do seek out. We seek federal grants for that. We do obtain federal grants for that every year. This year is one of our highest grant period grant issuance years at $15,000, very low money. We did apply for a $120,000 grant for a recreational water program. We've actually made that to the second round, so I'm hoping an announcement at any date, and that's a 2-year grant. But in terms of the big picture, it's not a lot of money. And in terms of mosquito control, there's nothing out there. I mean, we search all the time for grant opportunities.
Let me ask, so you're saying in a normal year, we need about $350,000 to pay for normal 2,500 to 3,000 acre mosquito control?
I'm going to go down on that just a little bit. In a normal year, we'd probably need $290, because in this budget, we are asking for additional chemical expense costs.
And you're saying this year, we did about triple of what we would normally do, roughly?
Right.
Let me just ask, so what I don't see in this year's expenditures is, where is that? Because I would think if we spent a couple $100,000 more in mosquito treatment than we had budgeted or usually spend, that there would be some differences in this revised estimated budget, but it looks like we're pretty much on budget where we thought we were.
I can answer that.
Okay,
so
yeah.
in terms of tripling our budget, it's our chemical budget, okay? And we didn't triple that, we doubled it. So we're going to probably expense $45,000 is probably my estimated cost out of a $20,000 budget this year. In terms of all the rest of that $300,000, that's vehicles and personnel that we're already paying for.
Okay.
So that's already accounted for in our budget, regardless if it's a very heavy rain year or a very low rain year. We still have the people, we still have the equipment, and we're going to pay for that regardless. The true line item cost you're going to see is in that extermination budget is our chemical cost and minor repair costs, and so you're going to see that fluctuate out. It was $20,000 this year. We're going to probably spend $45,000.
And currently, are these people that are these other areas where you're generating revenue, they're helping pay for the mosquito control?
Currently,
yes.
Yep. So our food hygiene program and our on-site sewage facility program are going to take up the lion's share of all of our revenue accounts. And then you have some minor programs like our group care programs, a revenue generator, small money. Our recreational water programs are revenue generator, small money. For the most part, those other two programs are going to offset those costs. They're going to pay for those costs. Mm-hmm. So we're looking to split that out of those line items and have its own revenue source.
So the alternative to pay for it is to raise the fees for these businesses,
right,
and what they had to pay for permitting, although they're not paying for mosquito treatment. That's how we're recouping the cost.
They're benefiting from, but they are not the only ones that are benefiting
right.
from.
I mean, they're paying for more than their fair share of benefit out of mosquito treatment.
Or you could subsidize with sales tax or property tax.
That's true. So to give you an example, this fiscal year, we're probably going to be around $400,000, where we make less than we spend more than we make. So about $400,000 in general fund subsidy. If we do nothing, like nothing changes in this budget year, that next year dollar will be about $800,000, $700,000, because of the preemptions in statute and because of the rising costs of providing services. Okay, it'll be a lot more. It'll be a lot more money. So what we could do is one of two ways. We could subsidize that entirely, but know that in Amarillo taxes would go out into the county. Or we could do a model where we raise fees up in some of our programs, which we've proposed here, and then we have another funding source that offsets vector control, and that's what we've proposed. A little bit of money from vector, a little bit of money from fees, and that offsets the entirety of the loss. Or you can drop the vector program and raise those fees way up, or we can do other things. I mean, there's a lot of different ways we can fund that, but the whole goal is to get to a zero impact on the sales tax dollar or property tax dollar. That's the goal. That's what we've been working on for a while.
What I was wondering is we do a lot out in the counties, correct?
Correct.
Do we have a different charging mechanism into the counties out of the city limits?
So we do have a fee that's added on to permits, and it's called an out-of-the-city limit charge, to where if a permit lies out in the city, out in the county, or other municipalities other than the city, they pay about $65 more than a permit that would lie within the city.
That sounds to me like it'd be a little light. I think we ought to charge by the hour when we have somebody leave here, just like a plumber or anybody else. Everybody's used to paying by the hour, and I think we should recoup 100% of our cost plus some. I mean, we should recoup vehicle usage, hourly pay scales, and for the service we provide, we should be making some money on that as well. To me, it looks like we're expecting the taxpayers of Amarillo to subsidize everything, with the 40% fee. But I understand we're going to get the largest portion of that. But then I do know we also spent a lot of time out in the county this year spraying mosquitoes that we didn't recoup any cost that we had a lot of expenditure in, hours, chemicals, truck usage, everything else. And I just think from a business standpoint, this should not be a cost to the city. In fact, if anything, we should at least pay for itself, if not a little bit more. Sure. Have you looked at restructuring in-city charge as opposed to out-of-city charge, besides the $65?
Sure. So I have two comments to that. So I believe we're talking about vector control. Vector control is only provided to Amarillo citizens. It's not provided to the county. During flooding, we did provide those services to county residents, but we did do that because we got emergency state funding for that, okay? So basically all the spraying activities that took place in Randall County were covered by the state of Texas. We provided that, but the state of Texas gave us the dollars to do that. That covered vehicle costs. We reimbursed vehicle costs. We reimbursed chemical costs. We reimbursed personnel costs to the tune of $15,000. So that cost almost nothing to the city of Amarillo.
Well, it actually did, because we lost coverage here while you were doing that.
That's
so we
true.
took care
That's true.
of Lake Tanglewood and the Palisades, in reality, we've told our taxpayers who are paying the bills, well, I'm sorry, you're coming in second class, right?
Sure, I understand what you're saying, and one of the things I would say why it was beneficial for us to do that is because we run a trapping program that captures mosquitoes and we test for disease prevalence. Okay, we have been running that trapping program in Amarillo. We had 6 sites located in Amarillo at the time. All of our sites are coming back no disease prevalence, none. And then we run these trapping sites, the state of Texas came in and ran these trapping sites out in Randall County, and we're finding disease prevalence out in Randall County in these areas in which we're talking about, Tanglewood, Palisades, kind of South Randall County, and we're finding positive West Nile mosquitoes and St. Louis encephalitis mosquitoes early in the season, okay? Doing nothing, those mosquitoes become Amarillo's problem, all right? So it was important for our program and for the citizens of Amarillo to get treatment out there. While I understand that by treating out there, we weren't treating Amarillo, that was where the problem was. And by doing nothing, that problem would become our problem. And I would have recommended going after the problem so we could have more time to not have a problem here, okay? What happened is we had, I think this flooding was like late May, early June, if my memory serves me right. They gave us another 30 to 45 days of no West Nile and Amarillo, when by doing nothing, it would have been a week, maybe. Our traps are now coming back positive with West Nile. We've got West Nile all over Amarillo now. And we are actively taking care of that problem in Amarillo, and will till the end of the season. But I did find benefit for us to kind of treat out in that area. It was cost recovered by the state funding, and I get that. And there is some validity to we weren't treating Amarillo. So I totally understand that, and I'll take that on me. But I did find it important for us to do that. I think I would have done that again if given.
Go ahead, Ms. Laura.
Well, I was also going to mention, did you cover your page on here yet?
Not yet.
Okay, never mind. I'm jumping ahead. I'll wait till that. Go ahead, Mayor. Did you have
something? Well, yeah, I do want to go back just a little bit. So vector control program, I understand we know what that means. I don't know that the general community understands. So tell me a little bit more specifically flies, mosquitoes, what else you treating for?
Sure, I appreciate that opportunity. So vector control can be all kinds of things. Our program specifically treats for mosquitoes, okay? The chemical we spray also is labeled for flies, but we don't treat Amarillo for flies, okay? We treat for mosquitoes, and we have a kind of a secondary gain on the fly population as well.
Okay. Somewhat of what Councilman Sherlin's going to there, I think maybe the rates and fairness of what we're doing outside of the city of Amarillo. So I don't know that most of our population understands that you're the environmental health department for Canyon, rural areas. What all do you cover? How far do you go?
Sure, we do everything in Potter and Randall County, which constitutes of 8 jurisdictions: Amarillo, Canyon, Potter, Randall, Tanglewood, Timber Creek, Bishop Hills, Palisades. So 8 jurisdictions in which we cover. We provide all services to each entity equally, other than mosquito control, which is just Amarillo.
Just inside city limits. And then do you have, we have agreements with these taxing entities. They pay you a fee that's involved in your revenues?
That's also a good question. They do not pay a participation fee. Okay, so the fees are covered from the user. So for a septic system, the person who's putting in the septic system buys a permit. For a food establishment, the food establishment buys a permit. For the recreational water, they buy a permit.
So maybe what Councilman Sherlin's going to, as I'm walking us a little bit down the road here, is are we breaking even on our outside of the city where you're covering 2 counties?
Sure.
Do you feel like those rates that we're charging are adequate to prevent anything that's subsidized? So what we want to avoid is if we specify a 40-cent value, $347,000 a year to cover vector control, is it offsetting any additional rates that maybe should have changed? So I don't want to fix our problem without fixing our problem. So do we have an issue in the rate?
I've got a great answer to that, I hope.
Okay.
So what has been proposed to you in the budget today fixes that problem. The rates get fixed and the vector control fee also offsets. So that what is proposed fixes the concern, okay? As of today, this current fiscal year in which we're operating, what we spend out in the county is not 100% cost recovered by permit fees, okay? But it's proposed to be fixed. But I do have a chart here. I wanted to be able to visualize something for you guys. So it's the chart that kind of looks like this. I wanted to that one. Let me see. Yeah, so it's two charts. So the first chart is going to talk about program revenue inside versus outside the county. Steph, can you go forward like 2 slides for me? Yeah, that one. So we have our 3 largest programs. It goes food hygiene, on-site sewage, recreational water. Okay, all the other ones are really small. Our food hygiene is the biggest. We make about $806,000 in revenue inside the city limits of Amarillo. Everything else and all other entities outside the limits of Amarillo bring in about $120,000. Okay. For on-site sewage, the next one, it's almost all outside in the county. There is a little in Amarillo, but not enough to even talk about. So that's about $350,000. Recreational water, about $53,000 in the limits of Amarillo, and we bring in about $5,000 outside the limits of Amarillo. So the next slide, Steph, if you don't mind, is going to break down our expenses, okay, and then compare that to our revenues.
This is current year?
This is current year today, my best stab
Right.
at exactly what it looks like today.
That he's hoping to translate to something else next year from what he's proposed.
Right.
So,
Okay.
So for food hygiene, I looked at people and I looked at vehicles. This doesn't take into consideration supplies, so it may adjust those values just a tad for supplies. But in total, we spend about $132,000. If I had to make a real good guess, I'd say probably $135,000 providing those services to the county. We only bring in $120,000. So it's about $15,000 off, but that's pretty close. That's pretty close out of a $2.4 million budget. In on-site, you can see there's a much bigger difference there. We're about $100,000 to the bad, okay? So that would constitute a fee adjustment or a participation by somebody, okay, like the county. And then recreational water, very small. We spend about probably $15,000, and we only bring in about $5,000. So that's pretty close too. That's all fixable by a fee adjustment in my mind. And that is what I've proposed to you in this budget, is adjusting those fee rates to make that cost zero. That costs the city nothing.
In addition to the 40 cents.
In addition to the 40 cents.
Okay.
If the 40 cents goes away, then your other option would be those fees would have to go way high to adjust, offset that $350,000. Or we'd have to have a conversation about participation from the other entities, which can happen, but I think if we have that conversation, we need to look at it not just environmental health. We need to look at it at health district, because keep in mind that health district is public health, environmental health, WIC, and animal management. You have 4 departments. And I don't think that that's something that can be solved today. I think that needs to be a 5-year look, or maybe a 5 to 10-year correction. If we're looking at a subsidy from sales tax or property tax, that needs to be an equal subsidy per some calculation, probably like a % of population by every entity for their residents, and we have to have a longer period of time to implement that. I would think at least 5 years.
So to just take that before we go to our customer and say, hey, we need you to pay more, or before we go to another taxing entity and say, hey, we'd like you to contribute, are we doing everything as efficiently as we can? You know, we had our librarian back in here, and you know, after 2 weeks, we looked at it, we restructured a few things. It turned out we had a little bit of room. So I'm looking at your organizational chart, And I guess based on this, I'm kind of highlighting, it looks like we have, 2 directors and then 4 managers, so that would be like 6 management positions. And then we have, what did you say, you had 22 people total?
We have 21 currently, proposing
21.
22.
So 6 to 15 ratio or so. So from a business person standpoint, I would look at that and wonder, like, is that efficient in the way of if I have managers that are managing individuals, that's probably not. If I have managers that are working while they're managing individuals, it very well could be. So I don't want to blanket that without knowing what these positions do. And of course, we don't get we can't get operational sometimes with you guys. So tell me, these 4 positions, are they?
I appreciate the opportunity to answer that question, and I'm glad you asked. I will start by saying that efficiencies are something that we do really, really well in environmental health. As long as I've been here, the model has been do more with less. Okay, and I want to talk about a couple of those things to kind of bring that into perspective. One of the biggest efficiency gains my department was able to do was the implementation of those program manager positions last fiscal year. Those are working program managers. While they manage people, they are in the field every day doing the job, okay? They don't just sit in the office and manage people. They are actively managing those programs. It gives them buy-in into the program. It gives them the ability to work those efficiencies out. It gives them the ability to standardize their staff. It has really helped with customer service. It's probably one of the best things that we've ever been able to do, and I'm so grateful for that opportunity. And the individuals that you're looking at back there in the audience, those are our program managers. They're fantastic at what they do. Just want to talk about efficiencies. There is a federal staffing standard. There's federal standards for a food hygiene program. It's called the Food and Drug Administration Retail Food Standards. It's where we get our federal grant money from. It's the standards that almost every environmental health department across this country tries to achieve. It sets the standards for a program. Okay, there is a standard for staffing. That standard, is a big long calculation. You put everything in you do, but basically it gives you a range. Okay, it gives you the minimum and it gives you the goal. All right, that minimum is 8 persons per what we have. We have 8 persons in that program. So we are at the bottom of that standard. The goal is 20 people in food hygiene alone. We have 8. So any reduction in those, in any of my programs in terms of staffing would be detrimental. And what I mean is we do that, we operate the most efficient as possible. I mean, there's always ways to do a little tweak here and there. And believe me, we will absolutely look at those, and we will do any tweaks we can to gain efficiency. Software, processes, whatever there can be, we're looking at that constantly. I guess I just wanted to put that into perspective to say the 8 individuals that we have in our food program, that's about as bare minimum as it can go. We really need probably 12, 13 in that program to do this thing at any better of an operational point that we could. But
And are you fully staffed right now, or are you missing one?
we stay fully staffed at our department. There is very rare times in which I'm not full staffed.
Okay.
All of my positions are degreed, not all but my admin are degreed professionals. They're required to have a bachelor's degree with 30 hours of science per state law, per our license. I do have 2 technicians that don't have to, but we hope to kind of train them up, get them degreed, and move them into our field staff, our permanent environmental health specialist positions. And the position I'm asking for is an undegreed position as well.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Do you think the feds are the best standard to use? I mean, my opinion of the federal government, they're the worst in the world to try to follow.
And I've understand, and I've heard that. I've heard someone else say that here recently as well. Not only is that the only standard, they are the standard that writes the rule sets that are all based upon science and logic, and they give those out to the states, who in turn adopt state law. So state law is based upon a federal standard, and that federal standard is written from the feds, industry, and academia. Okay, so it's not just the federal government. It is feds, academia, and industry that writes those rules.
I hope it's not like the science they had with COVID, is it?
I understand. Yeah, this food science. This food science.
Another question. How many places do your individuals see per day? I mean, do they have a route? Do they have so many they're supposed to see? How does that process go?
So we're going to talk about it on the food hygiene side. So we do 7 programs. There's a lot of different programs that we run, but we'll talk about our biggest, our food hygiene. On average, about 4 to 5 inspections per day is the goal. Okay, that's about as much as we can squeeze out of that. An inspection takes anywhere from a very low-risk facility to an hour minimum, to a high-risk facility, 3 hours. If the inspection doesn't go great, 4 hours. I mean, it can take some time. Keep in mind, we're trying to impact behavior that has an impact on food, water, vector-borne illnesses. Okay, we don't go into facilities and say, that's this, it should be that. We're educating people, we're training people, we're giving hands-on training that impacts behavior in the long term. So that takes time. Okay. Where there's a difference with, I'll give my partner over here, building safety, they look for very specific things in building construction standards. So sometimes they educate, and I get that, but their inspections can be short, quick, and move on to the next. Ours are not like that, and I wouldn't recommend ever wanting to go like that, because we're trying to impact behavior in the long term, making long-term lasting impacts.
Different than maybe on-site sewage. I mean, that's a
On-site
different,
sewage,
that's
way
more building safety type
More
inspection.
construction. Yep, it's a standard. Like this is an inch
Right.
out every 3 feet.
What's the ratio on inspections on-site?
They're
daily?
doing 6 inspections a day. 5.
I mean, last year we did 800 plus inspections. You know, that only works out every day. You're only looking at a couple of inspections, but we were the contractors called in and scheduled. So one day you may have 8 inspections, and the next day you have 2. But the whole time you're doing plan review, issuing permits, doing follow-ups, nuisance complaints. That's part of running that on-site program is the nuisances are covered. The cost of investigating the nuisances are covered by the permit fees.
That's true.
Okay.
Yep. So new construction pays for all work after that, all nuisances, all follow-ups, all complaints, and that's kind of how it's built within state law.
Okay.
Is it an accurate statement to say your customers are captive? I mean, they don't have someone else to go to for the service, correct? So our they got to use us.
I think that's one way to say
Got to
it.
use us.
Yeah. So, so what's and so we have customers that are inside the city that are paying taxes to the city.
Correct.
But then we have these people that live outside the city. Why not only recoup the cost, but since they're not contributing to our property tax base and they're developing outside of the city or doing whatever else, why don't we look at, charging them not only what it costs them to do, but more of that, because theoretically they're not paying their fair share of the total bill no matter where the money goes. I mean, is there a downside to that, or say, well, we got to charge you a lot more, but if your county or municipality would like to take place and it's going to take part, then maybe it'll cost you less.
Sure. I mean, there's 100 different ways you could fund this thing, and I think that's definitely a solution. If we're talking customers outside Amarillo being the entities, I think that needs to be just a tad bit of a longer look. If we're talking customers outside the city being the user, that's permit costs is what that is essentially, which is what we're proposing to be cost neutral. So if we wanted to customers being the user paying more to the pot, we could do that as well.
And I understand the theory of maybe we shouldn't be putting mosquito control on the backs of all these permit holders.
Sure.
And I see the theory, but if we can get some of these people in blue to pay it, because they're not paying their fair share to us, for the other services. Just a thought.
Did you have something?
Well, the only thing I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page. So this chart here is out of balance, right? So expenses were higher than revenues for out of city limits. That's this year's look at it. But what Anthony has proposed for next year balances this.
Sure.
So out of city limits would be paying their full cost.
Where do we see that at?
And then maybe some more. Okay. Perfect. Okay. No, I appreciate that because
Or is there some kind of health reason why you would say, that might negatively flow back on Amarillo?
There's a number of ways you can do that. So it's just an equation that you have to balance, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of different ways to balance it.
To be perfectly truthful, when we're looking at in-city, not only are they paying property taxes, they're paying sales tax as they sell anything they sell. Where this guy out in the county, he's just getting a one-time fee, which we're talking about making it pay for itself, but it should be a profit center as well.
Sure.
I mean, we should be able to reap a profit on a service we're providing that our taxpayers are paying for. And they should expect a return on their investment, I would think.
I think I hear what you're saying by saying that out of the city limits would pay a higher rate than inside the city limits to balance that budget to zero, right? Not and maybe make a little, but would that still be to balance to zero? So maybe city pays less, county pays.
Maybe we go beyond.
So are you maybe suggesting that part of the outside the city limits, in theory, then would be subsidizing some of the inside the city limits? Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe not even subsidizing, but even revenue. Be revenue producing versus subsidizing. Okay.
Yeah. So you're saying possibly putting additional money back into the overall general fund revenue beyond just covering the full environmental health?
No, I don't know that we're clear on that. I believe we would keep it in environmental health.
Okay.
Meaning you're forecasting some additional things over the next couple of years that you're now working on. So as a good director and good managers, you guys are looking ahead to not only fix the problem that we could have had next year, but let's look 2 to 5 years out. So let me ask place one here real quick. I know you had something you wanted to contribute.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I guess I'm not clear on exactly what you're proposing. So we're talking about everything we're going to propose, but I haven't seen that yet. And then the other question I have is, can we kind of go through our fee structure, your fee structure, and just to see if it's fair across the board to,
Absolutely.
Business owners and things like that?
So let me clarify on what we're proposing. So I'm talking what we're proposing, and then I'm talking current year to show the problem. So what we're proposing this year.
Anthony, 2 seconds. I'm so sorry. Council, if you want to go back to page 19. 19 in our book outlines kind of the structure of the proposed fee changes.
I don't know what we're proposing. Or what he's proposing.
Sure. Yeah. I'm gonna expand upon this. So I want to talk about what we're proposing this year. We're proposing this year is to generate some money off of Vector, generate some money off of a new fee structure, increased fee structure to be cost zero. That's the proposal today, is to take that $400,000 shortfall today, or $700 and something thousand shortfall next budget year, and wipe that away and make that zero. That's the proposal today. Your secondary question was on the fee structure. I want to talk food, because food is the biggest one. The general fund fee change that you have here just says varies, because there's a lot of different ways we charge. But I want to expand into that. I want to talk about permit costs specifically. We have a 7-tier system today. We call them tiers because a lot of different things fall into a lot of different categories. It's kind of how it's created itself over the last 30 years. But our tier 0 is a $100 permit. That's set by statute. Those are farmers markets. We can't change that in any way, shape, or form. It's set. Tier 1 is, I apologize. Say that again?
Umbrella permit.
Is what we call umbrella permitting. So if you have a business like Walmart, you're only required to have one permit. But the structure is so big that we want to kind of break those up into different permitted areas, because if you ever have an issue that requires enforcement, such as closure, state law outlines a lot of those things. Loss of power, sewage, refrigeration. In a certain area, instead of closing the whole store, we can close an area. Like we can close a deli or a meat market. So the You pay the whole permit cost plus an additional rate for like a sub permit, an umbrella permit. That's set up for places like Wonderland, like WT, like a lot of the schools have all these little satellite places, Walmart's, United's, places like that. Tier 2 is going to be.
How much is the fee on the umbrella permit?
Current and proposed. You want me to talk proposed or current?
Yeah.
Proposed is $250.
What's current?
$124. Double it. Tier 2. I have a chart here. I can't remember all of them. I apologize. Tier 2 is going to be your vending machines. They're what's called TCS. They require refrigeration for food safety. That you're like your sandwich machines. We have a company that has a whole bunch of those. Those are currently $129. They'll go to $250. Go ahead.
Same permit fee inside the city limits, outside the city limits. So
Sure.
you drive an hour there and back to inspect versus 5 minutes. Same fee structure, right?
Plus $62 for out of the city.
Oh, so you still have the $62 trip
Anything
charge.
that's outside of the city gets a plus $62.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
62 cover that.
On average.
We don't, that's the hard part for me is we don't track services inside versus outside the city. We are one district. We are one entity. That's how we've always looked at it, as an equal distribution amongst all. The numbers that I'm pulling for you, inside versus outside, revenue versus, I had to pull those together. Those are accurate numbers. But if we wanted to track costs associated with inside versus outside, and if that is a directive from you guys, I'm going to do that differently next year. We are going to completely change it to where I can give you accurate numbers next fiscal year.
That'd be great.
I can do that. I just can't do that today. I'm making best guesses here, which are pretty close, but
How long would it take you to come up with
Can't.
I would have to have probably a fiscal year worth of data, which I could do, totally could do it. It's doable.
And, yeah, well, pause real quick, if you don't mind, Mayor. So just to be clear, so these vending machines, is this just like one vending machine? Is this all over the city? Like what?
They're all over the
So
city.
it's $129 per machine?
Per machine.
So you're going to charge $129 to go look at one machine, make sure the refrigeration's working, and you're charging Walmart $124?
No, I apologize. Let me continue down. It'll make
Okay.
a little bit more
Okay.
sense there. So the vending machine. Keep in mind, we inspect based upon a risk-based inspection program. I don't think I told you that. Everything is assigned a risk. It's a risk level 1 to 4, which dictates how often we go look at them. Okay. So a vending machine like that would probably be a risk category 1. We look at it 1, maybe 2 times a year per machine. Okay, and that'll get me tomorrow's money about $250 a year. Today's money about $129 a year, or $124 a year. And then we get into, these are more of our business, where your typical food establishment would lay. We base our rates based upon square footage, okay? Again, there is a lot of different ways to charge for permits. I mean, and we've completed benchmark studies across the state. Nobody does it the same. Everyone has a different model, and it's just way different. None of them have unique or similar situations. They're all over the board. Ours has been square footage here forever, as long as I know, and we've kind of grown off of that.
For this tier 3, is that what you're saying?
Tier 3 through 7. Okay, tier 3 through 7. 3 is 0 to 500 square feet of total operational space. Okay, so 0 to 500, you pay $300 today. Tomorrow, or this fiscal year, what we're proposing, $500. Tier 4, 501 to 3,000 square feet, it's $420 a year. Tier 4, $650 is what we're going to. Tier 5 is 3,001 to 5,000 square feet, $539. Tier 5 next year, $750. Tier 6, 5,001 to 15,000, $660, $850. And then anything above 15,000 square feet is $779. That proposal is going to $1,050. Okay. That's Walmart, United, hospitals, all those other places. So anything over 15,000 square feet, their base permit, $779 today, $1,050 tomorrow, next fiscal year. And then if we offer umbrella permitting for places like Walmart, they pay additions on that for every permit that you issue. Most Walmarts have 4 permits. Most Uniteds have 4 permits. Most school districts have multiple permits, but they're in a different bracket, okay? So Walmart's, United's, places like that, they're going to pay the $1,050 plus $250 for every other permit. So their real permit cost would probably be closer to $2,000. And we spend a ton of time in those places, an absolute ton of time.
How much funds will that increase over what we had this year?
By adjusting all the revenue?
Adjusting all that, have you?
Yeah, adjusting all the revenue is an additional, is it this one, 880? 881, I believe? And that's all the permitting fee adjustments. No.
We have 3,000.
I don't think that's right. It's 714,000.
3,000 food establishment permits.
2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
And you're increasing anywhere from, doubling the $120 fee, $120 up to $750 to $1,050, $300, somewhere in there. So,
Right.
so what's the exact total of all of those projections and increase revenues?
So the increased revenue, looking at my budget book, from all of my revenue sources, along with the reductions, okay? So I'm going to take the subtractions out plus the addition and fees. Is that okay?
Well, yeah, probably not yet, because I don't know that we know where your reductions are coming from.
Okay.
So you would lose us in that math problem. So like, what's the total revenue increase?
So it's $399.44. That's like $350,000. That's like $450,000. $450,000.
$450,000.
So it's $399,210 in food alone.
Okay.
It's plus $44,000 in our rec water program because there's a fee adjustment associated with that. It's plus $91,000 in our on-site sewage facility program. And then those three together, plus a $2,000 adjustment, another one. But those three together is about $450,000.
Did not take into account an increase for out-of-city limits trip charge.
Those
Still
trip
at
charges will go up.
62.
They'll go up a little bit.
Oh, they will.
It's going to, it goes up 5% for our CPI adjustment. So that fee alone will go up 5%. Minimal money.
Council,
Right.
if you look at page 638 in your books, sorry, we're having you flip all over the place back and forth in those books, but if you'll go to page 638.
And I can't do math. So it's 450 plus 100, so it's 550,000. I said 450.
So 550 total increase.
Total revenue increase we're looking year over year is just over 800,000 in the budget.
Miss Laura, what did you want to point to on that 638 page?
And that's with the vector fee.
Yes, with the vector fee. So
So-
all revenue
So
changes.
It's 550 just permits, plus the 346 gets you that 881.
That gets you the 881, which is not a problem this year, not a problem next year, but 2 years from now, that's what we're short, based on the legislative changes.
Now, we're short September 1. Those to take impact. So the changes that we're proposing today will get us cost neutral, and we'll continue that cost neutral standpoint into the future. If we do nothing today, tomorrow we'll be short $700,000.
Okay. I misunderstood. I thought you were working a year in advance for future changes due to codes.
Codes change, statute change impact September 1. So we'll hit that this fiscal year.
So as the state legislator was pushing through some changes, Anthony was quickly getting with us and saying, my budget is now wrong. I need to fix it. And so he had, as soon as he got wind that law was changing, he was going in and finding a new plan to make sure that he could still meet full cost recovery. So that's already built into what he's proposing.
And one thing I hope you see is that we're always looking 3 to 5 years out, always. Like, we're anticipating problems and we're anticipating ways we can be better, always.
So you have a pretty complicated tier system. Is there a simpler way to restructure these fees? If we're going to go and look at fees and restructure, should we take into account other methods or maybe give ourselves an opportunity to make this simpler? Or do you feel like that's the best way to structure those fees?
That's a great question. So, no, this is not the best way to structure this, but it's how we have for a long time. And there's not another model. We would just be coming up with another model. But we could simplify, and I'm all for simplification. But one thing I will caution on is that by doing so, I wouldn't do it at one time. I would make that maybe a 3-year plan, because as you start compressing and you start taking different categories out and adding them to others, there's going to be some winners and losers there, okay? You're going to drastically increase some and drastically reduce others, okay? And by doing that in one fell swoop, it's going to have a big impact. If we did it a little at a time, for example, our Tier 3 rate is 0 to 500 square feet, okay? But that also includes mobile units that don't pay property taxes. That also includes all school and child care facilities, food pantries, nonprofits, concession stands, and salons, okay? So your schools, those are way over 500 square feet, and they pay one of the lowest tier rates. So by doing that, it's going to drastically increase their budgets, which is okay if we can do that calculated, in a very calculated manner and over time. Let them plan for that. Mobile food units, concession stands, food pantries, if we just did that all at once, I think it would hurt. If we did it a little at a time and made some calculated moves, we could simplify this thing.
But they're all losers here, right? I mean, from what you're saying, that you said there'd be some winners and losers if we try to simplify this. But based on your new fee schedule, everybody's a loser already.
Not really, because you talk about our Tier 3 system goes from 300 to
500.
500.
They're a loser.
That's a $200 increase, okay? If we went all at once here today for a school, that would go from 300 to 1,050. So $300 is a little bit easier to swallow.
Well, I guess I don't know that I might be proposing to simplify and cause an issue, but then again, in the simplification, it may be a different metric that we're looking at that's more cost basis, not quite so departmental, where we've just compartmentalized and dropped them in a bucket, and we're not even looking at what our actual costs are.
We could totally do that.
So that might be a directive that we might want to see, is like, how would we simplify that and get ourselves in more of an equal fairness of how, if I'm running a restaurant that's, running $10 million a year, it's a little different than if I'm running a snow cone stand that's running $100,000 a year. Equally so, if I have an inspector, walking through and not just dealing, because I can run $10 million a year in a restaurant that's got 2,500 square feet in it. So that per square foot ratio doesn't necessarily mean that I'm a simple customer for him to come and deal with. And I may be one of his more complicated customers where I've stacked stuff to the ceiling that he's got to go get a ladder and climb up on. And there's no telling what you guys get into. And then in educating me on the restaurant side, there's a huge curve on getting educated in restaurant cleanliness and health and wellness versus snow cones.
Very true.
Or a water still, for example, where it's just water.
And we look at those as well. And I'll tell you, one of the funding mechanisms for the food industry is sales. So there are other entities. The state does it based upon a gross sales receipt method. I'm not a huge fan of that. I won't really look at people's books. But that is a method, and one of a lot of methods to do that.
I think, go ahead before we.
Well, I just wanted to reiterate one thing that Anthony's, I think, said a couple of times is, once again, we absolutely can look at the structure of his fee schedule, and there's a lot of different ways, and there's maybe even at times some more logical ways than what we have been doing historically. However, anytime we make a change, especially if it's a quick change, it could create disruption out in the community that you all will certainly hear from customers on, citizens, customers on. And so if this is something that y'all want us to work on, what we would recommend is maybe giving us a little bit of time to work through it this year, to really collect the data, to engage with the groups that he works with, to ensure that they kind of know this is the direction we're heading, this is what we're looking into, this is why we're looking into it, some of those things, which might make an easier transition if we were to implement something, say, in this next year. We can do whatever council wants, just want to certainly put that out there that it, at times it can create some frustrated citizens.
Sure, and we
Right.
typically like to run things through the Panhandle Restaurant Association. We work really well with those
Yeah,
guys.
and those entities that are already involved and that they can get involved are important to us. Also, let me muddy the water a little bit further. I think if we look at maybe out of the city limits, and you'll need to direct me on this as you're the health authority, or in that, for Potter and Randall, you guys have that jurisdiction. Do we have an allowance for a third-party inspection? So let's say for on-site, sewage. Do other places in the state of Texas allow a certified, licensed third-party inspector that, maybe they set their rates? Like, what are we at if we're charging what's my fee to go and inspect right now? You said 100
For septic, it's $420.
$420. I mean, is that something that's done by an independent private party elsewhere in the state?
So, to my understanding, unfortunately not. So how it works in the state of Texas is TCQ, Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, authorizes a county to be their AA, authorized agent. They can run the on-site sewage facility program. Potter County is one of them. Randall County is the other. They can either have their own program or they can, through contract, have a designated representative, which is us, which is the city of Amarillo, which is the Amarillo Area Public Health District. We are their designated representative. So we have that contract with the county, okay? We have to provide that service, all right? So if we wanted to do a third-party contract, it would have to be one of our employees.
Okay, not an allowable third party through that user. The reason I'm saying that is because if I took your fee from $450, and I'm not going to say an amount just so I don't get hung up later that somebody would say, hey, you wanted to, but an amount that was unfair in a capitalistic society. If we were like, well, you don't have to use us, we're available, but you have other options, then it allows me to set a fee that's a little bit more in line with maybe what we're saying. And are we compensating ourselves off of that fee and not profiting but revenuing adequately in order to keep those trucks gassed up?
Yeah, and so the goal is to collect revenue in a way that costs zero. Like, we don't make money, we don't lose money. That's the whole goal we've been operating off of for quite some time. If we want to adjust that in a way that we're making money off of outside of the city limits, and it's going into, the fee structure's here for Amarillo, it's here for everything else, but whatever we make in between, it goes just back into the budget. Or is the goal to make money here and lower money here to where it's still costing us zero? We can do either. So I understand.
Again, net zero to the general fund, or are you looking to have additional revenue dollars to go into the general fund?
Well, let me, before you go, Tom, let me just, this is what the process is for. So, like, it's okay that this is where we are, but it's the first that I'd say any of us have heard about putting 40 cents on a water bill in order to offset a compensation issue. So had we have had a conversation previously, I don't know that any of us five would have immediately thought that 40 cents on a water bill would be the best, most equitable way to offset this. I think that might be the least favorite option in the way of, like, if you needed to talk with another taxing entity for what's fair, that puts a pretty big burden on you to go out there and do that. Well, you guys are doing that to us every time you bring us a 40-cent rate that goes on my water bill. But I have 70,000 customers that all have my email. and don't mind instant messaging me. And that 40 cent is more of an irritant than it is anything else. It's not that none of us can't afford the 40 cents. I think we can. But it's that one more little thing. It's just that next little deal. And so, like, I'm much less inclined to try to put a fee onto a water bill than I am to try to get it to where it's a net zero and it's a net cost of what are the users that are using this service actually paying. And so I would be more inclined into looking at our partners, other taxing entities, as well as our users and our restaurant groups to making it fairer. And then I know how far down in the weeds we are here. So, like, I'd rather fix it and fix it right than to just be more in line with, well, it's been like this for a long time, and so do we really want to try to fix it? Well, we might, because the work in fixing it is probably less than the work in you guys asking us to put 40 cents on a water bill.
Sure. No, I totally understand. And I what I proposed here today, I feel like is a good product. Put a lot of effort into that. I understand the 40 cent kind of, I understand the 40 cents. And we can adjust that in other ways as well, right? We can adjust that with fees, or we can adjust that with participation. The participation piece may take a little bit longer to implement. I think that is a hard solve in 2 weeks. I think
and some of those entities may have already adopted their budgets for the year. So.
I think that's the hardest. That will be the hardest route to go down. But I think that can absolutely be solved that way. But I would say I think we need to look at that at the district, not just environmental health. We need to look at that at a four department look. If we do that on a fee adjustment wise, I can totally build you another model that takes away that 346 and vector funding and completely supports the program in other ways. Okay. I can do that. But those numbers are going to go really high.
I think when it comes to net funding to zero, you might be able to look at, for instance, Amarillo, you have 1,000 square foot restaurant that we're reaping taxes from, sales tax, property tax, and all that, and figure out where that is, then take what we normally would make from them and carry that to a facility that size in the county, and that would be their
Oh, okay.
fee.
I understand what you're saying.
That way we come out, Amarillo's restaurants getting the same deal as the guy in Canyon.
Would need a little help on that, but I think I understand where you're
Absolutely. I think that makes perfect sense. I'm scrambling right now in my mind trying to think how we would do that too, but I think we could brainstorm on how to do that. I follow your train of thought for sure on that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let us discuss that. Oh, yes, and that's a good point too. We do have like a higher water rate that we charge to out of city limit customers, and we could follow a similar mechanism as what that is, because that goes through studies every year as well. So, or not every year, every few years. So yeah, let us brainstorm on that a little bit. That's an interesting idea.
I think one thing that I kind of, as we look at what we're trying to, getting various departments to pay for themselves. Golf course is one of those things. Well, we've narrowed the gap on that. You're trying to do that with your organization as well, to be able to do that, and I think that's a great way to go. The only thing that I think is a little bit different, whereas I thought having captive customers is really good when we want to charge these people that live outside the city, people don't have while they can decide to go play golf or not, or go somewhere else, local business owners really don't have a choice when it comes to where they go. They can't, like you were saying, they don't have a competitor, to do that. I have no really problems at all of adding additional costs when people have a choice on whether they can use it or not, and you have to be competitive. It's a little bit different, and I philosophically, and I don't know if there's any other solution to this, yes, it's an issue of putting 40 cents on there, but philosophically, we are putting an unfair burden on our businesses by making them pay for the mosquito treatment, if you will, or if we can look at other ways to diminish costs. So, and I'm sure that certainly even muddies the water even further. But I think it's, as we try to make things pay for themselves in this department, is a little bit different than other departments, and we're dealing with business owners that really don't have a choice, and they've got to use our service. So, I think it's a difficult puzzle to kind of solve, but I'm sure you'll come up with the right solution.
It's very difficult, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I tried to give a mixture. I mean, you can use any one scenario in itself. I tried to give a mixture that wasn't too burdensome on the tax dollar or the user of Amarillo, too burdensome on business. I wanted it to be kind of an equal distribution of that problem.
Hey, and if county residents want to pay for our mosquito treatment, I'm all for that. That's a that's a great thing. I mean, so.
I don't plan on treating Randall County or Potter County.
No, not that we treat them.
I don't want to include that. That's not for being
No,
proposed.
I'm not saying that we treat them, but what I'm saying is, again, if they're out of the city,
I'm with you.
That there needs to be maybe an opportunity. I feel fair in charging them more for the service to help us pay for expenses or costs elsewhere.
Yeah, Anthony, I appreciate you. I think just the biggest thing for me is just this fee structure stuff. I want it to be fair for the business owners, and in that manner that we talked about earlier. I think it's right. I don't think we need to jump the gun and try to do something, that we can have a little bit more time to restructure some stuff to make it fair for them.
Sure, and I did want to say this last piece. I forgot to bring this in earlier. So we have a 7-tier system. There are some individuals that fall in lower tiers that if you take away some of those breaks, they'd fall in higher tiers. I think that's totally doable, and that would fall more into the equitable standpoint. In terms of having the 7-tier structure, I like that because it doesn't put everyone in one basket, right? It kind of gradually increases operation. The bigger the facility, the more time we spend there, the more resources we spend there, our costs go up. It kind of goes along that motto of more cost we're spending, but it gives a gradual increase to businesses. I'm not super unopposed to that. I think that's okay, but we do have some lower tier facilities that are more of a break category that probably we could fix that. I think overall the fee structure will still be like this, and it won't be as simplified as saying you're one or the other. I think that's the least equitable you can get is saying one or the other.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing I talked about earlier is working with those businesses and the restaurants and seeing what ideas they have and moving forward.
Sure. And typically we do that with the Panhandle Restaurant Association.
So let me come back here and just say, one, I appreciate the philosophical viewpoint of let's increase these fees, but let's not make it as any more drastic than it has to be, and then let's solve our math problem here by spreading out a minimal, a nominal amount of money across the board. And I can appreciate you being willing to look at it that way. I hope you can appreciate our willingness to look at what if we don't try to just solve the math problem? What if we want to restructure the way in which we are trying to be equitable amongst all of our users and not put it on anybody that's not a user? Because just that water bill is too easy to kind of get on top of. And there's too many, perhaps if you were to look at public health, animal management, if we said cumulatively we need to add $1 to offset everything so that we have enough money to do everything on our water users, at least then we're hitting our entire community because we all benefit from good animal control, let's say. And we all hurt a little bit from poor animal control. Now, I agree with environmental health. If you guys don't have the money to do your job well, I'm the consumer. Even though I'm not that business owner, I'm the consumer of that product. So there is some equity in that I think we want to keep relevant. But I don't necessarily want to look at that until we know, you guys are as efficient as you can be. We've got all of our expenditures where we need them to be. You're looking forward a year, 2 years in advance, and then we've taken our time to get to this point where we're looking at the fee structure with you. And then if we don't have another option, then I think we look cumulatively at all of our departments together before we just put a small amount here and a small amount there.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense?
Totally.
Okay. So that directive is a pretty big one. So we might actually be asking you to bring us a budget that we can approve that get you working within what you need to and give you enough time, have you come back and say, well, I don't need 2 weeks, I need 90 days to do this or whatever. And then we have a budget item that we all know we're going to work into as we grow, but not necessarily approving these fees in our budget because you may not have them. So how does that work in the way of like, how do we pass a budget that doesn't have a fee structure that's set?
That's a good question, and I will tell you that we send out all of our renewal notices for permitting 60 days in advance. So we have ceased revenue collection. I mean, we're collecting all the way up until September 30th today. October 1st, we have ceased until we have a set fee schedule. So I can't send any, I mean, I guess I could send out what I have.
Yeah, I think in lieu of council approving a change, it would just stay as is until a change was approved by council. So
are you good? Are you good with that? You're going to leave the revenues, or I mean, sorry, the fees like they are, and then those revenues would be your current budget for the year. So you would actually show a net loss until we can restructure those fees. So we know it's going to show up as a net loss on paper, but that we have a plan in place that's going to fix those, and then we're going to phase those in as we reach the end of this year and get into our next fiscal year. Is that good, Laura?
yes, and just
Want to make sure I understand. So keep the current fiscal year's budget next fiscal year and propose that change next fiscal year. So we'd be operating at the loss.
I don't think so.
Next fiscal year or moving in past this time?
so what I'm hearing is that council is good with your budget for next year, but they want you to keep the revenue structure as is for the time being, do more research, and then maybe partially into the new fiscal year, we would bring them a proposal after we had more time to vet it.
So specifically, we would not have a 40-cent fee on the water bill. We would reserve the option of, after we go through this process, maybe that is something good to add, and we talk about adding that later if we can't solve the problem with the actual users. But what we would be doing is we'd be approving the old fee structure that's current, not what you have in this budget. So you'd go back to your old fees until we revise all of our new fees with perhaps a different tier system and something that's more equitable to get our costs up overall.
So as a kind of an additional point on that is the way his fee structure is right now, he is not able to achieve full cost recovery. And so we would have to show a partial subsidy, which means in order to balance the budget, we'd either have to pull that subsidy from elsewhere or potentially from newly generated property tax dollars or something like that to get him through the first part of the year, and then until we could hit that point.
Right.
So depending on how long it took.
Then if we, we won't give an amount, but if we had a subsidy that was coming out of, let's say, our general fund, sales tax, property tax, whatever, we would know we're only willing to live with that for like 90 days.
Okay.
Then we're going to get that new fee structure set with you, and we're going to implement that so that even though it showed it on the books like that, we're not running for a full fiscal year with those old fees. Then we're going to start phasing those fees in as much as possible based on permits. So when I apply for my next septic tank permit, now, my permit's $650 instead of $450. But wouldn't kick in October 1st. Might kick in January 1, just don't know. Am I saying that clearly, and is there anything else you'd like to add to that?
No, I think I follow it. We'll have to run some numbers, and then we'll regroup with Anthony and his team on a realistic time frame so we can ensure that we're properly putting that into the budget. So, yes. Yep. Assuming he could get the structure fully put together and acceptable by the end of one quarter.
I think I understand.
And Anthony, just to be clear, the proposed 40 cents on the water bill, it's only to cost recover the vectoring, the mosquitoes, right? That's it.
Only to cost recover the vector control
There's
program.
nothing to do with anything else. That is
Nothing to
that
do
is
with
it.
anything
So
else. That is actual cost.
So Amarillo residents, the benefit from the mosquitoes, that's the only ones that would pay.
That's correct. And they're already been, regardless of the 40 cents, we're already providing those services at that rate.
Well, but I would also submit that taxpayers are already paying for it because
that shortfall that we have, the 340 or whatever it is, that's being subsidized by general fund, correct? Which comes from either property tax or sales tax. So the truth is, I guess if you look at it from that perspective, you know, if we add 40 cents to their water bill, we're not necessarily going to take that equivalent amount off their property tax. Sales tax is different. I mean, another way to look at it is really, you know, you could interpret that 40 cents as being, because they are already paying for that service, either through property tax or sales tax. I mean, that's where we're making up the shortfall, correct?
Yes, that is correct. The ability that gives a council then is to take what was previously being funded through sales tax, property tax, and putting those sales tax, property tax dollars elsewhere, potentially like public safety or, you know, something else inside the general fund. But you're absolutely correct, because it's just out of here or out of here. So
yeah, but bottom line is citizens are paying more money to us.
Yes.
So, you know, I think that's why anything that we can do to kind of mitigate that a little bit, I think would be something just to look at. Yeah. And again, in and of itself, you know, 40 cents doesn't sound a lot, but if every department came asking for 40 cents, then pretty soon you got, you know, something. But again, I just think, you know, it's not that our citizens are not paying for it. And if we can get some, and I still think maybe our businesses may be paying a little bit more than their fair share. I don't know if that's how we're trying to recoup it. But anyway.
And I think another reason we brought that proposal forward is that the more we are looking into other communities across the state, that is a standard practice across the state that we are kind of an anomaly on. And that's fine. We're unique here. We all understand that. We're a little unique here in Amarillo. And so we thought we would just bring that option forward if that's something, since it is common practice across the state. So, yeah, but we certainly, if that's not the direction that council wants to go, we can go a different direction.
Okay, I know it's not super clear, but we at least have a starting point, and then we're willing to engage and work with you. You obviously have a great staff to work alongside. They can communicate to us. We appreciate what you're doing. Thank you for looking at it. All options are on the table here for a minute, and I don't think we want to allow this budget deadline to be something that keeps us from maybe giving you a good long-term look at it. And if we're going to get into it and we're going to have this issue, I think we'd rather try to work a little harder with you and get it fixed where it's better looking forward. And then I think the water bill issue could set a tougher precedent.
Sure. And I guess the only last question I have is regarding the expansion growth, like the adding of the position. Are we okay with keeping those proposed additions there, just not adopting a fee structure that pays for it entirely until we fix it? Or is the direction of not doing that and not doing, kind of operating at current operations and finding a fee schedule that fixes that?
So the hard question to you is can you continue to perform with what you have?
I will make it happen with what I have, with the continued annexations of the areas. That additional person would be in addition to our vector control program.
Okay. It's an incentive for all of us to work together in getting these fees where we need them and where we know it's going to be good for our community, consumers, users, businesses, the whole thing. So if we add the position and we continue to push that in the red and we don't get the fee structure that we need, then we further handicapped you, I think, on your books. So I think I would rather keep the hiring freeze where it is or hold that position until we can get all of our fee structures, and then we know exactly what you have to work with and what we're going to go and ask our community to pay for.
Sure, I understand. And I will say, from an EH standpoint, I only ask when there's a need.
Right.
I won't ask if there's not a need.
Well, and we know y'all do a lot with very little. So like we know you're working hard, and we appreciate that. And the other thing that we would be open to, I believe all of us, is maybe we don't add that additional position. Maybe we just let the ones that we have that are workers that work hard make more money. So I mean, it doesn't always equate to adding another position.
Sure.
In efficiencies. Maybe we resource to the ones that we currently have, and we metric that somehow where the inspections that are produced and what you're producing, hits your bottom line as an individual that works for the COA. So that's something you could look at.
Yes, sir.
Anything further, council? You do a really good job. You have a tough job. So we do appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank y'all. Okay, so it's 2:20. I think we've gotten through one item on our task list today. No, we actually have more than one.
We're doing
So,
good.
Miss Laura, do you need a break first, or do you want to? Who do you have next?
I've got building safety and city marshal up next. Do y'all want to take maybe a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll sit down and do those, and then if we have time, we could bring a couple more in, or I don't know how long those will take, but
Right. Are we splitting building safety from city marshal?
yes.
So we're not going to do those at the same time, right?
Well, they're kind of in conjunction, but I was thinking we might start with building safety. There's going to be some bleed over in conversation. Both of them are here, so we could kind of talk
Right.
about them in conjunction if y'all would like.
Okay. I think then we'll take a 5-minute break and then try to hustle back. Thank y'all. Back in, and we have Chief Johnny Scholes up from Building Safety. Ms. Laura Storrs, you have anything to contribute before we hand it over to the chief?
Sure. Just a couple of things. First off, if you want to turn to page 623 in your budget books, page 623 is the start of our building safety budget. And so I'm going to steal a little bit of Johnny's thunder, but he can come in and give you any details that you want. So with building safety, this year we've had certainly a transition into how the structure of the department works. First off, in the current year's budget, we had pulled out code enforcement essentially to be its own business unit. But partway through the year, we also determined that some previous inspectors that were funded out of community development money could no longer be funded out of community development funding. So we still needed those inspectors to do work around the community, and so we went ahead and pulled them into Johnny's department, his responsibility, covering it through general fund, but really covering it through the fees that Johnny's team is collecting. So that was the first change that we saw this year related to personnel. Then, as you're all aware, mid-year we had a new city marshal department created that then prompted another change to Johnny's group because it really pulled that code enforcement piece out of building safety and moved it over into the city marshal department. So when you're looking on page 623, it's going to look a little strange because last year's actual positions were at 39, and then this year in budget it jumped up to 42, and then it's dropping down to 35. And so that's kind of that progression of bringing community development staff that were doing building safety related work but being funded out of community development, bringing them into Johnny's department, and then transitioning parts of Johnny's department over into the city marshal department. So there was definitely a progression of changes going on this year, which does make comparisons from year to year to year a little bit challenging. The other thing of importance I wanted to note as well is that we have included a 5% increase related to CPI, the same one that we've proposed pretty much across the board in our departments, to the fees in Johnny's area as well. Now, if you look at the revenue numbers, you're probably not going to be able to do math and do straight 5% because we actually are seeing a little bit of a pullback, I think, from the residential side just slightly. So we kind of smoothed out the trend from the revenue standpoint and then applied the 5% increase, trying to be a little bit conservative, not saying that we know what's perfectly coming this next year, but I think that was from talking with Johnny and then just kind of looking at prior revenue trends as well, trying to put something that's conservative in there that we think can be achievable without some massive change one way or the other. So that kind of hopefully gives y'all a little bit of insight on the revenue standpoint there. So with that, Johnny, I don't know if you had any other big highlights that you wanted to cover or huge.
Just, during the COVID fiasco, we got some new employees and didn't get the vehicles. So part of my budget right now that you're seeing is increasing is adding the 3 vehicles for the employees that we already have, that we are running them out of our city. We have some city-owned vehicles instead of through the fleet services. And then one of those we were given to the city marshal's office, and also a couple of my chiefs have given up their vehicles for our other inspectors to be able to go out. So there's a lot of stuff going on in here.
And so maybe to explain a little further to what Johnny's speaking to, when we added those inspectors, we have the ability, like if a vehicle is set to be auctioned off or, sold off, and a replacement vehicle's coming in, if we still feel like we can extend the life of that vehicle, sometimes we have departments that have a new need, go ahead and buy those for a very minimal amount and use it pretty much till the vehicle dies. And so that's, I think, what Johnny and his team did, trying to stretch dollars as far as they could. I don't even know which department maybe they picked them up from, but what I think they had done with those 3 vehicles is just picked up a vehicle that was about to go out of service and just extended them and pretty much ran them into the ground. And so now they really need to go ahead and buy new vehicles and get them paying that that monthly fee through fleet services. So those are included in the budget here.
as well. And then we've got some certification pay changes. Do you?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you explain
So-
maybe a little on that?
So when the ISO people come out, our rating gets a whole lot better with the code that we're under and then the type of qualified people that we have. Right now we're a 2 commercially and a 3 residentially. We can't become a 2 residentially because of the state says that residential houses don't have to have a fire sprinkler system. The only city that I'm aware of that is a 1 is San Antonio, and it's because they have licensed engineers and architects on their building safety staff. And you would obviously have to pay a whole lot more for an employee with those type of ratings. So the reason that I'm wanting to change the certification is because it's not really very proactive for our employees to spend as much time as it takes to get that certification for what we currently pay them. So I'm trying to change the fees to where it's beneficial for the employee and then also beneficial for the city.
And then one other notable change that I'm sure you guys are aware of is they've had a software transition this year and have gone live onto a new platform that I think we're getting really good results with. Rich has given us the thumbs up, so that's always great because they're very pleased with how it's working and hoping to continue utilizing that software to gain even more great things for our users going forward. Other questions for Johnny?
Johnny, how many current vacancies do you have in building safety?
That's a little bit of a trick question. I have 1 chief that is a plumbing and mechanical chief. So I have a vacant position kind of hanging out there for if he leaves, I'll have to have 2 chiefs to replace the 1. I have the deputy that just retired. And then I have a plans examiner position that I have been holding open, looking for the right person to fill that. I have 2 commercial plans reviewers and 4 residential plan reviewers. And the solar is coming up quite strongly, and I need a person that can kind of move in between the commercial and the residential, and it's hard to switch back and forth, so it's going to take a specific person to find. There's a person I have. Van has a person and an idea for that, but we also have to be able to afford to pay him to come.
Okay. I know from my side things have improved greatly. How long have you been there now? A year and a half?
About 2 years in this
2
position.
years in that position? Okay. And you've been with the city for how long?
In this department since 2012.
And before that?
Airport for 2.5 years.
And then you were a plumbing contractor before that?
Plumbing, heating, and air, yes.
And grew up here in Amarillo?
When I didn't actually get here till I was 10, but
yeah.
I call this home.
It's great having somebody over in that department that understands not only like building and codes standards, but also our community and how we work. So your software change that you made, that was a net zero cost in the end. Am I right?
It actually went lower because we were paying a higher cost for Tyler.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did we save per year on that, or
400,000 or 500,000?
About 400,000. Okay. So we have a decrease there. Plus, you increased your fees previous budget in order to get that subsidy down. Is that right?
That's correct. We started working on this probably back in 2019 slowly, and then put it into their budget to where it's automatic rather than us having to do everything every year.
Okay. And so the 5% increase, is that something you have planned for future years as you continue to go?
Depends on what the CPI is each year.
Okay.
It's 3%, or if it's higher, it will be higher.
Do you know the total number of plan reviews, total number of inspections, total number of permits, roughly, that you guys get to in a year?
I think I have it here.
Look on page 625, I think has some of it.
Getting to a few, huh?
Yeah.
And then what's your turnaround time right now versus what it used to be? So give me the average time on, let's say, residential review to permit.
We're probably 10 to 20 days used to. and we normally stay around 7 to 10, but if I have an employee that's off for a week, it sometimes gets up a little bit. And then we have some builders that give us 100 plans in one day. So
Okay,
then that
right.
adds a little bit, sometimes some weeks, but we're averaging around 7, sometimes a little quicker.
Okay. And commercial, what are you seeing on that side? I know a lot of it's on the
biggest one. We had some commercial that were probably 6 to 8 months out, and a year wouldn't even be out of ordinary back in the past. And right now, our department has it for about a day to a day and a half, to where we can get something turned around in a day to a day and a half. Now, it's still about 20 days, 25 days, because we're waiting on the contractor or the architect or engineer to submit the plans and from our letter of corrections, the revisions and such.
And I know it rarely happens, but if I ever were to bring a plan in as a contractor that had everything done on it, you're saying that you could review it and send it around, get comments from all the other departments, get it back in my hands in as short as 21 days permitted?
Yes.
Okay. And a lot of the time it's well, my engineer hadn't completed this, or we didn't put a structural diagram or whatever, and so your department hands it back to me. I may take 4 weeks to go get that drawn and bring it back to you. Then you're trying to get that turned around within a period of 3 to 5 days
We
or
try
less.
to get quicker than that. but
Okay.
That's
I think from my experience, that's what we're seeing is a quicker turnaround. Also, maybe a little bit better job in communication on, here's the things we need, and it actually was an exhaustive list of the things you needed, not just one thing. And I got it, and then I came back and I got the next thing and the next thing. So that's been better. I wouldn't say that a lot of your positions are very hard to fill. So it's not that we would ask you to work with less people. It's that you may have to in the way of finding good quality people that you can put out there. Is that agreeable to you, or do you feel like, no, we're going to be able to fill these positions? And so like right now you have a plumbing and a mechanical inspector, right? And
a combination.
Combo.
Chief.
Yeah. And what's my time frame on him?
Probably about 5 years.
5 years. Okay. Which one was the one that you felt like you were going to have open up?
That one.
Oh, okay.
So I'll have to replace one person with 2.
But you have 5 years until you think you're there with him. Okay. All right. I misunderstood. If we wanted to ask what the fee structure would look like in order to not have a subsidized. So what I'm seeing here is total covered through general revenues is $585. Is that my total subsidized cost?
Yes, that is correct right now.
Okay.
And that's an estimated amount.
But that's if we were fully
Exactly.
expensed.
And go back and look a couple of years, you'll see they're in the negative. So the way they're actually operating is at full cost, actually putting some money back in the general fund. And one thing I wanted to mention on here, I'm looking at Rich. Remind me how much MGO software is. Do you know off the top of your head? Was it 100 and something?
I think if I remember correctly, it was like 125.
Okay.
Maybe 140.
So what we have right now is what we have built into his budget next year, and this is on me for sure. We left his lease computer software number flat at around, well, I say flat-ish. It was around 300 and something thousand. I think that's going to be a little high, but to that, we also needed to talk a little bit about demolition budget. So I think historically, I'm looking at Johnny. I think we had about 60,000.
It got lowered during COVID.
Yes.
It was about 120,000 before COVID.
And now it's about
lowered to
60. And then community development has, I think, I was thinking 200, exactly, about 200,000. And I want to let y'all know, maybe a month ago, I was approached by both Jason Rudelsberger and also Johnny, and saying, we're out of budgeted funding for demolition, but there's still more to do. And so we talked with Jared, sorry, as I hit you, sorry. We talked about, there's still some important work that needs to be done. Are you good if we can maybe capture the dollars somewhere else throughout the general fund to cover it? And he was like, yes, we need to keep moving forward on it. So the thought is maybe we shift some of that money that we've got earmarked as lease computer expense that we're not going to need,
because we should fully be out of Tyler, or if any small bits of the Tyler software trickles in this next year, I think, okay, don't think we should, but then what we could do is shift those dollars into the demolition line item to ensure that Johnny and his team have capacity to stay on top of some of those dangerous structures that are needing to be handled in the community. Some years that may not be fully expended, and some years he may be busting that budget a little bit, but it just kind of depends on what's going on. Does that seem reasonable, Johnny, there, or any thoughts on that?
And it's kind of mixed because it's part of the city marshal and me that is doing the demolitions, so it's kind of both of us. And it depends on the amount of homeless that we have on how many houses have to get knocked down because of fires and such.
Yeah. So, and one of the big expenses I know we've been incurring, or at least on the last few, is if there's any kind of asbestos in those structures, it's expensive, and those dollars do not go very far. I mean, as far as multiple properties, and so that's, I think, been a challenge. And so, just maybe want some input from council on that, if that's something that, because 60,000. Well, I guess it depends. I think that might be enough for a couple of structures, but I don't know that it would go very far, especially if there's any kind of asbestos abatement. And so, again, Johnny's area does have revenue coming in, and so that amount could be covered. I mean, I think we could shift probably another 150 to 200,000 into that line item with how his budget's already structured right here. So, and again, he is showing that he's going to have a little bit of a subsidy from the general fund, but in reality, that may come in closer to break even.
Okay, so council, questions on what we're talking about on the demo side of things? You understand what he's getting to and the need for it with what we have around town. Other questions for Johnny on building safety?
I've got you mentioned a couple of things of improvements you felt like you've had, like turnaround time, obviously improved, better communication. I guess maybe sometimes it was piecemeal. Now it's getting a complete list of information about the things that you may need. Any other things, two questions, anything else that you felt like you've made ground on during your time there? And then as it relates to the public-facing part of it, dealing with the customers, and then what are some things that you hope to achieve when it comes to being able to better serve the community that you do?
I think the biggest thing that has happened, and from the feedback also I can say that this has happened, is that we are more of a team with the contractors and the public rather than an enforcement agency like we used to be. And my goal is to continue with the communication and being that team, because as you mentioned there at the budget training, that there's still people that haven't dealt with this in 2 or 3 years that are still thinking it's the way it used to be. So that's the main goal, is to make everything work smoothly.
They've also done a lot of improvements as far as their monthly reports and getting information out as far as those timelines. Before, you'd have to call to find what the current status is. And if a permit sat there and they haven't heard from those folks, they will call them or email them asking for updates. Is this project still moving forward? Just so we are being proactive, getting those taken care of.
And my inspectors are also stopping by projects as they're out and about, just to make sure they're getting everything done smoothly also, instead of showing up and everything's been covered up and we get there too late. So we're being more proactive. Our inspectors are being more proactive also.
And anything that you hear that they might want that you say, that's what we're working on that now, or anything else, or?
I just have one more thing I'm going to have to work on in the future, and I'm still doing research on it, is when we have a big hailstorm, or we have some contractors that are probably not as good as some other contractors, our bonds are pretty low. And so roofs now are pretty expensive, and Cole could probably say a little bit more about the cost of materials. Our bonds are $20,000. Some roofs that won't cover. So if I have 2 or 3 homeowners that have a problem with a contractor, one person may get the money and the other 2 don't get any money to help out. So I'm trying to come up with I've been trying for a little while to come up with a way to make it fair, to raise that to maybe $100,000 on roofs and maybe $50,000 on remodels. And I don't know all the costs of how that is, But another thing is like maybe if if someone was a member of a roofing association, they could have a lesser bond rather than someone that comes out of town, kind of like we say, like fly by night. But I have to get with legal to make sure we can do something like that, because we have to make sure everything's fair for everyone.
Thank you.
So that'd be a future item.
Questions? Councilman Sherlin?
No, sir.
No? On this side, anything? So, to go back to your ISO rating, I know that's something that's greatly beneficial for us here in town, but just to clarify, we're not in jeopardy of moving anything in the negative direction on the ISO rating. All you were stating is that you're constantly looking for ways to increase that rating or to hold it where you need it.
Correct.
Okay. On the demolition, I just want to double check. So we're saying we're going to move $200,000 into his budget from community development.
So we have already moved some positions from community development into his budget. It's already reflected here in your book.
Okay.
What I was, I guess, maybe brainstorming with you all, proposing to you all maybe, is if you'll turn to page 628. I think that might be the easiest way to, 628? Yeah. So if you look on page 628, you'll see on that last line under contractual services, the lease computer software, we've got about $500,000 budgeted for next year. I don't think we're going to need that. It's already built into the numbers here. We can certainly reduce that out of the budget, or it might be good to take some of that money and set it aside for additional demolition expense, because we have not been able to keep up with the budgeted amounts that we have currently. So, and I know I don't want to speak out of turn for Johnny and his team, but I think it's a top priority for them and for City Marshal to stay on top of these and to make sure that if there's any dangerous situations or safety issues that we're getting those handled timely. And so I don't know that we'll be slowing down on that a lot. So
Right,
it
so
might be good to have some money.
We feel pretty confident we can shift 200 out of that 500?
Yes.
Based on where we're at?
Yes, with
Okay.
with that new MGO software coming in much lower, yes.
Normally, residential projects don't need the asbestos survey unless there's two on one block. And there's been a lot of those instances where, and I think the law is within a year. So we knock down a house on one side of the block, and 6 months later, there's another house that catches fire, and we have to knock that down. Then we have to get an asbestos survey on that residentially. Everything commercially, we have to do it. And the residential houses are like $6,000 to $10,000 to knock them down, and commercials, depending on the size, it's I think we were close to $500,000 in Amarillo Inn. Do you remember? Is that about right? So commercial projects take a whole lot of money, and we have the same problems, whether it's a residential or a commercial.
Okay, and then do we have some money set aside in code enforcement that would be under the CMO?
So right now, that amount is $60,000, and that's what we've been operating off of the last couple of years, I think, as Johnny mentioned, since COVID, and it hasn't been sufficient. And then we also have community development money if it happens to be in an area that's deemed low to moderate income. A lot of them are, but they also run out of grant money, and then they don't have any other funding. So it's kind of a combined effort between the groups. So there's 60 right now in City Marshal. In the City Marshal's office, and then if we could take $200,000, we can either leave it in Johnny's budget or we could push it over there into the City Marshal's budget as well. But it would be a net zero change to your overall city budget.
Okay. I think we would probably be in favor of that, in supporting that. And then on the bond, I think I've had a $20,000 bond since 1999.
Yeah.
I don't think it's changed. So I think for us to go to a $50,000 bond is warranted and very helpful in keeping the COA kind of out of that line of fire and what we're trying to do and do our job, and then also protect those citizens that are hiring people that may not have the best business practices, and you would need that bond. On the roofing, I think probably when you're talking about a hail claim or something like that, then I think you could easily adjust to that $100,000 bond. I mean, my $20,000 bond, I think, cost me $240 for the year. So if it went to 50, I don't know that it would even double my premium, you know. But that being said, I think that, you know, this council would probably support what we would need to do to help you get that through.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Chief? Oh, he did. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. So up next, we'll go ahead and bring Jacob Diaz with City Marshal's office, because these two definitely kind of go hand in hand. And so if you want to turn in your book, let's see here, page 641. So it's kind of at the back of that same section, page 641. We have the newly established City Marshal team. So again, we just walked through kind of some progressions that have happened this year, as you all are aware. So you'll see that on page 641, the positions have more than doubled, but that is bringing over first the inspectors from community development into building safety, and then taking all, you know, the community development code enforcement team and moving them over into the city marshal department. There is a request in this budget for a new deputy position, and I will maybe, Jacob, you want to start with that, or if you had anything else? Because there's not a lot of comparative numbers here either, because the budget has changed so drastically. We've taken another department and pulled it in. Right. But Jacob, if you want to kind of.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Is this on?
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, thank y'all for considering that $200,000 increase. That's going to help quite a bit in a lot of areas. One example that we had recently, $60,000 was the associated cost for the abatement. So we abated the property. It cost us more than $60,000. The $60,000 was for the asbestos portion of it. Well, prior to that, we had multiple fires in that place. The challenge with that is obviously transient activity and stuff like that, narcotics, stuff like that. But what we're trying to do is prevent anybody getting hurt, obviously, but also our first responders. So we work pretty well with AFD and APD to try to keep people out of these places. So definitely appreciate that. That money will definitely be well used. So to start off with the new deputy proposal. So as you know, as Laura mentioned, we combined some services from different departments, code enforcement from building safety, parking enforcement from APD, and then dangerous structures also from building safety. So the need for the deputy is going to be kind of for the vision of the city marshal's office. Will allow us to continue to work with the fire investigations, all those things that we do currently, which include everything from after-hour inspections, fire investigations, arson investigations, the follow-up that goes with all that, fire fatality investigations. And then in addition to that, something that we currently are working on is the adoption of an ordinance for the massage establishments. So that'll allow us to work with APD and any other law enforcement agencies to be able to not only permit those, but do regular inspections. And some of those issues that we're finding, or that APD has found, and not only here in Amarillo, but other cities, is things like human trafficking, prostitution, narcotics, and stuff like that. So that'll allow us to help address those things. Something that's a possibility as well will be something like warrant roundup. Amarillo used to do that periodically, well, actually every year. This will allow us to help and assist APD in those areas as needed. Illegal dumping is something that's currently not addressed, which and what I mean by that is we're addressing it from a code enforcement standpoint, from properties, residential, commercials. We're handling all those complaints that we get, but we're not able to address or target sites that we know people are doing illegal dumping, but we don't have any way to track that. I know Donnie Hooper, before he left, he was looking at and working at trying to get cameras set up and things like that, but there was really not a manpower to focus on those or the legal from the legal aspect, because that would require us to go on people's private property, and so we'd have to handle that through the legal process. Employee safety, as we move forward through the code enforcement process, one of the things that we do is we seize essentially junk vehicles from properties, those kind of things. So we're essentially taking people's property. We go through the legal route, and sometimes that becomes an issue. So having an additional deputy would help us, allow us to provide more safety and security for the code enforcement officers as they're out serving these warrants. Previously, that was done by APD officers. However, that's, as you know, they're pretty well shorthanded as well. Once we get a warrant to seize an item or to abate a property, it's a 3 to 5 day window. So the warrant's issued, and we got 5 days to get that completed. So it's a time restraint. And then, obviously, the other benefit that something's been talked about quite a bit would be the additional marked units that we have in the direction that we're going for the city marshal's office. So.
Questions from council? I know I can start while you guys are compiling a few. So let me start from kind of showing like a definition of a term and just the word compassion. So I think when we say city marshal's office and we say ordinance for this and condemnation and demolition of structures, what I've heard from a few people within our community is, well, we're concerned that there'll be a lack of compassion, and that this would be a policing effort in an organization that really shouldn't be the police, and this is going to go the wrong direction. And so I know just over the last 2+ years of watching this and kind of seeing the way in which society will always react in the behavior in which law and order operates. It's a given. So it is not compassionate to allow the degradation of communities and to allow for a greater tolerance of things that breed criminal activity and provide less public safety. It's not compassionate when we send somebody a letter, say a nicer older lady that had some stuff behind her yard and she's not able to take it to the landfill, but then we are, citing her for illegal dumping behind her house, let's say. Yeah, honestly, it's not compassionate to allow people to stand in the roadway and to have fatalities of people that get hit sometimes doing that. And then if we bring about if we really truly want to help people, we want to help that homeless person get to those resources that we have down off of Bowie and 6. We want to help people take care of properties around them. We want to help our neighborhoods. We want to have a high quality of life. What we're talking about is somebody has to help keep law and order and the rules. And so that typically kind of flows over to our patrolmen. And so when you're calling and you need that dispatch call and you're waiting on that patrol officer, it's extremely difficult if he is responding to like a common nuisance or something like that I feel like this city marshal's office could really kind of cover a broad spectrum of things that we could help with some of the police work. And so with you guys being certified peace officers, I think it goes hand in hand with some of the things that we need to see for our overall public safety. And I believe that, as I've told people before, this is compassion. This is being compassionate. We're not going to abuse the authority. We already have the authority. We're choosing to enforce it in the right level and at the right time. And then we're targeting the enforcement efforts to where the actual problems are, not to where the symptoms are. So I believe that this department suits you guys, and I hope that your staff really wants to go with this vision, because you will be an asset to our policing and our public safety as well as our fire department in the way in which we're now trying to restructure some things. So the new deputy role for me probably gains me a lot more than it costs me on paper. And so I know we've been pretty hard in looking for $10,000 here and there, and do you need this in your travel budget and so on and so forth. Well, the reason being is because we really do need to prioritize some of these things that if we don't pay for them on the front end, they're going to cost us more in the long run. The massage parlor ordinance is a good example of allowing little things that can create bigger problems longer in that criminal environment. And I'm not blanket statement that all of that is, but I'm just saying there's a select few that do contribute to that issue in our community. Even weeds is something that I think we're losing a handle on, and so we allow weeds. That contributes to illegal dumping. That contributes to other things where we just don't have the civic pride that we need to take care of the things that we have in our community. So I'm a pretty big believer in this. But that all being said, I did see one item for $41,000, and so I'm definitely in favor of the new direction and what you're trying to accomplish, and we want to support you. I saw $41K for advertising, so I just need to know that may be in there for a good reason. But if not, that would be the only item in your budget that I'd like to pull.
Looks like that's postage. That's all
postage.
Our mailers.
That's right. Mm-hmm. So that's everything that you're sending out.
Yes.
That's not advertising. That's postage.
Legal postage.
Legally, we're required to send certified notices.
That's right.
Advertising through the mail.
Advertising through the mail. Yes. So appreciate that explanation.
It would be good to get some y'all's feedback maybe on these mailers we have to do for weeds, because we have had some citizens comment on our process. Our code locally, and I think state, allows us, if it's an ongoing, recurring site, we can just give one notice, and then if it happens again, we can go take care of the issue. We've gotten some comments that we really want a notice every time before you do it, but that just adds to the cost. Mm-hmm. I know there's a give and take there. We do try and communicate with the citizens when it occurs to let them know that will happen, but our practice has been one notice per year. That you need to maintain your weeds.
What's the feedback?
Why can't we, if we're going to send a notice, add a fee to it? I mean, we just automatically, they know they're supposed to do this thing, okay? And if they're breaking the law, we send a letter and we say processing fee is $10.
On the front end before we mow it?
Yeah, on the front, and just add that to the water or whatever bill you want.
The post.
Don't add that to the water bill, please. So wait, before we do that, what's our collection rate on these notices? So meaning it doesn't necessarily help us to add a $10 fee on something that they're not going to pay anyway.
And what is the percentage? We mow it. Do they pay their, or does it go to get a lien filed? It's like.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that.
Okay.
I can find out. We do have an administrative fee of $75 and proposing to increase that to $150.
Okay.
Johnny, do you have any?
I don't have an exact answer, but there's a whole lot more that gets liens than actually pays for it. And then we do have some people that just pay for it because it's cheaper for the city to mow it than for them to hire somebody to mow it.
Which is why we're increasing those fees.
So is your proposed fee structure in here?
Yes.
Yes.
The new fees? Okay.
And to add to what Andrew was saying, some of the folks that reached out to us, they own quite a few properties, so they'd rather us notify them so they know when to mow their property. And state law allows us to send one notification per year. So if we go out there, we don't have to send another notice, but they're asking for.
I think that's a little bit like me saying, hey, send me a letter before you're going to inspect my job site. And then that means I better go ahead and clean it up so I don't get a fine. It's on me and my due diligence to take care of my property so that when you show up, I'm inspection ready. So I don't have any problem with my feedback being I'm fine with the one notice, because otherwise it becomes a notice of when you kind of have to clean your room, And so I don't want to be telling our citizens, hey, we're going to ground you unless you clean it up by Friday.
Does that initial notice, does it state that by law we have to give you one notice? If you're in violation again,
it does
we're not
state
required?
that it's a one-time notice per calendar year.
And it lets them know that if you're in violation again, we're not sending you a notice.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then gives them.
It really clear, like when you read it, it used to just be in the reading, so if you didn't read the whole thing, you wouldn't see it, but we have it to where it's bigger.
Bold, underlines.
You don't miss it.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, it's actually your revenue projections for their fee charts not in the document, but the majority are going up $10. It's all based on height and square footage of the property. And then the administrative fees going from $75 to $150, and a couple other minor changes. It's about $112,000 in revenue.
So it's going to hurt a little bit more for those that depending on us to mow their
A
property.
little bit more, but then we're also hoping we get more contractors to sign on with us so we don't have 5.
And that's one of our biggest issues, because we only have 5, currently we have 5 contractors that do mowing. 2 of those 5 also do junk and debris. So if we can attract additional contractors, that'll help us address some of these weed complaints.
So let's say, for example, I just decide to take the city on as my lawn maintenance person. The same every month, or I mean, if I have to go out to your house 3 times a year, is there an increased fee each time if I'm having to repeatedly show up?
No.
The fee is based on the size of the lot and also the height of the weeds that they have to mow. So if it's the same every time they go out, your fee would be the same.
But we could look at repeat users. It goes up as they have to keep going.
Yeah, I don't know how many of them there may be, but I'd
Probably quite a few.
probably not want to be in the yard maintenance business. Yeah,
Yeah.
more than we have to be.
Yeah.
Any other questions for our city marshal? Anything else? Okay. Hey, I think we support you in this new direction and vision, and so we hope that's reflected in our budget, and then we hope your staff sees that you have a council behind you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Appreciate all of you.
All right, Mayor. So we've, I think we've got several people headed this way right now. If you all are okay, I might see if our engagement and innovation team could come up. Do y'all mind doing that budget as we've got?
No, I think that's good. And then you have, was court one you were trying to get done?
Yes, if you're good with that, I'll have her on her way. We've got airport on their way and water and sewer, or John Collins with water to talk about water and sewer rate comparisons. If that is okay, and we've got facilities headed this way.
Okay.
So if y'all are okay with that, okay.
I think we push on.
All right, so with engagement and innovation, if you'll go in your books to, let me look here.
Here you go, boss.
Page 227. Oh, and then we've got a great handout. Thank you.
Yeah, Stephanie's got it set up. I think that's all I had. Any questions for me? I'm just kidding.
Appreciate you coming.
Hang on one second, Stephanie. So the Office of Engagement and Innovation went through a pretty big change this past year, supported by Rich and Mr. Miller. We added an FTE to specifically take care of and manage special projects. By added an FTE, I mean we brought him in from another department. So it was kind of a wash budget-wise, but we do have some additional expenditures in my budget that are related to that position coming over, so we can talk through any of those. Also launched our innovation department, or interdepartmentally launched our innovation position, which was a big jump for us as well. So those 3 components together, I felt really kind of lived in the same world, and they all kind of rely on each other to be successful. Any special project's going to need a lot of communication efforts. Any communication efforts can certainly be benefited by an innovative look at how we're talking to the community and how we're engaging with people. So all those things seem like they lived in the same family, so I was really glad to have the support of the city management to put them all under one department so that we could all kind of look at each other every day. I really don't have a whole lot prepared other than that. I think you all have a pretty good feel for what we do, but I'm happy to answer any questions or talk through anything.
Well, let me go back a little bit and say, no, actually, I didn't think I had a pretty good feel for what you did. So as place one, I never really got to work along with you guys. For some reason, I kind of got hung up back there, and the things that I was, brainstorming and had ideas on that never hit your desk. And so I even campaigned with the statement of 7 people in a communications department is just too many. I mean, how many people does it take to make a social media post? Mm-hmm. And shouldn't we do our own communications as council and city manager? And why do we have this? And 30 years ago, we didn't have this communications. And so there's places in our budget that we can cut. So I believe these were statements that I actually said publicly.
I'm glad you didn't say them to me. I'd be a lot more nervous right now.
It's okay. It's okay that I'm on the record here because I think I've already put myself in this position. So it's important sometimes when you do have an opportunity, and I'll just say I didn't really have an opportunity to work alongside of you guys. I was around, but I wasn't able to work with you. And so since I've been in a position where I'm bringing good ideas that I think are outside of the box and they are innovative, I've been able to work with your department. And so it really isn't just a communications department of, hey, let's put up a draft that lets people know, 34th and Bell has a lane closure. I think that's what our community thinks. But one that you've been very helpful on is a bulk trash initiative where I'm really excited about being able to go and get to some of these bulk trash projects that are, we just had our city marshal here talking about how he has 2 contractors. And the last time I looked, we had 1,900 call-in items. Now, hopefully we don't still have 1,900. But I can tell you that if you have 2 contractors running around 100 square miles trying to get in alleys and out, that's not going to get the job done. And so this initiative would empower some small businesses to become vendors and to do the work and to get paid. And so we're creating jobs in the way of promoting small business. And then I think this is something where you guys have been instrumental in working through, okay, well, if we do this, this is going to cause these problems. These are the ways that you're leaving the city vulnerable. Your department does way more than just put out, a social media post. And so, I would just apologize to you guys, I didn't fully understand that. And I don't think I'm alone. I think a lot of our community thinks we have a communications department that's just there to kind of spread what our message is and to try to convince the taxpayer that they need to pay more and fees should go up and all that. And that's not what you're doing. You're tracking projects. So in the last budget meeting, we said, hey, that would be nice if we knew what was going on. Like in construction, we track the status of the project. That way we know, are our meetings efficient? Are we productive? And when do we need to meet again? And so the tracking of these projects, being able to put them on kind of a Gantt chart, so to speak, it's just very vital in us being able to do a good job in performing. And so you will hit the quality of the next 2 years as much as anybody else in the way in which we actually get some of the stuff done that we want to hold ourselves accountable to. So I just wanted to kind of start there. Not totally critical of any person in that department because I think y'all have all done a good job, but I, for one, didn't know everything that you did. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I probably need to do a better job of making that clear just in general. We've worked real hard over the last couple of years to turn our department into something that was maybe at one time just a very reactive kind of department to a much more proactive department that really – I kind of separated into two components. Externally, we're outside reaching out to people. We've really changed a lot of our methods into going to see people where they are instead of asking them to come to us for material. We've worked on doing more than just providing things and turning those into actual discussions where we're listening to people. I tell people all the time that communications is really like 90% listening and 10% talking, or at least it should be. But internally, we're making a big impact, too, and I think that's important to note. And some of these notes are in the information you have, but the perfect example, I think, is with the AMI project. That project budgeted $325,000, I think it was, and Floyd can correct me if I'm wrong, but $325,000 for an external marketing and communications agency to do all of the communications work for the AMI project. We took it all in-house. We did the whole thing in-house. We're continuing to do it in-house. So that $325,000 was able to go back into that project. So, I mean, if I do that 3 times a year, my entire budget's,
right.
covered. So.
Well, and in fairness to you, Mayor, we were still forming this organization, and figuring out how do you do this kind of office in government. Right, this is really common in private sector, so figuring out how that applies to local government, it wasn't really fully formed, and now we're starting to. And just to kind of pile on to what Jordan said, the very first innovation project we did was around solid waste when we'd cut back to the once a week. And just that project we're predicting about $400,000 in savings. So this is one of those few departments in a government where there's actually ROI attached to what they do, and that's part of what we're going to try to capture going forward so we can see the impact.
Yeah, and we want to just continue to be a resource for all of the departments in the city, and it's taken some time for that to start building up as well. They just had to learn who we were and start to trust what we could do. But now I can confidently say that I work with the best communications team I've ever worked with in my career. I've got more skill in that room over there than in every other department I've ever worked in professionally. And I know you all know Chase Brady, and I know you all know Monica. Maybe she's been out on leave for a little while, but Joy and Kristen, Isaiah, Dave, all of the guys over there are just the best at what they do, and I'm really proud to have them. So we did bring one example, if I could show one. I should have brought more fancy charts and stuff like that, but we did make a video that I wanted to show you guys. And there's been a lot of conversation about hiring lately, and I wanted to make sure that we showed you one of our recent initiatives to help with that.
In Amarillo, our day starts with hard work. We're the force behind Amarillo's water, ensuring every home, school, and business in our community has the water they need when they need it. With a great pension, 14 paid holidays, and a fast track to training and promotion, hard work is recognized and rewarded. Amarillo runs on hard work. Join the water utilities team today.
So that's the kind of stuff we're able to produce now that we, just a very short time ago, what we're not able to produce. And so,
who did the APD one?
Chase Brady is the lead on that one.
Yeah, that's impressive too.
Yeah, he's doing great work. We've got, every one of those projects though requires a team. We've got people that will put the social media push out on the video that Chase created with the graphics that Isaiah made that Dave pushes out on a press release. I mean, it's just a really kind of seamless team effort over there, and everybody knows their role, and I'm just really proud of all the work they're doing. They make me look good, that's for sure. So I'm happy to talk through anything that you guys see as far as numbers or anything like that.
I will say one thing I really enjoyed seeing the stuff on social media, what we're doing, how we're doing it, park cleanups. All of this is very, very positive information, and you guys are doing a great job. I want to thank you for it. I don't think we can pat ourselves on the back enough. I think the people need to see it. So, doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
So, I'm not up to speed with the mayor. So, can you just briefly, I don't want to bog things down, but I tell you, it would be really beneficial for me and maybe people that are watching this, kind of go through your org chart and tell me a little bit more about each person and kind of what their duties and responsibilities are.
Yeah,
if
absolutely.
You wouldn't mind real quick.
Yep. So we've got essentially 3 tiers in our organization. We've got the Director of Engagement and Innovation. That's me. I focus on high-level strategy. I work on executive project management with the City Management Office and with the Mayor and City Council. We've got an Assistant Director of Communication. That's Joy Stewart, and she works to essentially align all of the communication processes and mechanisms and assets we have. So she's the one that's going to help to strategize the social media efforts. When are we going to use a video? Why is a photography maybe a better route than a video for this particular project? So she helps to make those decisions and then align the team below her to make sure we're meeting those projects. Jim Wallace is our special projects manager. He's currently running things that you're very well aware of, like the police department, crime center, the AMI project, and several others. I can talk about all these, but they're also on this sheet if it's just easier for you, but I'm happy to go into more detail on any of these. But he leads those efforts, make sure they stay on time, make sure they stay in budget. He brings roadblocks to me, and we figure out how to get past them. So he's kind of running those more special projects throughout the organization. Kristen is our Assistant Director of Innovation. She's the one that leads all of our more engagement efforts and the efforts on kind of, I call her the moonshot queen. Like, she goes after all the big moonshots, you know, the things that are really not really reasonable, but what if they could work? Like, what if it did happen? What kind of impact would that have on the community? And so she's doing a great job with those efforts. Isaiah's our creative design manager. He does a lot of graphic design stuff. He's a brilliant strategist when it comes to just designing different communication efforts for people. He's always thinking about great ways to do that. Chase Brady's our multimedia production manager. He does all the video work, and he also helps with graphics and with photography as we need help there. Dave Henry's our media relations manager. He's busy all day, every day, including weekends, connecting with our local media folks and making sure they're getting what they need. And then Monica's our social media manager, and she's doing far more than just putting up posts about park cleanup. She's looking at the analytics and figuring out, did that post work? Why didn't it? Should we put different demographics on it? Should we target it a different way? She brings me reports. She also runs training for social media managers throughout the city in other departments and helps to make sure they're doing good content. She runs our archiving system for social media, which is required for open records requests. So a lot of stuff going on, and a great team, I think, doing the work.
And so your engagement, tell me how you measure that. What metrics are we looking at? How are we doing on those?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and traditionally a tricky one to answer, because we're not like accountants, no offense, Matt, but we don't like, I can't tell you how many tax returns I did this year, and so I did 30 tax returns, and so that was my goal. Communications is a lot more about like gauging sentiment, right, or gauging those kind of things, and that can be a lot more difficult to gauge sometimes. So we do kind of your traditional things. We track reach on social media. We track how many people see our web postings, how many people are coming to the events that we're posting about. So, you know, outcomes such as those are a good way for us to know if what we're doing is working. And then, you know, just the increased partnerships and relationships that we have in the community, I think, are a really good thing. We've definitely connected with some of the neighborhood associations in ways that we never have before. And so, you know, I don't have a chart that shows that, but I can tell you if you went to those organizations and said, what's it like with the city, those relationships have been improved quite a bit, at least in part because of the efforts that our office has made.
If I could jump in on one thing that, and this is kind of a very specific one that they've been working on, but they have partnered with WIC the past couple of years to do some amazing advertising campaigns, and WIC had been really struggling coming out of COVID about their number of people that they were serving, and their funding, it depends on how many people they're serving, and so they relied very heavily on Jordan and his team, that we would have spent a lot more money going outside to do those advertising campaigns, and their numbers have really started to come back to those pre-COVID numbers, and I think that's another one where you're seeing the outcomes based on, so it kind of varies from department to department and project to project, but I know that one was one that we saw some direct results on the advertising campaigns that they did through Jordan's team.
Yeah, and in fact, the first year we did go out outside of the city because we didn't have the resources to do that. In the last 2 years, we've done those internally, and significant cost savings. And just since Laura brought up WIC, I'll brag a little bit more. We currently, I think just yesterday maybe, we're notified that a lot of our WIC campaign stuff is up for national level awards through the 3CMA organization, which probably doesn't mean anything to you guys, but to us it's a big deal that the 3CMA thing is anyway. So I love that my staff is getting recognized nationally. We won several regional and statewide awards for a lot of the stuff that we're doing as well. So it just feels good to have that outside affirmation. And again, just can't thank the team enough for their hard work.
Another thing that we've seen over the years is historically departments had advertising money inside their budgets, and they were paying third parties to do those efforts at a much higher amount. That now all those dollars, so we've been able to lower those advertising budgets across the city in those individual department budgets, because Jordan and his team are able to do it in-house and at as good, if not a better level than what we were achieving from outside.
Laura, I would say the same thing on the project management side of the house.
Oh, yes, that's a great point.
We had. It turns out I found out we had a project manager in IT that not only can project manage, he taught project management. So we have a very qualified project manager. We're able now, departments are using him where they would have to contract out with a third party to do that contract work, and we're getting projects done on time and under budget. So it's paying off on many fronts, and the fact that they're all in the same office means when a project bubbles up, it immediately hits our PMO, our project management office, but it also hits communications and engagement. So there's no lag time between, hey, the city's doing a big project and us engaging with the public and making sure they're aware of what we're doing. So them in the same office makes a lot of sense.
In reality, this is actually a profit center.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it?
Yes, that is correct.
And I mean, we look at this as a cost, but in reality, all of that money is profit
Yes.
to our bottom line.
Yes.
It's one thing
the way I'm looking at it.
Yes, sir, and something I need to figure out a better way to track probably so that the next time I sit in front of you guys I can do a better job of that. But every time a department doesn't have to spend $40,000 to make a video and take some photos, because that's what it costs if you go outside the city, that's $40,000 back into that project. $15,000, $300,000, whatever those numbers are. You know, it doesn't show up on this paper right here, but those are true cost savings that absolutely we're able to affect throughout the city.
There's another metric that they're very, very beneficial in. The AMI project, I just have to brag on them. 1,500 meters replaced. I got one call. So it's not just monetary metric.
And it was me. I complained. No.
But I want y'all to understand how beneficial that is. Not only are they a partner inside the agency to help us, but successful, more successful than we would have had with an external.
But they're helping a lot on that AMI project because Jim is also doing project management. And Rich, what would and advertising, or in communication engagement, what would a project manager have cost us on a project?
A couple $100,000 easy, because he's not just doing the project management, in other words, aligning tasks. He's also managing budget and make sure we meet all the requirements. Tracking inventory, the whole kit. So it's actually saving us quite a bit of money. And you're right, that's something that we're going to focus on in the next year, is making sure we capture that.
I would like to keep up with that number just to
Yeah.
see how much money we actually, I bet we, at the end of the year, we could show that as profit center.
Yeah. Laura and I have talked a little bit about doing charge outs and stuff like that, or at least tracking the charge out rate, and so we can definitely talk more
and I think, and Jordan and I have discussed some software that they have that I think might capture some of that, so we could look on a project by project basis and department by department and kind of look at it from different angles and see how much bang y'all are getting for your buck out of this team right here.
And the truth is, this is really just modeled off private sector. This is how big corporations do it.
Yeah.
They have an office just like this, so we're just taking best practices right out of industry.
Well, a couple of things why I ask, because, one thing now, in the digital age, everything is measurable. So, I know we send out emails. What is our email list? How are we growing to, there's various ways to communicate directly. I think our Facebook page has been somewhere in the neighborhood of about 39,000 followers for quite some time.
We charted that kind of stuff out for you on Facebook and those kind of followers and things. We got a couple really big bumps on Facebook as well, and I can certainly provide that kind of stuff if that's helpful for you.
Right.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And then too, sometimes I think, and of course the whole way that communication can occur has changed, and I know we still send out press releases, and we depend on traditional media to tell stories or to pick those up. But I often think there are times where there are stories that we can tell, and the truth is we don't necessarily need the traditional media as much as we used to, because we can go directly to the community. And the more people that you have following you on social media, and I just think there are some opportunities to help clarify or get information across, because the news, A, may or may not pick it up, and B, they may not give all the details that they're going to give. And, one thing I thought the other day, and it was I think it was on the consent agenda, I can't remember, but we did make a proactive move in the Lawrence Lake area to purchase some land. Yeah. And there's some projects that are going on, that we're looking at there. And again, for all the grief that may have been taken for what things that we didn't do in the past, to me that was an opportunity to say, here's your drainage utility money that we've talked about, and here's some other things. But just looking for things that,
And to be honest with you, I think that's why the more that we can directly communicate and come up and get the facts out to people, I think would just be a beneficial. And then and I'll sit down with you because we've not had a chance to talk.
Yes, sir.
But then there's sometimes the speed of information of which we need to get. I mean, I really like it that the staff is very good at getting information to the five of us pretty quickly. We know when things are going on. We know about things, that sometimes I think, let's make sure that we're getting that information to the community quickly as well. And, and sometimes you can't depend on the local, but if we have channels to be able to do that and getting information. So I just think looking for more opportunities to just let people know what we are doing and what the mayor and council and city staff are doing in little bite-sized pieces and say, here's your, and just presenting the facts of it, I think we give an opportunity for people to learn more about it as well.
Yes, sir. Great thoughts, and I appreciate that. One thing I should mention is that we do a monthly media lunch and learn, we call it. And then we also just restarted our weekly report to media because I had the same thoughts. And I came here from Denver about 5 or 6 years ago. And in Denver, if you want something on the local news, you have to beg. Here, it's different. The media will come to you and they'll ask you for story ideas. And so Dave has been really good about presenting at that lunch and learn and on the weekly report. Here's some story ideas. Everything from, staff, awards to major projects and all kinds of things. I bring it up only to say that if any of the five of you ever have anything like that I might have missed or you think it's important and I might have missed it, please let us know because we will put it on those agendas as well.
Well, and again, sometimes they're the major things that come up that obviously you guys decide are quote-unquote newsworthy, and you want to get that out. But I think oftentimes there may be opportunities just to say, I know it was on the consent agenda, but or it didn't get a whole lot of discussion, but it's something just, communicating some highlights that are coming across just to let the community know some of the things that are going on.
Yes, sir. I think it's a great idea, and
Yeah.
I think that's something we can always be improving on for sure.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I think too on that is I think we do a great job of like a city manager's update that we get in our emails. Maybe take that information and correlate out to the public.
Yeah.
Because in reality, that's the stuff that we're giving to our constituents. And there's thousands of more people that follow, y'all's social media outlets than ours or anything else. So
Yes, sir.
just an idea.
Yep. We've got, I think, 25,000 people on an email list that we try not to spam because they'll all unsubscribe. So they get a once-a-month update from us, but it is a list that's been very useful for us as well, maybe for a more frequent update like you're talking about.
Yeah, just to post something out there.
Mm-hmm.
So, looking through the budget, overall pretty good. A couple things that stand out that we've been good at questioning across the board. We have some mileage here, $30,000 budgeted.
Oh, can I make a real quick point, Mayor? I think that some numbers were transposed in the sheet that you have.
Is that meals and local that's
travel? The travel one is the 30,000. Mileage is 600.
Okay.
I think
So
it
that
was
one's
updated,
flipped.
but maybe you don't have a current copy.
Are y'all traveling for?
So we do travel quite a bit for a lot of what we do is very technical, and we really do try to stay on the cutting edge of everything that we do. And so we go to conferences. We don't always travel as a team, but for example, Chase will go to a conference that Adobe Max presents on video editing, and he'll learn more there in a week than he could ever learn, at any other conference. These are kind of the places to go to stay on the absolute cutting edge of what we do. And then we have some regional conferences, like just where we stay up to date with colleagues in fellow cities, like the TAMIO conference and those things as well.
You feel like that $30,000 you'll use?
I feel like $30,000 gives me a comfortable budget to use, and I will tell you that I scrutinize every request I get from staff for to make sure that not only are they going to a conference or a training that's useful, but when they come back, that they can share that knowledge and training with the staff members that didn't go. So we try to really expand whatever knowledge that is throughout the base of the office.
The lease computer software?
Yes, sir. I'm glad you brought that up as well. A lot of the software that I pay for in my office serves the entire city. For example, this survey, we have a SurveyMonkey account. Anybody in the city can use it. Archive Social is the social media archiving software that I told you about. Every social media account throughout the city, from PD, fire, public health, ours, airport, everybody is under that one account because it saves money to have a single account. I think a year and a half ago, everybody had a whole bunch of different accounts, and when we did the number, we saved thousands of dollars by having one account with multiple channels underneath it.
Is that
Can I pause you for? Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go right ahead.
Well, I was just going to expand upon that. So as we've talked over the budget review about this admin charge that we charge out to, like the enterprise funds, the internal service funds, the grants, we capture Jordan and his team and what they're doing, and we allocate their costs. So he may be paying for all the software, but we are charging that back through an admin fee that's coming back into the general fund. So it's just, it makes a lot more sense to contain it in one area and pay kind of
So
one package.
I just don't see that in your revenues. Is it showing up?
Oh, it comes through in Matt's revenue over in the finance department. There's an indirect cost or an
Okay.
fiscal agent fee line item, and all of it comes in as one payment fee over. But it, again, he more than pays for his finance department because all those general revenues come into that one area.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the lease computer software and then the dues, that's kind of what you're talking about there. Together, those are $40,000.
Yeah, so dues, we really have memberships in three different places. One's the 3CMA. That's the it's a city council. I'm not going to city county communications something. I'm not going to be able to think of it right now, but it's a nationwide organization of city and county communicators, and so we get a lot of great information from them. The TAMIO, which is the Texas Area Municipal Information Officers, they have an annual conference. They do trainings a couple times a month. They're a great resource for us. And then the Alliance for Innovation is the largest membership that we have, and that's a citywide membership. And that's, Rich can probably expand on this better than I can, but it's an alliance of multiple cities throughout the nation that are all working on these innovative techniques and innovative technologies. Actually serve on the advisory board for them starting this year, so that was really cool. But we've brought back several ideas from those conferences and those trainings that we're beginning to implement, or at least beginning to explore for the city here as well. So those three memberships are really the three that we have.
Real good. Any other questions from council? Thank you, Jordan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. If we could, maybe real quick, we'll do municipal court, and then let's move into facilities, if that's okay. And then we've also got an update from water and sewer as well. And then I think that should finish our afternoon out, if that sounds okay with everybody. So we've got Donna Knight coming up here. And let me find the page for you. Page 197. And on page 197, we've got actually three kind of areas combined into one. We have our municipal court services. We have our office of, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, office of our civil hearings. Thank you. So it's the civil side of municipal court, and then we have the court technology special revenue fund. So if you'll remember back when we had Judge Hamilton in here, we were talking about how state law allows certain fees to be collected through items that are processed at municipal court. One of those is a security fee that goes to help pay bailiffs. The other is a technology fee, and that goes to pay for the software that supports the entire municipal court operations. And so on municipal court, it's a pretty straightforward budget. Donna, I know, has over the past couple of years kind of restructured her team. Actually, she's removed some vacant positions, and she has restructured and kind of given additional responsibilities to her team members, and then increased their pay slightly. So that's been a great thing that I think has worked out well in her area. And so you'll see like positions maybe trending down a little bit. That's why she's decided to, pull back on some of those positions that maybe weren't currently filled, and add some responsibilities elsewhere, and then be able to pay some of her team members a little bit better. Do you want to add anything on that, Donna? Sorry. There you go.
No, that I have really worked to kind of cross-train all the staff. We have 3 levels of staff, and within each level, they're required to cross-train in all the tasks completed. That creates efficiencies as far as them knowing more about what goes on at court. They can help the citizens when they call better because they know what that area does. But it also creates efficiencies, and I've moved to a flexible schedule with my staff because I was able to cross-train and still cover my 40-hour work week with my staff having a half day off, a rotating half day off throughout the week. So it helps provide them a little bit of benefit too, because I can't pay them as much as maybe private sector could, but I offer them a better work-life balance.
Yes, so it certainly helps with recruitment and retainment by all means. One thing else to note, and I think we've already talked about this a little bit. We had a slide at one, well, maybe we didn't have a slide. I'm probably remembering wrong. Municipal court revenues have taken a hit over the last several years. There's been some state law changes that have added additional opportunities for people to settle some of their items with our municipal court, either through like payment plans or through community service, some of those things. Do you want to expand on that a little?
Time served credit
yes.
Went up from $100 to $150 last legislative session. There are more opportunities to essentially have a bite at the apple. That way.
Yes, and so the other thing that we have seen too, as citations issued through our police department ebb and flow, that also causes the revenue coming through the municipal court area to ebb and flow as well. So certainly during COVID, that was a very challenging year from a revenue standpoint. And again, they just process what comes through the door, you know, and as the judge sees fit to work through those. Sorry, go ahead, Donna.
We are actually projecting to have less citations filed by PD this year than we did in COVID.
Okay, so that is a trend that we're kind of working through now, and so again, we've built some of that through her revenue projections as well. But their team is the one that's tasked with processing and collecting on all of those. Once those citations are issued, and then it runs through any kind of a process, and then it goes through her team here. So, yes.
How much are our citations down?
Overall, they're down around 15% from last year.
Yes.
Further questions, Council?
I just want to brag real quick on this team. They were probably one of the first ones to offer multiple ways for our customers, citizens, whatever you want to call it, constituents, to process payments. They've accepted online payments for a while. They used to do this thing called Warrant Roundup. Y'all probably remember that. I think they took the website down many times because they had so much traffic on it. So they have really been on the cutting edge on technology, ahead of the curve of a lot of the city. Over time, we're all trying to catch up with Donna and her team. And so they do their best to provide multiple options to make, it's not, no one's usually happy to go in and work with them and so they want to make it as positive of an experience with as many options as possible to work with people.
Most people don't even need to come into the court. They can go online, resolve their cases. I have a bundle through my software provider that allows for the website now to be free for me. They do charge a fee to the citizens when they use it, but it's convenience. It'd be $3 to pay online instead of how much to drive down here.
How many vacancies?
I do have vacancies. I have 3 full-time and 1 part-time. I do not plan on filling those at this moment. I do, if the filings go up, I would need to fill them. But I don't want someone sitting there not having something to do.
You feel like our CMO's role will increase some of that, like if they are able to contribute to warrant roundup? City Marshal.
Sorry, thank you. Yes, they would contribute to that. this year we do plan on doing we don't call it warrant roundup anymore. We call it compliance campaign, and hopefully we can use the city marshal's office and maybe the NPO unit to help us with that campaign.
I think they want it back to warrant roundup.
Y'all want it back to warrant roundup?
We don't have any further questions.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate
Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Appreciate it. Great. All right, so we have our facilities group. Are y'all ready? Okay, so in your books, page 249. Thank you. Page 249 in your books, and I don't know that this team needs much introduction, but I don't know, Jerry, if you want to introduce anyone, or, and then, I know.
We just, when Laura, is this on? When Laura sent us the text, we just
No, you got to push your button. There you go.
stay on, or?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, when Laura sent us the text, we were on the job site, so I was happy to come into someplace cooler than being on that concrete slab right now, so.
Luckily, they have suit jackets hanging up, I guess, in their offices that they grabbed on their way in, so we appreciate that. Thank you all so much for being flexible with us.
Good.
And so, Jerry, I'll just hand it to you if you want to just maybe just give us a high level on either accomplishments or things coming up, or just a couple things.
Well, I wanted to give you an update on where facilities is at right now. Stephanie, if you'll run it for me. I'll read through this. We can provide it to you if you guys want it. But I wanted to give you some talking points for facilities. Right now, we've done over 937,000 in-service calls to date on this fiscal year. At least 340,000 of that is in parts. This is on the service side alone, not construction, strictly service. We have 12 active construction projects going right now. As the UPS Sims project, we just finished that up Monday. The roof at the facilities building, we'll have that finished at the end of the week. Roof and electrical structure at the dental clinic, we have that finished this week, so these are dropping off rather quickly. Multimodal transit station, that's the job site we were just on. That's there at 6th and Bowie. Lighting for the Civic Center, converting a bunch of the old metal halides to LEDs. It's going to be about 25% of the Civic Center will be converting to that. We did a conversion at the Civic Center as a point of reference on the Coliseum and the south half, basically the old half of the Civic Center. We realized right at between 67 and 70% savings in electrical costs by doing that conversion.
Which may help with that Civic Center number we're trying to close the gap on next year.
So,
because that number's not built into that. So
exactly. We will see some substantial savings for these. These are in their convention spaces on the north side of the Civic Center. We have the pavilion project, which you're aware of. Carpet replacement at 2 libraries is in the works. GNC flood, we should be completing that the end of next week. Parking lighting project, parks lighting project, that $7.5 million project. We're 3/4 through that project. The big parks are done with the exception of John Stiff. If any of you ever get the opportunity to go out to Rick Klein and see the effect of that, or on Martin Road, it is huge, absolutely huge. We are going to be self-performing the work on the new fire marshal's office, and City Hall project is currently underway. Projects soon to start, the AECC remodel, PD 4th and 5th floors, Service Center North, 2 new fueling stations, $4 million project for the MPEV, Transformation Park, we're about 75% on the development of that complete. Restroom bar designs for the pavilion. Remediation of bus stops for transit for the federal standards. Fire Station 14 is on our radar. We're already starting some concepts on that. Remodels of the restrooms around the Civic Center Coliseum. Those are all in the pipeline, as well as a rehabilitation of the front parking at Municipal Courts to correct storm drainage issues. Specific services that are provided by the Facilities Department that is difficult to get in Amarillo. And the first one that I'm going to list is the ammonia plant service. Right now in Amarillo, there's only one other company certified to work on ammonia systems in Amarillo. Consequently, we could not wait for them to be able to respond to our needs. If we lose the ice floor at the Civic Center during a hockey season, that's a $30,000 cost. So you need immediate response. It's something that we work on and we maintain. We have the third largest building automation system in the state of Texas with Intech. The only ones bigger than us are the University of Texas and AT&T. We have architectural staff, and we also have project management and development. The benefits of having what we have with facilities is we control pricing both on the service and construction cost. We have the ability to prioritize emergency needs. In other words, we've got a city council meeting starting. We might be on another job. Something goes wrong at City Hall. We have the ability to shut down all of those other projects and move to a priority project right away. Whereas if we were looking at calling up a private entity to come and do that, that's not going to happen. So we track our costs on departments and spaces. We coordinate projects and goals with the city manager and you, the council. Work with other departments on costs and development of future capital projects. In other words, if a department, when the CIPs are being developed, if it's a construction project, they come to us with the exception of the airport and utilities. They have their own staff that does that in-house. Some of the interesting things that I think don't get noticed a lot of times, the cost of a service tech for the facilities department is $35. That's everything. Right now in the private service for a service call technician, the average price that we're seeing in the market right now is $90 an hour. So you realize some substantial savings right there quickly. You realize that you've got a quicker response time and you're realizing cost savings right away. The other thing that you need to look at is we get the parts at wholesale cost versus any kind of a markup. Markups on our stuff that we deal with generally are between 25 and 50% markup. So you're not experiencing that because we're buying at wholesale on everything. Response times, like I said, are greatly improved, and estimated savings on service calls just on this year alone, if we take the averages that we have on the dollar amounts that we've tracked and we take out the labor and look at the differentials on the labor and the parts, you've realized $1.2 million in savings just on service calls alone. Small construction projects are not listed as they are funded from other sources. In other words, if a department comes up and they have a capital project, that capital project funding is within that department. However, we administer the project as either a project manager or self-performing the project itself. A great example is when we looked at doing the fire marshal's office. The quote that Todd was able to get was over $65,000. We'll end up doing it for around $40,000. So those savings are realized right away, but most people don't know about them. They're done internally. However, labor and management services, we do provide those, and there is no charge to the departments. All right, so what I want to go through on the screen and just give you some quick screenshots, and Stephanie can do it. I'll show you how we do business. So we go through, as we go through and do daily business, this is something that we deal with our staff on a weekly basis. Stephanie, you can continue to scroll down through there, but we track the aging of the service call, the priority of the service call, and the location of the service call, all the way through. So as you can see where we're at right now, we're at 6 pages of service calls that we have in our books of things that are needing to be done, but we prioritize those to the need. So you might see something that's got over 100 days in waiting number. It could be something as simple as, well, we're wanting to move a wall. Well, that's not a critical operation. We move that to a little bit later date. Okay, continue to scroll, Stephanie. So what you're looking at here, this is what we do. We track to see what the expenses are in every area that we work on. So when you look at what we have here is the sales by customer, you can see I can tell you exactly what it costs to work on fire stations, what exactly it costs to work on the Civic Center, any of the departments. I have City Hall broken down into several components. I have a third floor component. I have a department component that we track all of that. What we use this for is if we see something trending or the maintenance cost going up in an area, why is that maintenance cost going up? What do we need to look at? What do my guys need to report to me that maybe I don't know that's going on? And so when we look at this report, we come back through it, and if I see, and I'll use a fire station as an example, if I see Fire Station 13's cost on service is running, over $10,000 annually or to date, what is that? Is that refrigeration calls? Is that plumbing calls? Is that horseplay calls? What's going on? It gives me the opportunity to sit down with the chief and say, all right, here's where you're at. This station's only running $5,000. This one's $10,000. Is this a crew issue? Is this an operations issue? Is this an aging issue? We've got, as you know, 3 stations that are literally firehouses. They're not fire departments. They're houses that were converted to fire stations, 2, 6, and 4. Those stations, oddly, don't track as high on service calls. But the firemen know that, hey, this is the best I've got here, and they really take good care of them. So, it's working with the fire department saying, hey, what do we got to do to address this? We do the same thing with the police department. Any department head where we see something that starts trending those numbers up, it's like, what do we got to do to fix these issues?
Jerry, can I pause you for just a second? This is also the report we use. When we talked about Civic Center earlier and we said the city charges an admin fee that includes facilities cost, he tracks all their dollars spent over there, gives me a report usually on a quarterly basis, and we charge those costs over to the Civic Center. So it's coming actual amounts, and I want to say it's running about $185, $195 a year right now. So that's part of that number that you didn't see inside your book that we're actually charging out because it's living over in Jerry's department.
And then as we go past this report, then we get into, we printed up some graphs. Graphs are wonderful, quick representations, but this gives me a breakdown looking at the trends that I'm looking at of when I'm having problems. And you'll notice there in January when we had a lot of calls because of the cold weather at that time, we lost some major gas systems, if you'll remember. And so when you see something that happened, when I get an anomaly like that, it's like, all right, what happened and what caused those trends to uptick for us? We track that very closely. The next page is basically the same thing. And I look at how much of that was labor and how much of that is parts. Fortunately, we do a good job. We've got a great staff. We don't have a whole lot of turnover. So we use that as information for our operations and what we're doing. We're always cognizant going forward, though, in monitoring what's going on with the federal government. In construction world, and Mr. Stanley, you can identify with this. We're looking at what's going on. Right now, I've got some huge concerns. The federal government has mandated that CFCs are going to be, production of those are to be reduced by ordinance from the federal government by 1/3 this year. That means refrigerants for AC units are going to be harder to get. They were already astronomical in price, and they're fixing to go up, and we're going to experience, I would estimate, probably a 30 to 40% increase in the cost for those. The federal government is also going in and changing what they're requiring for construction of package units. We have package AC units. Todd's got them on one of his PD jobs that we have waited almost a year for the units to come in because of the changes that are mandated. So as we look at some of this stuff, we track and see if what that's going to do to us as far as maintaining our structures. What can we do? How can we get ahead of this? So we'll look at the end of the year, we'll look at, all right, can I buy a bunch of refrigerant, stockpile it, knowing that next year I'm going to get hammered on it. And we do take advantage of that when that scenario occurs. We know that if a package unit on one of our buildings, right now, we're servicing over 2.5 million square feet under roof. With the staff size that we have, I think that's pretty impressive. But if I'm going to lose a 5-ton unit where I was paying $5,000 for it this year, next year it's projected to be between $8,500 to $10,000. So we're looking at those kinds of increases, aware that they're coming, doing as much as we can to mitigate them, converting to LEDs when we can. That's why when you walk into some of our older buildings, you see a different light pattern. It's because I switched, when that fixture failed, we switched it to LED. It's not yellow like the fluorescent, but as they go out, rather than changing the whole thing out, we change them on an as-needed basis. So that kind of gives you a feel for the facilities department. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, this man came prepared. So you present a large budget, and you definitely show us how much it could cost if you didn't run it. So I appreciate that. I think you guys do a really good job of mitigating all of those costs. And then on the construction side, it's a little bit of an intangible. You don't know what you could spend with poor management.
Right.
You know. So any questions from council?
Outside of the refrigerant issue, is there anything else that you know through the federal government that's going to hurt you?
Well, right now, like I said, the chip shortage is affecting us too. And that's a big scare for me, because one reason we've been able to maintain the staffing size of the facilities department, as I pointed out, we're the third largest building automation system in the state. I think we went back and did a calculation. I think we have over 170,000 miles of communication cables in the city of Amarillo that we utilize just to control our buildings. We control the security and all of that. But when we start seeing chip shortages, that all is a component of the equipment we utilize to control this. So in a scenario to where if I can't get those components, I might have to switch a building back to the old analog mold just to keep it operational. That changes a lot of things. It changes the building security, it changes the light controls, it changes the HVAC controls. All of a sudden I'm running a building 24/7 where right now I'm shutting everything down at 9 o'clock because nobody's in the building. So all of those things change. If I want to keep doing that, it takes a body to do it. And so that changes what your needs are. So those are big concerns that I have in the construction industry. You know, the other thing we monitor is when we talk about new construction is commodity costs. How much is concrete cost? How much is steel cost? It's a fluctuating market that we try to stay on top of. But right now, being that we do commercial more than residential, I have to buy steel studs. I can't put wood members in different, you know. I would love to take advantage that the wood numbers went down from a year ago. Man, I'd love to live in that world, but I can't live there. So there's some of that stuff that we constantly look at. It makes it difficult. I appreciate, you know, sitting down with the three of the council members, going over the City Hall project and going down detailed line by line. This is where we're at. This is where I can take advantage. I can't take advantage here. This is where, you know, we look at those things. I had a conversation with Tony Enzer from the Sod Poodles manager last week. And here about 6 months ago, we got a request from Populous, the architectural engineers that we utilized to build the MPAV when we built it. We built the MPAV on budget and on time for $45,000. The city of Portland, the team up there requested that because we won every national award we could win, they requested to be able to get our design and utilize it in Portland. And this is 4 years later, but the cost to build that stadium there versus here went from $45,000 for what we did it for to $130 million. So we went from 45. We've got a $45 million project that if you was to build it today, it'd cost you $130 million.
That's crazy.
So we do take advantage of those. During that process, I worked close with the city manager on this. You know, we instructed our contractor. At that time, we knew structural steel was fixing to hit the high side. We were looking at increases of 30%. Because we managed the projects, we looked at it and told our construction manager at the time, said, we want all the structural steel ordered. We'll stockpile it. We'll pay for it in advance. The money's already allocated. Why take the risk? So we pinned that down. The savings for us alone on the structural steel ended up being close to $180,000 in that project.
Quick question. You mentioned City Hall, and I know, you know, the council had made a request to kind of see where we might, you know, be able to, maybe to, at least to begin with, maybe develop, I think it was 10,000 less square feet. Just quick update on where you are on that project and kind of looking at the needs and if that can be done.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we sat down. This was before you came on, so I had a chance with Councilman Sherlin and the mayor and Councilman Tips. We went through that line item by line item and showed exactly what we were doing within that construction project. We did not see the availability to cut that square footage out. But we looked all the way through it, and here, and I guess, Mayor, you can add in on this or the other two. When we brought those numbers to you as a council, I had spent almost 4 months value engineering that project before that number ever got to you. And so there wasn't much meat left on the bone to pick off the bone was unfortunately the problem. That does not change, though, where we're at as we go through a project like that. We're looking at some opportunities there, like I said, and I'll give you an example. The building automation that we have, because of energy codes, you're required to have a lighting control system. A lighting control system for City Hall is around $45,000. Well, I'm already going to have the building automation system in there, and I can control that through my system. So we're going to have a $45,000 savings there that we're going to cut that out of the project. It was still in the number that was presented to you, but now I have the opportunity to come back and cut that out. And we look at those opportunities as we go through the project. Fortunately, we've got a contractor that understands that's our mindset going forward. And so when those opportunities come up, they actually present them to us and say, hey, we were looking at this, or this is a different product that we could use. This might be, you know, 20 grand cheaper. And we'll look at it. If its performance is the same, we absolutely will take advantage of that. My hope is that we get to the end of the project and I come back to you and say, I've got some money I was able to save off of this project. I really believe we will get to that point. And when we get there, then it's up to you as the council to direct me as to, do you want some additional scope or do you want that money rolled back into the general fund? That's your option.
And then what about, because I don't know, operational efficiencies in the new building, just day-to-day operations, any kind of ballpark estimate on how much can be saved to the city of operating in a new facility and expenses that we could save in that operational part that we're spending right now for this building?
Yes, when we look at it, the big part of the design of the new City Hall was understanding how information moved within City Hall, the existing City Hall, and the new City Hall. And we worked with our architects quite extensively to cut down some of that overlap that existed through construction design more so than mandate. So the construction design in and of itself forces departments and repositions departments to where the needs are to cut down, you know, a lot of emails or a lot of where you can just step across the hall and the issues dealt with. The other thing we looked at quite intensively was how do we affect the public? What can we do to make it a more convenient experience for the public to deal with us as the city government? One thing we look at City Hall right now, we are super inefficient with the way that we collect water bills. It's going to get more efficient with automation, but those that actually come to City Hall, they come in the front doors and they stand there in line in the main corridor waiting to get to somebody, you know, at the front. We've taken and taken that out of the mix. The design is for them to have an area that they go in and go out of that's a lot more convenient than what we currently have, but we also incorporated drive-through, basically drive-through banking on the north side of the new city hall, to where a mother of 4 coming in here doesn't have to take all 4 kids out of the car, walk into the city hall to pay their water bill, and then walk back. In the summertime, I feel so sorry for them when I see what it's like for them to have to deal with those issues. So having a drive-through to come through and just be able to do your business is going to be some huge advantages there. Then on the technology end, when we take a look at the way that the community uses some of our spaces and even some of our local boards, we've changed that design. So I would say 90% of the business that the community does with the city of Amarillo will be on the first floor of City Hall. The only exception really will be when they have a city council meeting up on the 3rd floor. The other thing we've done, of course, with the designs of the council chambers, all of you have seen, a lot of times there's not enough room inside this council to be able to address the public or accommodate them. So we've changed that design to where we've got almost triple the space for public there with movable seating to where, instead of stadium seating. And then we've also changed that design to where, you know how now you have the press lined up on the side. A lot of people are, they're moving back and forth trying to get, we've designated an area there for them to have direct hookups, for them to be able to live feed if they want to, but not interfere with the actions of the council or the citizens that are there. So we've done a lot of things to change those efficiencies. As far as the interaction through the departments, that's done more through the technology and the allocation of the space. For instance, the new city hall, accounting does a lot of work with the city manager's office, and so they are directly below, one floor below. They just step right up and they're right in with the city managers, or vice versa, they can just take a step down. IT is isolated on the 2nd floor. They don't do a lot with the community, so we try to keep the community out of their area. We did that with 311 call center. It's in the basement. It needs to be a quieter environment, so we did that. So I think you'll appreciate the designs. We've really taken a look at what's customer service look like and how do we increase the efficiencies of the structure itself.
Laura, I know we talked before about walk-in traffic and what it's for. And I think you mentioned in the last council member that people can pay their utility bills at A&B and Toot and Totem?
Yes. So they can pay at United Supermarkets. They can pay at Amarillo National Bank. Hang on. Let me pull my list up real quick. So currently, and I think another thing we had talked through is about the walk-in traffic down on the 1st floor is about half utility billing and half vital statistics. So there's a lot of foot traffic coming in related to both of those areas. If you'll give me a second, I've got some, let me pull up some more information real quick.
And is vital statistics something that can be done through a drive-through, or is that something that you
A lot of it can, but some of it cannot. Some of it actually requires them to come in, and there's a video that has to be viewed and anyways, some other things that have to be done, but there is a lot of it that can be done through a drive-through as well. So we're hoping to service customers in both of those 2 departments out of the drive-through area at the new building.
So if I can ask, Les and Josh, would you guys want to sit down with Jerry, since you didn't get an opportunity to do that?
Mayor, can I clarify? When Jerry met, I think, with the rest of you all, I believe those were individual meetings, not a group meeting. Okay.
Correct.
Just wanted to make sure we had that out there.
We had individual meetings with Jerry and other city managers to discuss different ideas on how we could be more efficient. So one idea that may come back up is, that drive-through. How many drive-through places are there? Are there 3? Mm-hmm. And are those overhead?
Yes, they'll have to be overhead. We did storm drainage through there, taking a look at that. I hate to have storm drainage next to the footing of a building, so we modified some of that and wanted to keep. I didn't want to do another penetration that gave me a potential place for water to leach into a basin.
Sure. So if the conversation were to go like, hey, do we need drive-throughs, which we've had that conversation, and what efficiencies would that save in the management of handling those, and how many cars would stack up behind the one if you just had one lane versus three? So you may need to go back through that one more time and be able to say, well, here's how much we'd save if we didn't do lane 2 and 3, and contractor could accommodate, or can't accommodate. We already paid for this, or we hadn't paid for that. But that might be a good thing to put on the schedule, just to give them an opportunity, because I know with the runoff, that was the one thing that we really worked through with you that they weren't a part of.
Sure.
Well,
Yes.
and I know that we talked before just about looking at, and I know some people may not like it or some people may, but again, we provide, most utility companies that I know of are not providing a walk-up service. I mean, they've just decided it's not efficient. They don't want to spend that money. But again, the cost of doing that, and I know we have a courier service we have to use that we spend $60,000 a year on to take, the accounting time to be able to, put together deposit slips and do all those types of things. Plus, also, you just have if you're taking cash or other things, it just, you're more susceptible to something going missing. But I'd still like to see, and I don't know if we had a chance to do it, kind of a ballpark on how much is it costing us to, if we were to, how much efficiency could there be if we're saying, you've got to do something electronically. We're not going to necessarily take a utility payment downtown. Mm-hmm. Or if you need to drive up, you can do it at a Toot and Totem or a A&B or, some other place and see what the cost savings may be. It may be something that's not really worth pursuing. But before we get too far down this line and we're looking at building 3 drive-throughs, but if we decide, well, wait a minute, from an efficiency sake, we're just going to get people to pay online or something else, or use these other locations that are already there, paid for, so that it possibly look at saving us some money to do that.
Yes, and so our internal audit group worked to gather up information on that, and they sent me their findings that for the city across the board to take cash in, it comes to about $80,000 a year. Now, the biggest piece of that is related to armored car services. The rest of that is related to certain fees and processing amounts that we have related to it.
But that's not counting personnel cost.
So the personnel costs are also processing any kind of mail-in payments as well. So utility billing by far is going to be your biggest one. And so if anything, maybe possibly one FTE, but there's a lot more that they're doing rather than just collecting cash as people are walking in. One piece of information the internal audit group shared with me that I thought was very interesting, I shared with Andrew as well, is they talked with some other cities in Texas just to kind of get a feel for what other cities are doing. One city, I believe it was Fort Worth, instead of using any kind of an armored car service, they utilized their city marshal department. And we thought that was kind of an interesting twist because it certainly is a safe way to transport money, especially large amounts of money, and it could potentially gain the city they're shifting funding over to get a position over in the city marshal area that could obviously do many other things beyond just currying funds, because it would not take a full-time position to do it. And so it essentially, you could probably pay for a full-time position out of it, or most of a full-time position, and get some other services as well. So something to think about. I thought that was interesting. I had never heard of that. And then on your question, I just found the information. It's Amarillo National Bank, United Supermarkets, Fiesta Foods, and Walmart are areas that our citizens can go and make cash payments. They do have to pay a convenience fee at those. And I would imagine the other utility companies probably use these same groups for the same purposes as well.
Okay. Can you send me the detail on... I don't know. It just seems like there would be more of a savings opportunity than just $80,000 in doing that. But if you can kind of send me the details so I can kind of take a look at it, I'd like to.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, we can certainly do that. Okay.
Right. Right. So you got one-time savings in the project, and then just to see what the ongoing.
Yes, that's true too. And again, we're also, I mean, not just taking cash, serving customers with cash through that drive-through was not the plan. We're also planning to serve those vital statistics customers, which are also about half of that foot traffic coming through City Hall.
But I'm just saying, logically, if I'm sitting here and you're saying you're cutting out half the foot traffic, then do we need 3 drive-throughs?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So,
Yeah, maybe scaling it back. So, okay, yeah.
One thing I'll say is I signed up for Pay Amarillo, and it took me about 5 minutes. Simple.
Okay, I have asked that group to get me a report by end of day tomorrow that we can put in the city manager report. We have had huge success. We have heard very positive things from our customers. Everybody likes it, obviously. It's much easier. There you go. It's much easier. I want to say in the first half day, I may be wrong, maybe first half day, we had already processed over $80,000 through the system. I mean, it's doing phenomenally well. And there's emails going out right and left to those that are already signed up. And so I think we're doing a good job, hopefully, of pushing some communications out there. And so we're excited. But I wanted to share some stats with y'all. So we'll get you kind of a write-up on that for this Friday's report. So thank you for signing up. I hope you did paperless and maybe got a $10 credit on your bill.
So like any good customer with his contractor, you know, we want to tell you you're doing a good job. We want to make a few small changes. We don't want to pay extra. And then we need you to bring a few costs down, even lower than what you've already engineered. And I think outside of that, everything's taken care of, right?
I think you're following our template that we followed anyway, so I can identify with your request.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to do, I neglected to introduce you to my 2 assistants, Todd Stavenegg and Derek Spargo. Obviously, I am not capable of running that many jobs simultaneously by myself.
Mm-hmm.
So, they do a great job, and they are fully cognizant of what your requests are.
Yes. We appreciate the work you guys put in. We know it's a lot. There's a lot. I mean, you cover a couple million square feet.
Yeah.
So.
We do oversee the custodial staff as well,
Mm-hmm.
and we also oversee the administration of the MPEV.
Quick question on the MPEV, the Hodgetown improvements. Is there anything that will be really public-facing on those improvements, that the public will see improvements, or is it more behind the scenes?
No, absolutely, you will. There's an extension to the first base side. There'll be a new party area that's included into the warehouse that has to be built for both Major League Baseball and the needs of the growth of the team. So that's really what you're going to see is additional customer service stuff in that new structure that is being built.
Okay. Appreciate you guys. Y'all have a great afternoon. Put your hard hats back on and you can get back out to that job site. Yeah. There's a couple hours of daylight left. Do we want to jump in with John real quick?
If y'all don't mind, I think that would be great. I think John may have a conflict tomorrow, so if we could
Sure.
go over some water comparisons to some other cities, that would be great. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you. Oh, that one's yours.
And then we'll count this a very successful day. We got through way more than I had
We
planned,
got a lot,
so
didn't
good
we?
job.
Yeah.
Kudos to you guys. And we can recap maybe tomorrow before we get out of here.
Okay, sounds good.
Water's over here, so you just subtract that from that. I figured it out.
Afternoon, Floyd.
Mayor and council. Yes, on page 33 and 34 is where we had this question a couple of weeks ago during the budget workshop. This is water and wastewater fees. And what we handed out to you was just page 33 and 34. That's where we had this question.
And that page outlines what a 5% rate increase would look like on our
like.
water
Yes.
and sewer fees. Yes.
And so what we handed out was a comparison, and just remember, page 33 and 34 call for, that shows you a 10,000 gallon water and wastewater bill. So that's what this comparison does with other cities. Okay, so the chart shows the total, how Amarillo fares in relation to other cities of our same size. Remember in the discussion, we had a little question about how we compare to other cities, and there were questions about especially relationship to Lubbock, which you see way over on the right side compared to our water rates. So I'm not sure what all the detailed questions were, but there was a request to see that. On the back of this printout, there's one column missing, the wastewater, and that's the total of the cities. But we also chose to put some local regional cities and towns in there so you could see the difference locally versus statewide. Okay? And remember, we have proposed in this budget a 5% rate increase so that we can increase for operational costs. Basically, electricity was the number one thing in utilities that was going up. Criminal costs were going up. That's based off electricity. And then also adjustment to wages. So you saw the pipe layer thing in the presentation earlier. But this gives you a feel for where we are at in relation to other cities for rates. So are there questions we can answer?
So just to make sure we're reading the chart correctly, the city of Vega charges $8 for 10,000 gallons of water.
That's for sewer, and then the total water and sewer is $37.75 for.
So it's $8 for the sewer.
Sewer, yes.
$37.75 total water and sewer.
Right,
and that's based on the 10,000 gallons.
Yes, and so the difference is water, and we felt like that's important. Small towns like that use typically use an oxidation ditch, which is a very simple treatment process over time. We can't. We don't have that option. Our ditch would be 100 miles long.
Right.
Okay.
So comparing us to a Lubbock,
Yeah.
Which is a good one to compare to. Amarillo's 85.94. Lubbock is 123.12.
Yeah, and that's existing rates. This isn't with the rate increase.
Okay.
So that was the big question that I remembered being asked is how do we rate within comparable cities with our rates, and then with our rate increase we would anticipate inflation cost affecting the others somewhat, whether that's now or next. But this gives you an idea. But we kind of went a wide gamut for you so you could see.
So just to talk earlier about back on page 34. Water and sewer proposed fee changes. So you're going to change an increase from $2.03 to $2.87 on that top line item. So that's an 84-cent increase. You see the top line item, 5/8-inch meter?
Yeah. The increase that's the total dollar of the increase, $2, depending on whether it's existing or proposed fee. Okay, the 43.16 to 60. The $2 is the low range increase, and $2.87 is in.
So let's just make sure everybody's reading this. Do you have a water meter fee over on the left, and you have a gallon fee increase on the right? Is that right? Okay.
So the water meter fee is that base fee that was discussed. And remember, you have a resident that brought up that base fee, that our base fee is about $10 to $12 higher than Lubbock's base fee. They include 1,000 gallon in that base fee. We include 3,000. So there is the argument that's, if you don't use the 3,000, that's the argument that makes it expensive. The idea when the 3,000 was implemented that your lower income residents wouldn't have to pay more with each subsequent 1,000. Okay.
Right.
So Lubbock does it the other way. They have a much lower meter fee, but then the second 1,000, the first 1,000 with that. The second 1,000 is $4 per 1,000, and the third one is $4, and then it goes up to $6. So they pass us by well before 10,000 gallons. Okay.
But you went ahead and did the math, and you averaged it based on 10,000 gallons, so you can actually see what it nets out.
Yeah, because that's closer to our average customer. It gives you a vision of what's closer to the average customer than the very conservative one or the one that uses 50,000. This is closer to your average customer.
to get a better handle on your proposed fee increase. At 5%, you would change the base fee from $43 up to $60. So there's a $17 per month fee increase if I'm looking at the 5/8" meter on page 34. So make sure I'm not saying this wrong here in public, but
The base fee would, at 41, would go to the 43. Is that not 5%? That's the 203.
okay, so your base fee is going to go from 41 to the 43. So what is the 43 to the 60?
The 57 to the 60, is that not the 10,000 gallon? I think that's how that's structured.
That chart includes both residential and commercial.
Yes.
So the residential's on the left side, the commercial's on the right side of that one box. So am I correct in saying if I had a 5/8" water meter, it's $41 a month. That's my base fee, includes so many numbers of gallons. But if I had a 5/8" commercial meter, it would be $57 a month.
And then
Okay.
Then you jump over. Okay. And that $2 to $2.87 shows you the commercial increase is higher with that percentage because it starts with a higher amount.
Yes.
Okay.
I understand now. Okay. I was just trying to get a gauge on my 40-cent deal.
On the property.
Because, like, I think we will say here, like, hey, we're only increasing your water bill by $2 a month.
Yeah, but you brought up a good point in that. I think especially Les brought it up. A whole bunch of people want to add a charge to the water bill. We've had that request from nonprofits, especially in our community. And other communities do have other additional fees to the water bill, such as a nonprofit getting a donation. And so it does have the vision from elected officials and management's perspective that it's all water bill, okay? And so it does have a challenge to defend when you add to that. But a 40-cent addition to it is minimal, but it also would increase that percentage. If you just did a bottom line percentage across this with solid waste and everything else that's on that bill, see, our target in solid waste is a little higher. So it would impact somebody's bottom line percentage, where we're saying this is a 5% increase, and then you would have some customer dissatisfaction with that different percentage because you add a number, and they don't know that that's not water charge, that's this other fee.
Right.
So there's two schools of thought out there. There are communities that add those types of fees to their water bill, and everybody seems to understand it. And then what we've historically done is maintain the water bill with actually the enterprises, the solid waste, and the drainage fee we added to that, and maintain that as the only thing. Laura may have had a different experience, but my experience was we had years ago, we had a number of nonprofits wanting to raise money with that, and there would be no stopping that.
Agreed.
That was our perspective.
Yeah, puts it in perspective a little bit better.
Yeah. So you described those concerns very accurately on that 40 cents, that people would confuse that with a water bill, and that would be an increase or an impact to that that is different from what we're advertising here, and it would be harder to explain. So
Again, if that's something you all want to explore doing, or at some point in the future want to, I think that would be a project to get our engagement and innovation team on, to make sure they get the communication out, like why is this showing up on a bill? What are you getting from it? One of those things to help reduce some of the confusion, and hopefully only have one call out of 1,500 instead of,
I think they could
many
do
more.
that because they've demonstrated they can.
Absolutely.
But I think there's value for that department doing it, if that's the goal and objective. But I also think that there's legitimate concerns both ways, If there's other ways to do it, that's okay, but I also think there's an opportunity to look at this. We added a drainage fee. This would be where, out of PDP that comes in the future to you, and we talk about if there ever was an addition of something like a street assessment fee, it would add to that bill that's, quote, the water bill, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a challenge that has to be talked through if anything like that's ever discussed. And so it's not just that department, it's all of us that want to look at some kind of fee that's related to
And then it almost
that.
becomes a rebranding of the water bill. This is, this is a city services bill or something like that. That's because it just continues to expand, and it's truly not just water.
So were there questions, did that answer the questions, or were there things that you need more information about on the water rate increase?
Do you need the money?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So like if we had the option to not increase it at all because we're revenuing.
Well, what we're experiencing, and we are going to see a big challenge with the Hollywood Road plant that's going to require significant investment. We're strategizing right now how to fund that. We brought some capital into this budget to make it available, and that there'll be some more. We'll go through that process again next year to bring that. This will get us to design, and it'll get us going through. I'm not going to say that number.
It's been a long day, John.
I know the number
So-
he wrote down.
Anyway,
I can see it.
we will continue to look for those funding sources, especially grants.
Okay.
And those things, but we also have to strategize because those are unknown. We have to go into this with some known funding mechanisms to redo that plant. One of the
have
options
to get it designed to
Yes.
really get a good,
Yes.
solid plan in place too.
And
So, which this money
one of
would
the things
help
we
with.
do have to do, we have at our option, and you all know this, is we had issued debts over time in utilities, and the 2009 issuance for Potter County Wellfield is $86 million, and that rolls off in 2029. So I was talking with Laura, there is the option for us to utilize that piece in this funding mechanism. We had it in the plan for everything else. We just have to restructure some other plans and look at how we're doing some other things. So, we're bringing about $17 million in this budget. We're going to look at that $86 million. We're looking at ways to minimize the negative impact for the ratepayers.
Exactly, and try to make it
And so-
a smoother increase as we go. I mean, because you can structure debt around debt that's rolling off.
Over the next
So
2 years, we will find a way to make that minimal. And we're still not done with the insurance claims, and we're still not done with the FEMA claims, and we still have the Army Corps of Engineers engaged in this. So there's multiple avenues that we're going to look for, and all of that's targeted to minimize the impact on the ratepayer. And we will find a way to do it the best way possible while we continue to expand our service and be able to continue to serve these customers that we have now. So it's a challenge. I'm glad to have John beside me on that until he writes a number like that. But we will get positive results down there, and we are going to have the opportunity to find those assistance in the federal and state level. We've done this. I know John's done it in his career. I've done this for the last 20 years here. I anticipate some state revolving funds involved, and that will minimize our rate increases, because the last time we did that, we wound up with a 0% rate, interest rate. So we will find every opportunity we can to minimize that impact to the ratepayers. And we'll be bringing that to you. Most of that will come to you next year with a solid, more designed project, knowing exactly where we're at and what the insurance has done and where we're at with FEMA. So we'll be working on that heavily through the fall and winter with those agencies, and I would anticipate some results. And we'll keep you updated as we go.
And you're good with drainage tomorrow, correct?
Yes.
Bringing that tomorrow.
Yeah, we have multiple options, and it was a good exercise to go through and relook at those capital and opportunity to how to do that. And it ranges from what you've requested, from using existing revenues to adding revenues and what that would look like.
Great.
Okay.
Mayor, can I share one thing back to a conversation we were having? I forgot to mention. On this list of cities, we also look to see what kind of services they provide their customers as well, and did research on each one of these cities, and everyone offers walk-in services. Some have multiple locations. So just we are open to ideas. This is just a very standard government service that's offered. You know, so we might be a trendsetter if we go down a different path, by all means, and we're never opposed to that. But also want to keep you all in the loop as we're comparing ourselves to some of these other cities with some of the items that they're doing for their customers as well.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
One question, has Hollywood Road, because not recently, I mean, have we discussed what happened, where we are, what's going on in the city council session?
At the workshop, no, we have not.
I would tell you, because, I mean, obviously, for other reasons, this rate increase is needed to help pay for that. I think we need to be sure that we don't get too far ahead of the public, and I think not only in the council session, but you know, with Jordan's department to look at, and it's not all sunshine and rainbows.
Right.
You know, whatever happened, you know, we didn't do some things, and I say we collectively, that we should have done in maintaining that. And I think before we get too far ahead of the public, I think it would be good in whatever form, and if it's an open session review, I just think we need to let people know what's happened.
Sure. And
also the flooding is got, issue in that, so that they know, hey, we're just not saying let's just stick it to you with the water bill, that there's reasons why we have to do that. There's benefits to you that you're going to get out of it, and yes, I think the other thing is we need to admit sometimes when we said, you know what, we probably didn't do as good a job as we should have done on that.
Well, yes, I agree with that. The flooding has raised the cost of this significantly. There is a lot of flooding damage at that plant. Right. And in fact, not related to lack of maintenance, when the foundations of the structure start to move, and that's what we've seen recently based off that flooding, that is a significant thing that was not part of the lack of maintenance. This is actually the flooding component. That's why I say insurance, FEMA, and the other agencies, we're staying engaged. And we still believe that plant is going to drive us above the FEMA threshold on the flood damage.
Yeah. Well, I just hope before we get too far down the road that we give our citizens a chance to understand what's happened and kind of what's going on.
I think we can timely bring that forward in an update. I think one of the things we're doing is, and John's leading this with Michael Price, who had to walk out. I'm sure he had something very important. I wanted y'all to meet him. But I think what John is doing is working through right now with the flood damage and that assessment. And I think we can bring that forward as that positive that y'all need to know this is where we're at, and it's part of that flood damage. And bring the maintenance issue along with it, saying here's where we were and here's what we've added to it. And I think we can do that. In my mind, that happens over in a month or so.
Okay.
Until we have a timeline, I recommend we not discuss this publicly. If it was half as good as what it was when the two of you came by, would be good. But we're nearing catastrophic failure. I have two experts, one structural, one geotech, coming next Wednesday to help assess it. But and you're welcome to tour it if you want to understand why I'm saying this. But I recommend we have a timeline for the repair and some level of comfort that we can pull it off without the whole plant going down before we speak publicly.
Well, we're speaking publicly right now, so, but and I understand you're concerned. I mean, we don't want to, but nonetheless, I mean, if I'm living in a house and I've got a problem, I want to know about it.
I think there's a balance of these two things, and we'll bring you a timely update. We'll talk to you and let you know where we're at and where we're.
I just don't want to get. I don't want to get down the road and people say, well, this happened X number of years, and then we had the flood, which happened back in the summer. Were you ever going to get around to kind of let me know what was going on? That's my focus on it.
I think we can accomplish both. I think we can get information from this side, but I think we can timely update you too.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Not a problem. Just to go back to the rate increase, the fee structure.
Yes.
And I just would think that we would want to be extremely cautious moving forward with putting additional monies onto our water bill. Because we can always find other needs elsewhere, and that just becomes a very slippery slope. So I think we continue to look at what you've proposed and then look at all other options, and making everything true up.
Right.
So, hey, thank you for being here. Thank you for sliding in. Does anybody have anything further here today that we need to tend to?
Do you want me to briefly go over what I'm hoping we might can achieve
I think
tomorrow?
you should. I think
All
you should.
right.
Thank you, John.
Excellent. So tomorrow we're starting at 8 again, and we're going to try to push through till about 2 o'clock. Does that seem to work for
So
everybody?
you need to be somewhere at 2?
If possible, but
Yeah.
Oh, 1:30 maybe?
yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Let's say 1:30.
We'll say 1:30. Okay, so wanting to start the day off with drainage and solid waste, just some updates on some requested information there. Then thought we could cover streets, traffic, possibly pause for AEDC about 10 a.m. That board is planning to be here at 10 o'clock to listen in to the AEDC discussion. And then afterwards, get through airport, possibly CP&DE, Public Works, and Fleet, which are kind of all of Floyd's team. And so it's going to be like the Floyd show tomorrow. So if you guys are up for that.
Exciting.
Yeah. And Floyd and AEDC, we'll have the stage tomorrow. So if y'all are good with that, if you have ones, I was kind of thinking CP&DE, Public Works, and Fleet might be flexible. If we don't have time, we can kind of wait on those. But especially Public Works and CP&DE are pretty small. But we'll just see how far we can push through tomorrow. Does that sound okay?
Sounds good.
Yes, I think that is perfectly fine. We'll lock up this room so you can leave whatever you like.
And then anything that we didn't get through, I know Casey was here today, Public Health,
Yes.
didn't get to her.
Yes,
So
and
we'll
so
come back.
if we do another round, maybe tomorrow we can talk through when to possibly.
Yeah, I
do
think
that.
tomorrow before we get out of here, we'll look at the next couple options. We may have a conflict in September, so we may have to get it done end of August here.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll get it together.
That'd be great, but we're getting closer. But we also want to kind of regroup on some things that we've left pending and maybe get some direction so we can make sure we get you guys the final budget product you're looking for.
Okay, great. Someone so moved to adjourn.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Crew down there, they always adjourn and second.
They, point of order.
One of the buildings that we talked about in the budget is anyone who else planning to go to the pavilion grand opening on Friday?
Is it scheduled at 10:30?
10 to noon.
Is it 10 or 10:30?
10:30.
It's 10:30.
Yes.
I'll be
Trying to be
we'll
there.
send out the actual time for you. I just want to see who else planning to be there.
Yeah. You going to notice it?
No, it's ceremonial.
Oh, okay. All right. All in favor? Aye. Adjourned.